Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Met a Lost Dendro Goddess? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Long ago, before the academia filled the air with knowledge and debate, there was only peace beneath the endless canopy of Sumeru's great forests. At the heart of it all stood Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, the goddess of wisdom, radiant and serene. She was born from Irminsul, the great world tree, the very memory of the world itself. Wise beyond measure and endlessly compassionate, Rukkhadevata nurtured both the people and the land. Under her guidance, Sumeru blossomed into a nation where knowledge was sacred, curiosity was boundless, and nature thrived in harmony. Then came the cataclysm, the black tide that swept across Teyvat, swallowing nations and corrupting the land. Even Sumeru, sheltered beneath its emerald leaves, could not escape its reach. The corruption seeped into Irminsul's roots, twisting memories and threatening to unmake the balance of the world. Rukkhadevata, the original Dendro Archon, fought bravely to protect her people. She created the rainforest that gave life to Sumeru and shielded them from the desertification spreading from King Deshret's lands. When forbidden knowledge spread through the world, she joined forces with Deshret and the goddess of flowers to resist it. But when Deshret fell to corruption, Rukkhadevata used the last of her divine power to contain its effects, building temples infused with life and wisdom to heal the land. That sacrifice came at a heavy cost. The forbidden knowledge began to corrupt even her, a poison no god could withstand. Knowing her end was near, she made a selfless decision. With sorrowful resolve, Rukkhadevata poured her pure, untainted essence into Irminsul, cleansing it of the corruption and erasing all traces of herself from existence. Her name, her memories, and her deeds were wiped from the world's records, leaving only faint echoes of her wisdom in the wind. Before she disappeared completely, she ensured Sumeru's future would not be lost. From a pure branch of Irminsul, her power flowed like a river of light, and from it sprouted a miracle she did not foresee. Two radiant beings emerged from the branches, two small figures, pure and untainted, glowing like newborn stars in the forest's heart. They opened their eyes together, sharing the same voice and the same essence, yet different in spirit. Their names were Nahida and Yn. They were twins, two souls born from one god, and together they shared a single divine title, Lesser Lord Kusanali, the new Dendro Archon of Sumeru. Unlike their predecessor, they were not born into universal reverence. Many in Sumeru, clinging to the memory of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, did not accept them. The academia, blinded by pride and the pursuit of knowledge, dismissed the young gods and continued to worship the old Archon, denying the new ones their rightful place. Some saw Nahida and Yn's powers, their affinity with dreams, imagination, and emotions, as weak or trivial compared to Rukkhadevata's grandeur. In truth, those observers failed to understand that these were the deepest expressions of wisdom. Confined within the sanctuary of Surasthana, Nahida and Yn spent years in solitude. Though forgotten by many, neither grew resentful. Both observed, learned, and cared silently for their people, guiding them in unseen ways through the realm of dreams. The experiment in the sanctuary of Surasthana. Yn floated in slow circles inside the confinement chamber of the sanctuary of Surasthana, clearly bored. The air shimmered softly around her, the translucent barrier of her prison humming with quiet energy. Beside her, Nahida watched with small hands folded over her chest and eyes heavy with the patience she had worn for years. Nahida sighed and noted that Yn was going to make herself dizzy again. Yn slowed her gentle spin, her hair tips glowing faintly under the emerald light that filled the chamber. She admitted that she might, but added that there was nothing else to do and asked whether they would ever be let out. Nahida did not answer. Silence served as reply. For a moment, only the sanctuary's eternal hum filled the air, that strange, divine resonance that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Then the heavy bronze doors of the sanctuary groaned open. A rush of cold air swept in, breaking the sacred stillness. Footsteps, sharp, deliberate, and metallic, echoed against the floor. A figure entered, flanked by several sages of the academia dressed in their finest robes, their faces hidden behind emotionless masks of control and reverence. At their head walked a man who did not belong to this place. The second of the Fatui harbingers, Illinois, strode in with the confident poise of a scientist entering his personal laboratory. His coat, blue as winter steel, contrasted sharply against the soft green glow of the sanctuary. His mask caught the light, half of it gleaming like a cruel smile. Tor observed that their precious little divinities were awake. Nahida's gaze lowered instantly. YN tilted her head, curious but cautious. YN asked what he wanted from them this time. Tor chuckled and explained that he wished to understand and measure them, and that the sages and he had much to learn from their existence. He suggested they should consider themselves the foundation of something greater. The sages behind him nodded in solemn agreement. One stepped forward and unrolled a parchment bearing the seal of the academia, declaring stiffly that by the will of Sumeru this experiment would further the nation's wisdom and study divine energy. Tor finished the sentence with a sharp amusement, calling the phrasing delicate and bluntly stating their aim to build a god. Several sages flinched but none dared correct him. Behind them, Fatui agents began wheeling in strange machinery humming pylons, metallic coils, glass cylinders filled with softly glowing blue liquid. The sacred floor of the sanctuary, once untouched, was now lined with wires, sigil plates, and calibration rods. YN floated closer to the edge of her confinement and asked what the devices were. Tor moved around the glowing barriers like a predator observing prey and answered that they were tools to measure, compare, and analyze their energy, noting that divinity was a rare element to work with. Nahida protested that they were living beings, not mere specimens. Tor acknowledged that fact with an odd kindness, saying precisely what made it interesting. His eyes, cold and analytical, turned toward the figure waiting silently near the machine's garage. The puppet stood motionless, but his violet eyes flicked briefly. Toward the twins, curiosity and irritation evident. YN wondered who he was. Tor explained that Scaramouche was their vessel, a creation of the Raiden Shogun himself, remarkable craftsmanship but imperfect, possessing a heart and a will. Scaramouche made it clear that he was standing right there. Tor responded that Scaramouche would stand where he was told. Nahida's frown deepened as she asked if they were using him. Tor corrected her by calling it testing, expressing a desire to see how consciousness and godhood might merge and proposing that if the twins' energy readings could be stabilized, they might learn what made divinity distinct from mortality. He ordered the process to begin. The sages scurried into motion, activating runic stabilizers. Lines of energy spread across the floor, intertwining like glowing vines. The air crackled with unnatural tension. Nahida pressed her small hands to the inside of the barrier and warned that the sanctuary was not meant for this kind of energy. A sage barked that they would cooperate for the good of Sumer. YN floated beside her twin, worry in her eyes, and remarked that the air felt heavy. Tor smiled faintly and said that was a sign the procedure was working. He adjusted a dial on the central console and the machines roared louder. A surge of bright teal energy arced between the twin barriers containing Nahida and YN, connecting them for the first time. Both girls gasped as the pulse of power vibrated through them. A Fatui researcher reported that energy levels were increasing beyond expected thresholds and stabilizers were at 70%, then 80%. Another researcher called out that the readings were unstable. Tor, grinning, allowed the levels to climb. Nahida shouted that they should stop and insisted they did not understand what they were doing. A flash of white light burst from the floor, searing through the sanctuary. The walls trembled and the machines began to warp, their lights flickering wildly. A technician warned of an energy overload and urged a shutdown. Tor refused, insisting they were so close. The air between the twins twisted, forming a spiraling vortex of light. Papers were swept up and machinery cracked as the sound swelled into a cacophony of strained vibrations. YN felt herself drawn forward as the energy wrapped around her like invisible ribbons. She reached instinctively and her hand brushed Nahida's fingertips through the flickering barrier. Nahida called out her name, but before she could do more, the vortex erupted into a burst of color and light, and YN vanished. The light collapsed into nothing, leaving a stunned silence. Nahida dropped to her knees inside the barrier, trembling and pressing her tiny fists against the glass-like wall, whispering YN's name with tears falling. Tor stood motionless, staring at the empty air where YN had been, and for the first time his smile faded into something unreadable. He described the event as a miscalculation and allowed dark speculation that it might be necessary for their aims. The sages whispered in fear and confusion, unable to explain what had happened. A short while later, in another world far beyond the reach of Teyvat, beneath an unfamiliar sky and eclipsed by a different sun, a young girl opened her eyes. The world was loud. The air buzzed with sharp, electric energy voices, metal, and constant motion unlike the soft hum of Dendro or the serene whispers of Irminsul. YN stood at the edge of a bustling street, her small figure almost lost among the crowd. Towering buildings of glass and steel stretched high into the sky, glittering under the sun. Strange carriages with no horses rushed past, their engines growling. Lights blinked overhead, and people with glowing devices hurried along, too busy to notice the little girl who had just appeared. She tilted her head, silver-green hair catching the sunlight as her bright eyes darted from one thing to another. Everything here was foreign: no lush trees, no scent of the forest, and no presence of her sister Nahida, only noise and color and confusion. Her tiny hands gripped the hem of her dress as she began to walk, bare feet tapping softly against the concrete. A few passers-by paused and murmured among themselves, noting that the child seemed alone and odd. YN did not fully understand their language, but their tones suggested curiosity, pity, and a little worry. She offered a small, polite smile, the kind she had seen Nahida use to calm people, and continued forward into the unfamiliar city. But when a woman tried to approach, YN gently stepped away, her eyes darting around. She needed to understand where she was first. The people here did not feel like those from Teyvat. Their energy was different, chaotic yet vibrant. As she walked, she noticed something that intrigued her even more. Some people carried faint traces of power around them, sparks, flames, or shadows, hints of abilities she did not yet have a name for. Her mind buzzed with questions, and she murmured to herself that she did not know where she was or where Nahida had gone. A shout split through the crowd, ordering everyone to get down. A blur of motion tore through the street. People screamed as a large man in jagged black armor and smoke-like energy stormed into view. Red eyes gleamed beneath a cracked mask, and in his hand he held a strange metallic weapon that pulsed with unstable energy. He demanded valuables and ordered people to move. Civilians scattered, hiding behind cars or running for safety. His attention settled on YN, the small, strangely dressed child standing in the middle of the chaos. He sneered that she looked like a lost brat and moved closer, the weapon crackling as he said she would make a good hostage. The crowd gasped. Someone tried to reach her, but the villain moved faster and reached out to grab her arm. Before he could touch her, the air shimmered. YN's face remained calm. Her eyes glowed with a faint emerald light that pulsed in time with her heartbeat. The ground beneath them rippled as green sigils bloomed in a perfect circle around her feet. Thin vines of pure light erupted from the sigil, weaving through the air like living ribbons. They wrapped around the man's arm and chest and flung him backward with surprising force. He stumbled against a wall, stunned, and his weapon skittered to the pavement. The crowd watched in stunned silence. YN lowered her small hands as the light faded and the sigils dissolved into motes of green dust that drifted away. She looked at her trembling fingers and felt the mismatch between her Dendro power and the strange, sharp energy of this world, like trying to draw water from unfamiliar soil. The villain pushed himself up, smoke and anger radiating off him. He charged again. YN raised her hand instinctively and a brighter glow gathered in her palm. The sigil formed faster, the vines striking the ground and erupting into a wave of force that sent him flying into a lamppost. He lay still and unresponsive. Silence held the street for a moment before murmurs rose and phones came out. Bystanders exchanged excited, confused remarks, calling her a mutant or a new kind of hero and noting how young she looked. The noise overwhelmed YN. She stepped back, trembling and saying she had not meant to hurt anyone. Sirens wailed in the distance as pro-heroes approached. Panicked, YN darted into a side alley, moving with an uncanny speed that belied her small frame. The green glow flickered as she leapt onto a low wall and vanished into the maze of narrow streets before the heroes could arrive. When the heroes did arrive, they found only the unconscious villain, cracked pavement, and faint traces of glowing green dust scattering on the wind. Aizawa Shoyuta arrived shortly after, his scarf fluttering as always, and asked for a report. An officer informed him that the villain was down and that witnesses had seen a child take him out. The officer described the child as about 4 or 5 years old, oddly dressed with small white hair and glowing eyes. Aizawa took in the faint green residue on the pavement, something unlike any power he had seen, and quietly instructed them to find her before someone else did. YN sat beneath a large tree in a quiet park, clutching her knees to her chest. Her eyes were wide with a mixture of fear and wonder. She did not know this world or how she had arrived, but somewhere deep inside she still felt a faint connection to Nahida, like a whisper on the wind. She looked up at the blue sky and murmured that she would find her way back and promised she would find her sister. The arrival of a new presence at the park did not go unnoticed. The hum of the city faded there, replaced by leaves whispering in the soft afternoon breeze. YN watched children run and laugh. The sound felt unfamiliar, free in a way she had not experienced in a long time. Her pale green and ivory dress was dusty from the streets, its fabric catching the light with subtle leaf-like patterns. Her white hair, tipped in green, moved with the breeze, ornaments shaped like petals and vines tucked into her locks. When her hand hovered above the grass, tiny green sparks danced briefly between her fingers and the grass brightened as if responding. Aizawa stood at the park's edge, half hidden behind a lamppost, his scarf draped lazily and his hair slightly disheveled. He watched her from a distance, assessing the child who had drawn power in a way he did not fully understand. To anyone else, he looked like a tired man taking a stroll. His eyes, sharp and watchful, never left the small girl under the tree. He had followed the reports. Witnesses had said a child had fought off a villain earlier. The kind of power described did not match any registered quirk. No child her age should have that much control or cause that level of destruction. He sighed quietly and muttered that he wondered what he was even doing, chasing rumors about a 4-year-old. Still, he approached slowly and cautiously. YN noticed him long before he reached her. Her head tilted, curious yet wary. His presence felt calm but heavy, like someone used to danger. He did not radiate malice. If anything, he seemed tired. When he stopped a few feet away, he crouched slightly to meet her gaze and identified her as the child everyone was talking about, noting her white hair, green eyes, and lack of shoes. YN blinked and asked if he knew her. He said he did not know her yet, crossed his arms, and observed that she had made quite the scene earlier. She looked down at her hands and admitted that she had not meant to. The man had wanted to hurt people, and she had only wanted to stop him. Aizawa studied her closely. Her tone was gentle, her eyes clear, no arrogance, no fear. Just honesty. That only made her more puzzling. Most children who had seen a villain attack would be terrified. She seemed composed. He asked her name. YN hesitated, remembering Nahida's words about the weight of names, then gave her name softly as YN. Aizawa acknowledged her name, asked if she had parents or someone supposed to be watching her, and she answered that she did not. That single word carried a weight far beyond her years. Aizawa noticed the quiet ache behind it, sighed, and rubbed his temple. He muttered that this complicated things and asked if she knew where she was. She looked up with wide, curious eyes and murmured that she was in a world without Dendro, then quickly caught herself and insisted it was nothing. For a long moment, the two simply stared at each other, a weary hero and a child who did not belong to this world. The wind stirred, rustling the leaves above. A faint buzzing came from Aizawa's earpiece. He pressed a hand to it and identified himself as Eraser. A distorted voice crackled through, reporting that the energy residue had been traced to his location and asking if the suspect was there. He glanced back at YN and confirmed that he had found her. When asked whether she was dangerous, he paused, then replied that she was not, unless provoked, before cutting the connection. YN tilted her head and asked whether he was going to take her away. He told her that maybe he would, depending on how cooperative she was. Her expression softened and she smiled faintly, saying that he reminded her of someone from home. He raised an eyebrow and asked who that might be. She answered that it was someone who always looked tired but never stopped protecting others, and the warmth in her voice made his expression falter for a moment. He sighed and teased that she sounded like an old woman. YN giggled softly and said that was what Nahida used to say. When he asked whether Nahida was her sister, she confirmed that she was and then, in a quieter tone, revealed that she had lost her. Something in that admission tightened Aizawa's chest. He could not explain why, perhaps because of the way she spoke of loss as if she had known it many times before. His phone buzzed again with a message. He skimmed it quickly and then told her that he would have to take her with him for questioning, assuring her that there would be no HNDCFFS and that he only needed to figure out what she was. YN looked up and asked what she was. He extended a rough, calloused hand and invited her to come along, promising that she could tell him everything on the way. For a moment she stared at his hand, human, ordinary, and then placed her tiny hand in his. Her fingers were warm and fragile, but he felt a faint pulse of power beneath her skin. They began walking as the late afternoon light painted the park gold. He could not explain it, but something about this child made the air feel heavier, as if she carried centuries in her small frame. Perhaps, she thought, this man was not so different from the guardians of her old world. Neither of them knew it yet, but this quiet meeting between a weary hero and a misplaced child would mark the beginning of something that would one day change the fate of both their worlds. The room they later entered was small, quiet, and too white. A single table sat in the middle, one chair pulled out and waiting. The walls were plain except for a section of mirrored glass that reflected the light in a deliberate way. YN did not sit in the chair. Instead, a faint green glow shimmered above it, light weaving into delicate, vine-like patterns that formed a swing suspended in midair. The seat was translucent, like glass touched by moonlight, and small flowers of light drifted gently around it. Her bare feet swung slowly, toes brushing the air. She hummed softly an old tune that sounded like the whisper of wind through leaves. Behind the mirrored glass, several figures watched in silence. Endeavor stood with crossed arms and narrowed eyes. Beside him, a few pro-heroes observed quietly, their expressions unreadable. No one spoke. Protocol demanded silence and observation, but even without words the observation room felt thick with unease. The only sound was the faint hum of YN's power as the swing moved. The door opened with a soft click and 4 figures entered. Principal Nizu perched at about Aizawa's shoulder level, tail flicking with interest. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi carried a folder. All Might stood tall in his hero form, radiating energy despite a hint of strain beneath the surface. Aizawa remained in the back, silent and watchful. Detective Tsukachi stepped forward and introduced himself as Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, explaining that he wanted to ask a few questions. YN tilted her head and agreed quietly. Tsukachi then indicated the others and identified them as Principal Nizu, Hero All Might, and Eraserhead, the man who had brought her in. YN glanced toward Aizawa and murmured his name, then corrected herself to say his hero name. Aizawa responded with a low acknowledgement while YN nodded and turned her attention back to the detective. All Might moved closer, his large frame softening. He greeted her with a warm, booming presence and reassured her that she was safe. YN blinked up at him, studying him closely, and seemed to sense something hidden beneath his heroic facade. She told him that he should not force himself to keep that appearance and suggested that it was causing him harm. The room fell still. All Might, taken aback, admitted that she was perceptive. YN smiled faintly and told him that he had a good heart, even when it hurt. Tsukachi cleared his throat and steered the conversation back to basics, asking YN if she knew what a quirk was. Nizu explained that a quirk was the special ability most people in their world were born with. YN listened thoughtfully and concluded that her abilities must be nature and dream manipulation, describing that she could make things grow and see things in dreams. Tsukachi raised a brow and made a note. Nizu and the other heroes exchanged uncertain glances at such an unusual combination. YN swung her legs gently, her glow dimming to a soft green. When Tsukachi asked whether she had used her power earlier to stop the villain, she tightened her small hand around the glowing vine of the swing and said that someone had been hurting people and she had made that person stop, implying a non-graphic, decisive use of her abilities to immobilize the threat and protect others. Nizu complimented her maturity, then asked about her age. YN confirmed that she was about 4 years old physically. When asked to clarify, she simply said that she was physically 4 and let the matter rest, turning her attention to the mirrored glass where numerous observers watched. She noticed the presence on the other side but did not react, instead smiling faintly and continuing to rock on the swing. Tsukachi closed his folder and thanked her. YN responded softly. As the 4 adults exited, All Might glanced back once at the serene image of the child on the swing, the faint green light painting the walls, and felt unsettled by the quiet certainty in her demeanor. Outside the observation room, the air was heavy with quiet debate. Principal Nizu sat on the edge of a table, tail flicking as his bright eyes scanned the group. All Might stood with his arms crossed, his usual grin subdued. Endeavor watched silently, arms folded, while Tsukachi reviewed his notes. Aizawa leaned against the wall, scarf draped loosely around his neck, fatigue in his expression but attention sharp. Tsukachi concluded that from what they had seen so far she appeared harmless and showed no signs of malice, though her energy signature did not match any quirk recorded on their detectors. Nizu noted that the swing had not been solid wood or pure energy but an organic light manifested effortlessly, indicating fine control. All Might observed that such power was impressive for a child and could be dangerous depending on intent. Aizawa added that she did not feel dangerous. Rather, she was unnaturally calm for a child her age. Nizu reminded them that Aizawa had been the one to find her in the park district, sitting under a tree and watching people, and that she had followed him willingly without resistance. That detail softened Nizu's approach. He argued that until they understood what she was or where she came from, she would need supervision from someone reliable who would not panic if she glowed or caused a plant to grow indoors. Aizawa immediately objected to taking responsibility. Nizu, however, smiled and pressed the point, making it clear he supported Aizawa as the best choice. All Might chuckled and pointed out, with a warm undertone, that Aizawa did live alone. The conversation hung there, the decision unresolved as each of them weighed duty, caution, and the unexpected presence of the small, glowing child. Nizu remarked that they had dealt with stranger cases. Aizawa muttered that he was not running a daycare, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Nizu cheerfully suggested treating it as temporary, noting that Aizawa was calm and rational and that the girl already seemed comfortable around him, which he considered rare. Aizawa scoffed that comfortable was an odd word to use, since she had barely spoken. Nizu replied smoothly that she had spoken to Aizawa. She was wary, but she trusted him enough to follow, and that was a start. Tsukachi nodded and said that the girl was not a threat but fragile, and that placing her in a facility would not be good for her right now because too many people meant too many questions. Endeavor finally cut through the conversation with his deep voice, warning that they might be coddling her and that, for all they knew, the child could level half a city if she lost control. Nizu remained calm and conceded that such power could be dangerous, but argued that power without hostility was not inherently evil, and until she gave them a reason to fear her they would treat her as a child, at least physically. Aizawa sighed deeply, closed his eyes, and observed that Nizu was really not giving him a choice. Nizu grinned and said he was glad Aizawa saw it that way. Aizawa groaned softly but did not argue further. A few hours later, the door to the small observation room opened again. YN was still sitting on her glowing swing, humming quietly. Aizawa entered and noted that she was still there. YN smiled faintly and said that he had come back. Aizawa rubbed his neck awkwardly and admitted that he had, joking that he was lucky. He walked closer, stopped beside her, and crouched slightly to meet her gaze, telling her that they had decided to let her stay with him for a while. YN's eyes widened as she repeated the idea of staying with him. He quickly clarified that it was temporary, until they figured out where she had come from or if anyone was looking for her. She blinked, curious, and asked if she would be able to go outside again. He told her eventually, but for now she would be under his supervision. Her face softened into quiet understanding and she agreed. Aizawa frowned and remarked that she had agreed fast. YN simply explained that he did not feel dangerous. He blinked and conceded that it was one way to put it. The swing behind her shimmered and faded into tiny golden motes before vanishing. She hopped lightly onto the floor, bare feet silent against the tile. As they walked toward the door, she asked whether he lived in a forest. He gave her a dry look and asked if he looked like he lived in a forest. She tilted her head seriously and said a little. He sighed and muttered that it was going to be a long week. Behind the glass, Nizu chuckled and remarked that something told him it would be longer than that. Meanwhile in Sumaru, Tafe, silence ruled deep within the sanctuary of Surasthana. The soft hum of ancient mechanisms filled the air, echoing faintly against the jade walls. In the heart of the confinement circle sat Na, the Dendro Archon, her small form surrounded by shimmering sigils of control. Her pale hair glowed faintly under the dim light, and her emerald eyes, usually calm and bright, were clouded with unease. She could feel the emptiness again where there had once been a faint, ever-present warmth connecting her to another. There was now distance, stretched beyond comprehension, as if that presence had been pulled far from the reach of Teyvat itself. Nahida whispered YN's name softly, her voice nearly lost in the hum of the barrier. The sages outside murmured that she was unstable, that she was trying to reach something again, and urged each other to keep the seals strong. Nahida did not respond outwardly. Her small hands rested in her lap as she closed her eyes and breathed quietly. Even if they had trapped her body, they could not cage her heart, and within that quiet space she felt a distant, fragile flicker of connection. She told the presence that it was still there and that she would wait, no matter how long it took. The Dendro sigils glowed faintly in response to the surge of feeling before dimming once more. Outside, the sages continued their debates, unaware that far beyond their world the one they thought lost had agreed to stay under the care of a tired hero, and that for the first time in days the god of wisdom allowed herself to hope. It had been 3 days since YN began living with Aizawa. His apartment was simple, plain walls, minimal furniture, and an endless amount of quiet. The only sounds were the soft rustle of his capture scarf when he moved and the faint buzz of the city outside the windows. For YN it was peaceful. She did not need much. The soft futon in the corner was more than enough, and she liked how sunlight filtered through the curtains each morning, painting the floor with warm shapes. Aizawa learned quickly that she was no ordinary child. She did not eat much, rarely seemed tired, and spoke with an eerie calmness beyond most adults. She also had a habit of touching houseplants, which always looked greener afterward. What surprised him most was her curiosity. She asked endless questions about everything: light switches, toothpaste, curtains, even the television remote. Once she pressed a button and watched in awe as the TV flickered to life, colors swirling across her reflection. Aizawa sighed and asked whether she had never seen a TV before. She shook her head and said that it looked like dreams trapped in a box. He did not correct her. By the 4th day, Aizawa decided she needed clothes that fit. The oversized black shirt she had been wearing barely clung to her shoulders, and she refused to wear shoes. He muttered over breakfast that he would have someone take her out to shop. YN tilted her head and asked what a shop was. He explained that it meant buying clothes. Her eyes brightened with curiosity, and she asked whether it would be with paper money. He groaned softly and begged her not to make him explain the economy before coffee. That afternoon the doorbell rang. Aizawa barely looked up from the couch and told them to open the door. The door slid open and a tall woman with long dark hair and violet eyes stepped inside, an air of dramatic confidence about her. She wore casual attire and heels that clicked against the floor. Midnight teased Shoyuta about not even brushing his hair, and Aizawa replied flatly that it was not his priority. YN peeked from behind the couch, blinking curiously at the newcomer. Midnight smiled when she saw her and remarked that this must be the mystery girl everyone had been whispering about. YN tilted her head and said that Midnight was shiny. Midnight blinked and asked what she meant by shiny. YN nodded and said that Midnight sparkled. Aizawa exhaled, already sensing a headache, and warned Midnight not to encourage her. Midnight laughed it off, called the girl adorable, crouched slightly to YN's height, and greeted her affectionately. Namuri Kiyama identified herself by her hero name, Midnight. YN answered softly and remarked that Midnight smelled like flowers. Midnight blinked, amused, and noted that it was perfume. YN nodded seriously and said it was strong. Shoto Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose and pointed out that YN needed clothes, adding that Midnight was better at handling that. Midnight teased that she had noticed and agreed to take YN, insisting that she would not be allowed to wear that oversized shirt out in public. The city was loud, far louder than anything YN had experienced before. She clutched the hem of Midnight's coat as they walked through a crowded shopping district. Neon signs flashed above them, people chatted and laughed, and the sense of street food drifted past. It was overwhelming but fascinating. YN's wide eyes darted everywhere. Children holding colorful balloons, street musicians playing guitars, and a vendor selling glowing toys. Every detail felt new and wondrous. Midnight watched YN with a faint smile and observed that she was unusually quiet. Midnight asked if she was scared. YN shook her head and said she was just listening. When Midnight asked what she was listening to, YN paused, her small fingers brushing a potted plant near a storefront. She explained that she was listening to everything. The leaves shimmered under her touch with a soft pulse of green light that lasted only a moment. Midnight blinked, unsure if she had imagined it, and remarked that YN truly was something special. YN looked around and admitted that she wished Nahida could be there to experience it too. Midnight noticed the warmth and longing carried by the name and offered only a small, understanding smile. Inside the clothing store, Midnight took charge. She put her hands on her hips and suggested they find something cute that actually fit. YN followed obediently, touching each fabric with fascination: soft cotton, fuzzy sweaters, the cool slide of silk, discovering new textures of life. She paused at a green dress and murmured that it felt happy. Midnight complimented her taste and encouraged her to try it on. A few minutes later, YN stepped out of the fitting room in the dress. Her white hair tipped in green caught the store lights, and the soft color of the fabric blended with her aura. Midnight's expression softened and she said YN looked like a little elf. YN looked down, then twirled slowly and reported that the dress felt light, like leaves in the wind. Midnight chuckled and agreed that it suited her perfectly. They tried on shoes next. YN disliked most of them: too tight, too heavy, too loud, but they eventually found a simple pair of soft white flats she could tolerate. YN said she liked them because they did not make the ground sad. Midnight blinked, amused and touched by the observation. Later, as they walked back to Aizawa's apartment with a few shopping bags, YN looked up at the evening sky painted in orange and gold. She watched quietly and said everything there felt strange but warm. Midnight reassured her that she would get used to it. YN smiled and said she thought she already was. When they reached the apartment, Aizawa stood at the door, half asleep as usual. He asked if she had behaved. Midnight smirked and replied that YN had been an angel and much better than him. YN tugged lightly on Aizawa's sleeve and indicated the green of her dress as she twirled once, the hem fluttering like leaves in the wind. For the first time that week, Aizawa almost smiled. He told YN that her work was not bad. YN grinned, radiant as morning sunlight, and promised she might get him something green next time. Midnight laughed, and Aizawa sighed, insisting it would be over his dead body, though he did not stop her from smiling. YN smiled wider and said she would pick a darker shade. Midnight nearly choked with laughter, and even Aizawa looked away to hide a faint smirk. That night, when the city outside had gone quiet, YN sat by the window barefoot in her new clothes with her legs tucked beneath her. She watched the stars blinking faintly above the city haze and whispered to herself that maybe this world was not so lonely after all. The small plant on the windowsill swayed as if agreeing. For the first time since her arrival, YN smiled not because she had to but because she wanted to. The search for roots. The city had fallen asleep. The world outside Aizawa's window was painted in muted blues and silvers, distant lights flickering like lazy fireflies. Inside the apartment, everything was quiet. Aizawa lay sprawled on the couch, half covered by the blanket Yan had placed over him earlier, his steady breathing the only sound. Yan did not sleep. She sat cross-legged on her futon, her white hair glowing faintly in the dim light, her eyes calm, focused, and distant. The world around her was still unfamiliar. Though she had begun to grow used to its rhythm, its noise, its strange technology, its people, there was something missing, a pulse she had not felt since the day she arrived. She whispered that if this world had life, it must have roots. In Tevet she had always felt Irminsul, the great tree of memory deep beneath the surface connecting all living things. Here, she had not sensed even the faintest echo, and that bothered her. Not because she needed its power, but because Irminsul was life itself, and if this world lacked one, what did that mean? Her eyes softened as she closed them and rested her small hands on her lap. She told herself they would find out. A faint, greenish aura bloomed from her skin, soft, translucent, like drifting petals of light. It spread across the room, gentle but deliberate, weaving along the floor like shimmering roots. The air shifted and the hum of the city outside dulled. Yan opened her eyes, which now glowed faintly with the same light. She reached out with her will, searching not with sight but with something deeper, memory. She reached for the kind of pulse that only a world's core could hold. For a moment, nothing answered. The light flickered and her hair floated slightly as if brushed by an invisible wind. Then a faint, distant pulse arrived. Yan's expression softened into quiet awe as she murmured that it was present. Her surroundings began to fade. The small apartment dissolved into white, replaced by a vast expanse of light woven with translucent threads that pulsed faintly beneath her feet. It was not the grand Irminsul she once knew. It was smaller and quieter. The roots were thin and fragmented, like veins trying to rebuild themselves after being forgotten for ages. Yan walked forward slowly and deliberately, barefoot, each step leaving ripples of light behind her. She observed that this world had its own roots and said aloud to them that they had been sleeping for so long. The roots pulsed faintly as if acknowledging her, but their light was uneven, dim in places and missing in others. She knelt and placed her hand gently on one of the glowing threads. It responded with a faint hum through her fingertips. Yan frowned and noted that the roots were not connected to everything, they only touched fragments. Images flickered briefly before her eyes, people, places, and memories scattered and incomplete. Unlike the living network of Tevet, this world's Irminsul did not store everything. It held only glimpses and echoes of strong will. Still, knowing it was alive softened her. She told the roots they were trying and that they were growing differently. For a brief moment the space filled with a soft, ancient, melodic hum. Yan lowered her gaze and observed that she could not reach Tevet from here because the paths were sealed. Her tone was calm, already prepared for that reality. She placed both hands on the glowing ground and closed her eyes, promising to help the roots even if they were not the same Irminsul she had known. Her aura spread wider in soft waves of green, seeping through the faint cracks of the world's roots. For a moment the fragmented light connected threads, linking faintly and restoring small missing pieces. Then she let go and the light faded. The roots dissolved into air, and Yan opened her eyes to find herself once again in Aizawa's apartment. The city's hum returned and the soft glow on her skin faded. Something lingered, a quiet warmth in the air and a faint green sparkle near the window. The small potted plant had bloomed into a single flower glowing faintly under the moonlight. Yan smiled and lay back down on her futon, whispering that even this world dreamed. Outside, faint winds swept through narrow streets carrying the scent of rain-soaked concrete and night blossoms. Far below, distant traffic echoed like a lullaby. Inside the apartment, the air shimmered with a delicate afterglow, faint golden motes drifting upward before vanishing. A few thin vines coiled gently around the legs of a nearby chair before dissolving as if they had never been there. Yan exhaled slowly and observed that this world did have roots, just hidden. The tiny flower by the window pulsed once with a dim, verdant light as though answering her discovery. Aizawa stirred on the couch but did not wake. His hair formed a messy halo around his face and his hand rested near his capture scarf, a sign of his constant alertness even in sleep. YN watched him for a moment, curiosity softening her expression, and reflected that humans here moved so fast yet cared deeply. She lay back on her futon and let her eyes drift toward the ceiling. Beyond the curtains, the city's glow shimmered faintly, a world that never truly slept. She trailed off into the darkness, saying that maybe she would learn how to live fast too. Her eyes slowly drifted closed as the moonlight danced gently across her peaceful face. Morning light and city noise. Morning came softly. The first light slipped through Aizawa's blinds, thin and golden, drawing quiet patterns across the room. The hum of the city below had already begun, faint engines, distant voices, the steady pulse of life. Aizawa stirred awake on the couch, hair a chaotic mess and his scarf tangled around one arm. He blinked at the ceiling for a long moment and groaned that it was morning already. He rubbed his eyes and glanced toward the futon. YN was already awake, sitting cross-legged and still, sunlight brushing over her pale hair with green ends shimmering faintly as she leaned toward the small potted plant on the windowsill. The plant had grown, new leaves unfurling, greener and livelier than yesterday. Aizawa only yawned and told her she was up early. YN turned and, with a soft but bright tone, said that the city had woken first. Aizawa, not yet fully awake, acknowledged that and told her to get ready because they had patrol that day. YN echoed curiously what patrol was, and Aizawa explained that heroes walked the streets to make sure everything was safe and that it was routine. When she asked if she could come, he paused, frowning, and asked why. YN tilted her head and calmly said that since he had said she was under his supervision, that meant she should go where he went. He groaned and, already regretting his phrasing, consented with a warning to stay close and not touch anything glowing, sparking, or suspicious. YN smiled faintly and assured him she would only touch plants. Aizawa muttered that it was not reassuring. By the time they stepped outside, the city had come alive. The streets glimmered beneath the morning sun as people rushed past in colorful waves. Vendors opened shop, trains rumbled overhead, and birds darted between rooftops. YN walked beside Aizawa with small, soundless steps, taking everything in the towering buildings, flashing signs, and people laughing as they hurried by. She murmured that it was so loud. Aizawa dryly replied that this was Tokyo. She blinked and said that this world felt louder than the home she remembered from a dream long ago. He glanced at her when she mentioned home but did not press further. Their patrol wound through narrow streets and open plazas. Aizawa spoke briefly through his earpiece, exchanging updates with other heroes, while Y North followed close and observed quietly. Her gaze lingered on small things. A paper cup rolling in the wind, a sparrow hopping across the curb, a single weed growing through cracked cement. When she crouched to touch the tiny sprout, Aizawa turned in time and warned her, reminding her of his instructions. YN replied softly that it was not glowing. Aizawa sighed and pointed out that his warning had broader meaning. She finished his thought for him, and he pinched the bridge of his nose, conceding the point. A stray cat padded out from behind a trash bin and approached them. YN crouched and smiled as it neared, whispering a greeting and scratching its chin. The cat purred and leaned into her touch. Aizawa looked skyward and muttered that it was unbelievable. Hours passed as they walked through the shifting rhythm of the city. Aizawa remained focused, checking rooftops and scanning alleys, while YN drifted in quiet awe of everything around her. Her silence was attentive rather than distant. At one point she spoke softly and said that there was so much life here. Aizawa looked down and agreed that this was kind of the point. She smiled and noted that the city hummed differently than the world she remembered. He frowned but stayed quiet, finding her words strange in a poetic way. By noon they reached a quieter part of the district where a small, fenced park sat between two buildings, private property, overgrown but peaceful. Aizawa stopped and said they would rest there while he checked in with the others. YN blinked and asked if they could stop, then nodded and stepped into the park when he told her to stay where he could see her. The air felt softer and the grass brushed her ankles as she walked toward a patch of daisies swaying gently in the breeze. She crouched and ran her fingers lightly along their petals. For a brief moment the flowers seemed to brighten, their white petals shimmering faintly before returning to normal. YN smiled to herself and remarked that these daisies were smaller than the ones she remembered but just as beautiful. Behind her, Aizawa finished his report and turned, catching the odd way sunlight had danced around her for a second. Then it was gone and she was just a quiet girl sitting among the flowers. They continued their patrol through the afternoon until the sky began to fade to orange. Aizawa kept his usual calm silence while YN hummed a faint, wordless tune under her breath, a slow and wistful melody like something carried from a faraway place. He finally asked if she was tired, and she shook her head, saying that the world hummed differently at night and felt peaceful. He gave her a sideways look and noted that it was one way to describe it. When they returned home, the sun had begun to sink behind the buildings. Aizawa unlocked the door and told her she had done well that day. YN blinked, surprised, and asked if that meant she could come again. He gave a faint, tired smirk and said they would see. Her lips curved into a warm, small smile. A soft meow announced that the same cat from earlier had followed them home, tail flicking proudly. Aizawa stared and told her she had to be kidding him. YN crouched and smiled, saying that the cat had followed her. Aizawa muttered of course he had and asked if she had named him. She answered without hesitation that his name was Kuni. When he asked what that meant, she said it meant nothing but that it fit. He groaned and admitted he already regretted this, but he did not tell her to send the cat away. Later that night the apartment was quiet again. YN sat by the window watching the city lights blink in the distance. The potted flower beside her glowed faintly, its petals curling gently toward her hand. She smiled softly and said that the world's roots were waking. The glow dimmed and faded into the hush of night. Outside, the city breathed bright, alive, endless. For the first time since she had arrived, YN felt something deep inside her settle, not as a visitor, but as a part of the world itself. Step toward the ordinary. Morning sunlight painted Aizawa's apartment in muted gold. The faint hum of the city seeped through the window cars, footsteps, life moving fast as always. At the small dining table, YN quietly stirred her tea. The cup was too big for her small hands, steam curling softly around her face. Aizawa leaned against the counter, hair a mess and half asleep as usual. He had learned not to question how she always woke before him or how the little plant by the window seemed greener every morning. Aizawa muttered that she had been quiet today, yawning. YN blinked slowly and said that she was always quiet. Aizawa clarified that she seemed quieter than usual. YN tilted her head and asked if he noticed that. Aizawa sighed that it was hard not to. Before he could say anything else, his phone buzzed. The screen lit up with a name that made him groan. Principal Nizu. Aizawa answered reluctantly and asked what was wrong. Principal Nizu cheerfully greeted him as Eraserhead and said that he would like to see both Aizawa and YN in his office that day because there was something important to discuss. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose and agreed to come. At UA High in Principal Nizu's office, the air smelled faintly of tea and paper. Principal Nizu sat atop his polished desk with a warm smile as Aizawa and YN entered. Nizu greeted YN warmly and asked how she had been adjusting. YN stood beside Aizawa, eyes curious but calm, and observed that the new world was loud but not bad. Aizawa gave her a side glance and corrected her phrasing when she clarified that she meant his city. Nizu found her phrasing amusing but did not press, and he said that it was good to hear she was settling in. He poured a small cup of tea and then turned to the matter at hand, YN's education. Aizawa frowned and said that she did not need schooling yet because she was different. Nizu agreed gently but pointed out that outwardly she appeared to be a child and that keeping her hidden would draw suspicion. Nizu suggested that it would be better for her to experience life among others her age to blend in, learn, and grow socially. YN tilted her head and asked what blending in meant. Nizu explained that sometimes the best way to hide something special is to let it live among the ordinary. Aizawa crossed his arms and said skeptically that Nizu was suggesting enrollment in a school. Nizu confirmed that a preschool would be more appropriate, describing a nearby private option with a calm environment, small class size, and caring teachers, and he added that he had already arranged everything so she would start the next morning. Aizawa sighed heavily and complained that Nizu planned too far ahead. Nizu replied pleasantly that someone had to, and he assured Aizawa that he would remain her guardian while this arrangement would help them observe how she adapted socially. YN was quiet, eyes flicking between the two men, and she asked softly if it would make Nizu happy if she went. Nizu softened and said it was not about his happiness but about helping her live. Aizawa gave a small grunt and said that if anything went wrong he would pull her out immediately. Nizu acknowledged this with a nod. The next morning, the preschool was tucked away behind a row of sakura trees, petals fluttering gently in the wind. The playground gleamed with new paint, and laughter drifted from inside. YN held Aizawa's sleeve loosely as they walked through the gate. Her new uniform, a soft beige cardigan and green skirt, made her look like any other child, though her calm eyes and quiet posture suggested otherwise. At the entrance, Aizawa reminded her that she did not need to talk much and that she should behave. YN blinked and insisted that she always behaved. Aizawa admitted that this was what worried him. The teacher greeted them warmly and said good morning to Mr. Aizawa while indicating that the girl must be YN. YN nodded politely in response. The teacher knelt to YN's height and told her that she would make lots of friends there. YN offered a small, polite smile and said she would make friends if they wanted to. Aizawa sighed and commented that she was a little blunt. The teacher chuckled kindly and assured them that she would be well cared for. Aizawa crouched down to meet YN's eyes and said that he would pick her up later, asking her to try not to confuse anyone. YN promised to be quiet. He gave a small nod, stood and left, his scarf brushing lightly against her shoulder as he turned away. Later that morning, the classroom buzzed with soft chatter as blocks stacked and crayons rolled. YN sat near the corner, quietly observing. She did not join the games or chatter, but she did not seem lonely either. She simply watched. She noticed a boy sitting alone by the sandbox near the window, with half of his hair white and the other half a deep crimson. He shaped the sand with small, steady hands, eyes serious and focused beyond his years. Their gazes met. YN noted that he was quiet, and the boy observed that she was too. YN walked over and sat across from him, legs crossed, and asked if he did not like the others. He shrugged and said that they were noisy. She nodded in agreement. After a pause filled with the soft rustle of sand, YN asked his name. He replied that his name was Todoroki Shoto. YN gave her own name in return. Shoto asked if she wanted to help with the sand. YN pressed her hand against the pile, and for a moment the grains shimmered faintly with a soft greenish light that faded before anyone else noticed. Shoto blinked and asked how she had done that. YN smiled faintly and said that it was a secret. Shoto watched her for a heartbeat before returning a small, rare smile and agreeing to continue. The two worked in quiet harmony, like two children who did not quite belong, building something simple together. Outside, Aizawa lingered near the school gate longer than he intended, watching through the window as YN sat calmly with another child. He saw no tension and no trouble, and he exhaled as a small frown eased. He admitted to himself that maybe Nizu had been right. By afternoon, when YN stepped out of the classroom, her hair caught the golden light of the setting sun and she looked peaceful in a different way. As Aizawa approached, YN told Aizawa that she had met someone that day. Aizawa raised a brow and asked for details. YN said the boy's name was Shoto and that he was quiet like Aizawa. Aizawa offered a tired half-smile and said that they would get along just fine. YN reflected that he felt cold but kind. Aizawa did not fully understand what she meant, but he did not ask further. He simply placed a hand lightly on her head and suggested they go home. As they walked away from the school, the wind played softly through YN's green-tipped hair and she smiled faintly. For the first time since arriving in this unfamiliar world, she no longer felt so alone. Time passed quietly. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, and before anyone realized it, 2 years had gone by since YN first set foot in this strange new world. The seasons came and went in a gentle rhythm. The sakura trees outside the preschool bloomed, withered, and bloomed again, and through it all YN remained the same calm, mysterious child who seemed to belong and not belong all at once. She had grown a little taller, her hair longer, still white with vibrant green ends that shimmered softly in sunlight. To the teachers she was polite and distant. To most children she was strange, kind, but hard to understand. But to one boy she was something entirely different. Todoroki Shoto had changed too. His voice was slightly deeper now, though still quiet, and his gaze once guarded softened whenever YN was near. They often sat together during recess beneath the old tree at the corner of the playground. Most days they did not need to speak much, simply sitting and watching clouds drift by was enough. Sometimes Shoto would show her how he could freeze a leaf in his palm, his breath frosting slightly in the cold air. Other times she would touch the frozen leaf and it would thaw harmlessly, vibrant green returning as though it had never suffered. He never asked how she did it and she never explained. They simply understood one another. One afternoon the air was cool and faint petals danced across the grass while the other children chased bubbles and laughed. Shoto glanced at YN's hands, pale and delicate, resting on her lap, and thought they looked like sunlight caught in snow. He called her name quietly, and she hummed without taking her eyes from the clouds. He asked why she did not play with the others. She tilted her head and replied that they played to forget while she liked to remember. When Shoto asked what she remembered, she admitted that she missed someone. He did not know how to respond, but he understood something of missing people from his own complicated home life. After a moment she observed that he had grown stronger. He blinked in surprise and asked if she could tell. She explained that the air around him felt steadier and that he did not seem as cold as before. He admitted he did not like the fire part of himself. She answered gently that fire was not inherently bad, only sad when used to hurt. He looked at her again with new attention, feeling something flutter inside him he did not understand. He did not blush or stammer, he simply felt lighter. That evening Aizawa came to collect YN and noticed Shoto waiting quietly by the gate until she waved before he left. Aizawa commented that it was the boy. Again. YN smiled and said he was nice and did not ask strange questions. When Aizawa asked what those strange questions might be, she mentioned that he never inquired why she did not seem to get tired. Aizawa remarked that the boy sounded smarter than many adults, and YN giggled in a sound that, for a moment, reminded him of wind chimes. Later that night the apartment was quiet as usual. Aizawa had gone on patrol, leaving YN with the stray cat Kuni purring softly by the window. She sat beside the glowing flower that had never wilted since her arrival and watched her own reflection in the glass, small and serene, but with eyes that carried something older than her years. Her fingers brushed the petals and she murmured that the flower had grown well. A faint hum of Dendro energy pulsed through her fingertips, a connection she had not lost. When she closed her eyes she saw the sprawling white roots of Irminsul and its luminous branches reaching through eternity. Now those roots felt faint, like distant whispers trying to reach across a barrier that did not belong to Tevet. She called softly to Nahida, but there was no answer, only the hum of city lights beyond the window. Her small hand tightened over her heart as the ache of solitude settled in, not from being alone but from being separated. The world here was bright and full of life, yet something vital was missing. She exhaled and, eyes glowing faintly, told the still air that if Irminsul's roots touched every world, then perhaps someday Nahida would find her. In the days that followed, YN and Shoto continued to meet during recess, after class, and sometimes by chance in the nearby park. He would bring small flowers or shiny stones he found along the way, pretending not to care but always watching to see if she kept them. She always did, carefully placing them in a little pouch and saying she would give them life again later. He never understood exactly what she meant, but it made him feel proud. Over time his quiet fondness for her grew into something softer and unnamed, an early admiration he could not yet define. Sometimes when she smiled the grass around her seemed greener and the air warmer, and he wanted to stay near that warmth. He did not know to call it a crush, he only knew that being near her made the world less heavy. One spring evening under a blooming sakura tree they sat side by side watching petals fall. Shoto offered a petal that he noted was still pink. YN touched it lightly and the petal glowed faintly green before returning to normal. He found it fascinating that she could do that and asked how she did it. She tilted her head and explained that life listened when spoken to kindly. He nodded, not fully understanding but smiling. She told him he would be a good person, and when he asked if she really thought so, she replied that she knew it, because his heart listened too. Something warm stirred in his chest again, strange, fluttery, and pleasant. Aizawa watched them from a short distance, his scarf draped loosely around his shoulders. He was not given to sentiment, but seeing YN laugh genuinely made him realize how much she had changed since he had first met her. As petals drifted between them and one landed on YN's glowing green hair, the sight felt for a brief moment like two worlds touching. The city was quieter than usual the next morning. Rain had passed during the night, leaving puddles that caught the pale reflection of the rising sun. The air smelled faintly of wet stone and the promise of spring. Inside Aizawa's apartment, the world moved slowly. He stood by the counter, hair tied loosely back, a mug of coffee steaming in his hand. Aizawa's tired eyes followed the small figure sitting cross-legged on the floor, YN, who was attempting to feed bits of toast to Kuni, the stray cat who had long since decided this was his home too. Aizawa observed flatly that Kuni did not eat bread. YN looked up with a faint smile and insisted that the cat was trying, and that was what mattered. The cat pawed half-heartedly at the toast before wandering off, unimpressed. Aizawa sighed and muttered that she was going to spoil him. YN tilted her head and said that people spoiled family. The word family made something shift quietly in Aizawa's chest. Weeks passed into a soft, steady rhythm. Aizawa's days were split between hero work, teaching preparation, and looking after the small girl who had somehow made his apartment feel less like a cave and more like a home. YN learned his habits quickly, how he always left his scarf by the couch, how he liked his coffee bitter, how he sighed before speaking but rarely raised his voice. He learned hers as well, how she hummed quietly when watering plants, how she sometimes talked to the wind, and how her eyes always searched the horizon as though waiting for something that had not come yet. He did not pry, but he always noticed. One night he returned late, exhausted from a long patrol. When he entered the apartment, the lights were dim except for a soft green glow near the window. YN had fallen asleep sitting up, a book in her hand, the small potted flower beside her shining faintly in rhythm with her breathing. Aizawa's footsteps softened automatically. He reached out and gently removed the book from her lap, placing it aside. Her head tilted slightly, and she murmured in her sleep, calling his name in a way that sounded like Dadzawa. He froze. For a long, silent moment, the world seemed to still. He looked at her, the faint light reflecting off her peaceful face. Her hands curled slightly and something unfamiliar, painful and warm settled deep inside him. He exhaled slowly and brushed a stray strand of hair from her forehead. He told himself quietly that she had a strange way of making people care. He carried her to her futon carefully and pulled the blanket over her shoulders. For a moment he lingered, his tired eyes softening in the dim light. She had become more than a responsibility, she had become someone precious he wanted to protect. The next morning YN was already awake when Aizawa opened his eyes. She sat on the couch, gently stitching up a tear in his scarf. Aizawa complained that she should not touch it. YN replied simply that it had been sad and that since he kept it safe she wanted to keep it safe too. She explained that it was like him, tired but still wanting to protect. He did not know how to respond, but when she smiled and handed the scarf back, perfectly mended, he felt his chest unclench, a small reminder that maybe it was okay to let people in. Again. Later that week, tired from teaching and hero work, Aizawa went to Principal Nisa's office for a short report. The eccentric principal listened with a knowing smile as Aizawa updated him on YN's progress, her adaptation to city life, her mild behavior, and her growing attachment to the preschool. Nizu observed that children tend to mirror the environment where they feel safe and suggested that YN had found her anchor. Aizawa confessed that she seemed unusually calm and that he did not think she had been scared since she arrived. Nizu proposed that perhaps she had not needed to be scared because Aizawa had been there. He complimented Aizawa on his ability to help lost causes and said that this time it might be different. She did not need a guardian, she had a father. The remark made Aizawa pause. It felt true in a way he had not wanted to admit. He nodded once and muttered that he supposed so. That night YN fell asleep again on the couch, this time with Kuni curled against her side. Aizawa watched quietly from the doorway and thought about how she had changed everything without trying: the silence of his apartment, the emptiness of his routine, the cold distance he had lived with. All of it had softened because of her. Maybe it was fate. Maybe it was chance. But in this strange world that had thrown them together, he had found something worth keeping, someone worth protecting, not out of duty, but out of love. He sat down on the couch beside her as the faint hum of the city filled the silence. After a long pause, he told himself quietly that she was not just under his care anymore, that she was his child. The small flower by the window pulsed once with a faint green shimmer that seemed to echo his words. Time passed quietly in Aizawa's home. The seasons shifted, the warmth of summer rain fading into the quiet chill of winter mornings, and life settled into a steady rhythm. The sound of cicadas gave way to the hush of falling snow, and with every change the small household learned new habits and comforts. YN grew, though not in the same way most children did. She did not age quickly, nor did her face change much, but something in her presence deepened. Her voice carried more warmth, her gaze more understanding. Her hair, still white with soft green-tipped ends, shimmered like silk whenever morning light touched it. To Aizawa it felt like both a blink and a lifetime. Their life together found a quiet, natural rhythm: mornings preparing for school, evenings filled with soft conversations or shared silences. YN was polite, gentle, curious, and often lost in thought. Her small circle of friends from preschool admired her kindness but found her different, too quiet, too observant, too calm. There was one child who never questioned her and simply understood her in his own quiet way: Shoto Todoroki. Years had passed since they first met at the private preschool Aizawa had enrolled her in. The boy who rarely smiled and the girl who seemed to glow softly when she laughed formed an unlikely friendship that endured quietly through the years. When they played, they never fought over toys. When they talked, it was never about nonsense. And when they sat in silence, it never felt awkward. They simply were. That bond only grew deeper as time passed until one gray afternoon when everything changed. The sky was heavy with clouds that day. The park they often visited was nearly empty, wind stirring the bare branches above. YN sat cross-legged on the grass, weaving a crown of tiny white flowers. The faint scent of soil clung to her hands. Her expression was serene until she sensed a familiar presence behind her. She turned and saw Shoto standing near the old oak tree they had claimed as their spot. His hair remained half white and half red, but the left side of his face bore a fresh burn, red and raw. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. YN lowered the half-finished flower crown and simply looked at him, not with pity or fear but with the same calm curiosity she always had. Shoto shifted under her gaze and observed that she was staring. YN corrected him gently that she was looking. He frowned and insisted those were the same thing, and she explained that staring was when a person did not understand, while looking was when they did. He hesitated without knowing how to respond. Then she reached up and placed the flower crown on his head. Shoto murmured that she was not going to ask, and YN shook her head, saying he would tell her when it stopped being heavy. His breath caught. Somehow she always knew what not to say. For the first time since the incident, the weight pressing on his chest eased a little. He rarely smiled, but when he did, the smallest curve of his lips appeared only around her. The years that followed felt both long and fleeting. YN and Shoto grew side by side, two quiet souls bound by invisible threads of understanding. After school they always met at the same park under the same tree. They were taller now, their voices steadier, their laughter softer but heavier with shared history. YN still made flower crowns and Shoto still pretended not to like them, but he always wore them anyway. One afternoon Shoto watched her weave another crown and noted that she still did that. YN smiled faintly and said it helped her think. When he asked what she thought about, she replied that she thought about everything. He hummed and leaned back on the bench while sunlight filtered through the branches, warm against his scarred face. The burn had faded over time and no longer looked as raw. To YN it had never made him seem broken. He did not fully understand the quiet peace she brought that silenced the fire in his chest, but he did not question it. Being near her made sense in ways words could not. Aizawa often watched them from a distance. He would sit on a nearby bench with a cup of coffee and his patrol notes in his lap, though his eyes were always on YN. She had grown into a strange, gentle light in his life. Her laughter, her calmness, and her way of caring for everyone without needing many words. He had seen how she comforted Shoto without speaking and how she smiled when she thought no one was looking. Sometimes, when she was lost in thought, he could swear her eyes glowed faintly for a heartbeat and that the plants near her seemed a bit greener, the air a little warmer. He did not care what it meant anymore. She was his responsibility, his child, and when she smiled it reminded him that maybe he had done something right. That night the city glowed softly through the apartment windows. YN sat by the glass with her legs tucked beneath her and the small potted plant she had cared for since the day she arrived sitting beside her. Its petals pulsed faintly with green light, so subtle that Aizawa might have missed it if he had not been looking closely. YN spoke to the plant, asking if it could see this place and whether it would like it here. Aizawa, breaking the quiet, remarked that she was still talking to her plants. YN smiled and said the plant listened better than people did. He approached and rested a hand lightly on her head, half joking that he was not sure whether he should be insulted. YN replied that he should not be. He listened too, just differently. He blinked and let out a tired laugh, telling her she talked like an old woman sometimes. She mumbled that she was, but softly enough that he did not catch it. He looked down at her small, calm, otherworldly in the soft light and told her to sleep because she had class tomorrow. YN nodded and said good night, and Aizawa responded that he would see her in the morning. As she lay down, the small plant beside her glowed once more, bright enough to reflect in her eyes before fading into darkness. Aizawa lingered in the doorway a little longer. He never said the words aloud, but he felt proud. Somewhere along the way she had stopped being simply a child under his guardianship and had become his daughter. Deep beneath the city streets, unseen by anyone, faint green light pulsed the world's quiet answer to a promise made long ago. Roots were growing softly in a place far from home. The days at school had grown quieter. Spring painted the air with warmth and the scent of fresh earth, yet for YN everything felt strangely distant, as if she were living behind a thin pane of glass and watching the world move without her. The laughter of the other children carried across the field, high and full of life, while she sat beneath the familiar shade of a tall cherry blossom tree with her small hands resting on her lap. Its branches swayed gently, and petals drifted down like fleeting dreams. She did not notice Shoto approaching until his shadow crossed the grass in front of her. He held out a small carton of strawberry milk in his usual quiet offering. He observed that she always brought that, and YN responded with a faint smile that it was true. He remarked that she did not eat much and that it was better than nothing, then sat beside her and watched sunlight flicker through the leaves. She poked the straw through the top and took a small sip, her smile fading into thoughtful quiet. The sound of other children playing echoed faintly behind them, distant and blurred like a memory rather than the present. For a while neither spoke. Then Shoto glanced at her and noted with concern that she had been quiet lately. YN paused around the straw and asked if she had. Shoto nodded and said she stared at nothing more than before. A small, soft laugh escaped her. YN suggested that maybe she was just listening. Shoto asked what she meant. Her gaze turned upward to the sky, where clouds drifted lazily across the blue. She explained that everything felt like it was humming differently in this world, and if one stayed still enough they could almost hear its heartbeat. Shoto tilted his head and remarked that she said strange things sometimes. She acknowledged that with a small laugh that did not quite reach her eyes. Silence returned, gentle and comfortable. The leaves rustled above, and somewhere nearby a teacher called the children to line up for snack time. After a long pause, YN asked Shoto if he ever missed someone he could no longer see. His hand froze in the grass, and he admitted that he did. When she asked whether it hurt, he reflected that sometimes it did, and that perhaps that meant the person had mattered. Her eyes softened as she brushed her fingers through the grass. For a fleeting moment the blades shimmered faintly with a green glow that faded as quickly as it had appeared. She said that she missed her sister too. Shoto glanced at her and asked who she meant. YN named her sister in a tone barely louder than the breeze. Shoto observed that she had never mentioned her before. YN explained that her sister was far away, too far for her to reach right now, but that when she closed her eyes and listened she could still feel her. When Shoto asked what she was like, YN described her as gentle but strong, someone who carried the weight of everything and still found time to smile. She remembered her sister telling stories about stars that remembered dreams and trees that listened to prayers, how the world remembered everything that touched it even after it faded. The wind brushed through her hair, and for a heartbeat Shoto thought he saw a soft golden-green shimmer near her fingertips again. He commented that she sounded kind. YN affirmed that she still was. Shoto studied YN's profile, noting the way her expression wavered between peace and pain. He did not fully understand her words, but he recognized that look, the ache of missing someone who had once made everything feel safe. He suggested that maybe she would see her sister again someday. YN smiled faintly and agreed that maybe, though she knew how heavy the word was. Nahida was not just a sister to YN, she was part of her, the other half of her existence, the Archon who had remained in a world that thrummed with life and memory while YN found herself trapped in one that had long forgotten the gods. Every night YN reached out, her consciousness slipping past dreams to search for the faint whisper of Irminsul, the great tree that connected all memories of Teva. Each time she found silence, the roots offered nothing. The loneliness was impossible to explain, and even Shoto's quiet companionship could not reach the hollow ache in her chest. That evening the sky blazed soft gold as the sun dipped behind the city. YN sat on the rooftop of Aizawa's apartment with her legs dangling over the edge. The wind toyed with her hair and carried the distant hum of the city cars, laughter, sirens alive yet distant from her heart. Aizawa was out on patrol, but his scarf lay on a nearby table like a quiet symbol of his trust. She placed a hand over her chest and closed her eyes, reaching out through the silence to call for Nahi. She asked if her sister could hear her, but no voice answered, only the city's low hum and the night breeze. Still, YN did not give up. She promised herself she would find her again. Her words dissolved into the air like mist, unseen and unheard but sincere. She sat in stillness for a long time, watching the stars appear above the cityscape, and though this sky was not Tevet's, some part of her reached for it as if the stars might carry her voice home. The next morning she returned beneath the same tree. Shoto found her there as he usually did, holding a strawberry milk. He did not ask questions this time but sat beside her in silence, offering quiet company. YN accepted the drink and gazed at the morning sky. They did not need words. Sometimes silence spoke loudly enough. Shoto observed her from the corner of his eye, her hair catching the sunlight, her gaze distant but calm. Something small, fragile, and warm stirred inside him. He could not name it yet, only knew that he did not want that distant look in her eyes to remain forever. That night YN lay awake in her room with the faint city glow spilling through the curtains. The truth of where she came from and what she was had been hidden for so long, but Shoto's innocent questions, his quiet understanding, and Aizawa's growing trust had begun to chip away at the walls she had built. She turned toward the window and felt something ancient stir within her, a whisper from the roots of her forgotten world. It was not her sister's voice, but it was enough to make her heart ache. That longing became the spark for her next step. She resolved that tomorrow she would tell them not everything but enough. The truth could no longer stay buried. The next day, before Aizawa took YN to school, she tugged his sleeve and asked that they speak together at UA, saying she needed to tell everyone something. Aizawa stared at her and, for the first time, realized she was not just a lost stranger from a foreign place but someone carrying the weight of another world. Morning sunlight filtered through the tall windows of UA's conference room, painting soft golden lines across the polished floor. The academy felt unusually quiet. Only a few people were present. Aizawa, All Might, Present Mike, and Detective Tsukachi, each standing or sitting with quiet curiosity while YN perched nervously on the edge of a chair that seemed too large for her small frame. Her hands fidgeted in her lap, the sleeves of her pale sweater brushing her fingers. She could feel every heartbeat echo in her chest, steady but heavy. YN sat with her hands folded neatly on the table, eyes lowered, expression unreadable. She had asked for this meeting herself. Aizawa had been wary because she never requested anything for herself before, But the way she looked tonight, calm yet determined, made it clear this was not something he could refuse. Nizu broke the silence first and asked if she had something important to tell them. YN nodded and took a shaky breath, explaining that she thought they deserved to know where she came from. The heroes exchanged brief glances. Tsukachi leaned forward, his tone gentle but focused, and invited her to take her time and start wherever she felt comfortable. YN inhaled slowly. The air around her seemed to shimmer faintly, like sunlight filtering through leaves. She told them that she was not from this world. The statement hung in the room, and even All Might looked momentarily taken aback. Tsukachi furrowed his brows and asked if she meant another country. YN shook her head and clarified that she meant another world entirely. Mike blinked and asked if she was saying she was not from Japan and not from this world, and she confirmed that was the case. Aizawa's voice was low but steady as he observed that she must be serious. She looked at him with the same soft glow he had seen before and affirmed that she was. Her fingers brushed the table's surface as if searching for the right words, and she began to describe the place she came from. She said the world was called Teyvat, a place where the elements nature itself were alive. People and gods lived together there, she explained, guided by 7 archons, gods who represented the elements and the ideals that shaped each nation. Teyvat was vast, with 7 nations, each ruled by a god linked to one of the elements. Anemo, Geo, Electro, Dendro, Hydro, Pyro, and Cryo. Her gaze softened and she traced invisible symbols in the air, a faint green light following her movements. She described Teyvat as a world filled with life, where the elements were woven into everything: the air, the mountains, the oceans, and even people's hearts. Each element represented something deeper than power. Anemo stood for freedom, Geo for trust, Electro for eternity, Dendro for wisdom and connection, Hydro for justice, Pyro for passion, and Cryo for sacrifice. Together, she said, these forces helped keep the world alive. All Might leaned forward slightly, his usual smile gone as he remarked that it sounded like quite a world. YN nodded and admitted that while it was beautiful, it was not always kind. In Teyvat, humans could be chosen by the gods and receive a vision, a crystal that let them use an element and connected them to a divine realm called Celestia. She explained that a vision allowed chosen individuals to wield an element, but not all who held power were kind. Some used it to harm and control. The green light faded and the room fell still. Tsukachi made notes, more curious than skeptical, and asked how she had arrived in their world. YN faltered for a moment. Her composure wavered and her hands trembled faintly. She said it had been an experiment gone wrong. A scholar named Dr., who had become obsessed with testing the boundaries of reality, had experimented on her and her sister, Nah. He had tried to probe into the roots of the world, to study and manipulate dreams and memories. The device he built malfunctioned, and the experiment shattered the connection between her and her sister, separating them. The room grew quiet and heavy. Her voice grew smaller as she explained that when she woke up she found herself here, and her sister had not come with her. Aizawa felt a tightening in his chest. He had seen children broken by cruelty and misuse before, but YN felt fractured in a way that was different. He rose slowly and crouched beside her, resting a hand gently on the back of her chair, and murmured that she had been carrying a great weight alone. Her lips trembled and she nodded, admitting she had not known how to tell them because she feared they would see her as something dangerous. Aizawa answered gently but firmly that dangerous or not, she was still herself, the one who stole his scarf to nap with it and who left snacks for Todoroki when she thought no one was looking. The surprise in her eyes melted into a shaky but genuine laugh. Midnight's expression softened and Nizu leaned forward with careful words, asking if she had been searching for a way back. YN confirmed that she had been searching, but could not find any trace of her world in this one. No elemental resonance, nothing familiar. It felt as if the worlds were not meant to touch. All Might placed a hand on the table and spoke with a gentle seriousness, noting that her abilities came from Teyvat. YN explained that her powers were connected to nature and life itself. She could sense the rhythm of growth and the echo of dreams in living things. Plants and life responded when she reached out, and she could sometimes enter or interpret dreams, though she did not fully understand how those abilities existed here. Tsukachi suggested it sounded like a quirk linked to perception, but YN insisted it was not a quirk. Something in her certainty made even Aizawa uneasy in a different way. Nizu echoed the notion of dreams with intrigued interest and then said he believed her, noting that she had never lied and that the way she spoke of her world carried a weight beyond fantasy. All Might agreed that truth often sounded strange before it was understood, and observed that she had tried to live quietly here, which spoke volumes. For the first time since the meeting began, the tightness in YN's chest loosened. She looked around at Tsukachi's calm focus, Nizu's gentle curiosity, All Might's reassuring presence, and Aizawa's steady support, and something inside her shifted. Perhaps this world could hold a small piece of trust after all. As the meeting ended and the heroes filtered out, YN lingered near the door, holding on to that fragile new hope. Aizawa stood beside her with his hands in his pockets. Tsukachi's pen stilled as he asked why she had told them only part of the truth. YN looked up and explained that there were aspects of her power and identity that could change how they saw her, and she was not ready to share them yet. All Might studied her in silence, recognizing the tone people used when trying to protect themselves rather than confess guilt. He nodded slightly and said that it was fine, she could tell them when she was ready. She blinked at him, surprise touching her expression, then offered a small, grateful smile and thanked him. Nizu nodded thoughtfully and observed that, for now, it was enough to know she had arrived not by choice but by accident. The school would continue helping her adapt and look for any way to understand her connection to this world. YN lowered her gaze and said that was all she wanted. Present Mike crossed his arms and, with a faint return of his usual grin, remarked that interdimensional dream matters and plant powers were beyond him, but that she had guts. A small, shaky laugh escaped her as she thanked him. As the meeting ended and the heroes filtered out, YN lingered near the door with Aizawa beside her. He told her she had done well that day. She admitted that she had been scared. He said that feeling was normal, but that she had faced her fear, and that was what mattered. She hesitated and tugged lightly on his sleeve to thank him for believing in her. His gaze softened. He murmured that she was not alone here. Outside, the afternoon light spilled through the hallway windows, golden, soft, and full of life. YN glanced at the sunlight and, for the first time since arriving in this strange world, felt the roots of her past and present beginning to intertwine. She allowed herself to think that maybe this was the beginning of something whole again. The afternoon sun washed the schoolyard in a soft amber glow, laughter echoing faintly as students lingered after class. YN sat beneath the cherry blossom tree near the edge of campus, not the tree she remembered from childhood, but one Aizawa had arranged to be planted there. The petals drifted down around her as she watched with a calm, distant expression. She was 15 now, taller, her features more defined but still gentle. The faint green hue in her hair caught the light, and her eyes carried an unreadable wisdom that made her seem older than her years. Aizawa often remarked that she had the patience of a sage and the sleep habits of a cat. Over the years she had learned to live quietly, to blend her strange grace into the rhythm of a world of quirks and heroes that still did not entirely feel like her own. She had learned to adapt, to listen, to grow. A familiar shadow stretched across the grass as Shoto Todoroki approached and asked if she was still daydreaming under trees. YN smiled and teased that he made it sound like a bad habit. Shoto sat beside her and set 2 cans on the grass, offering the choice between apple and strawberry. She laughed softly at his memory of her liking strawberry milk and accepted the can with thanks. They sat in companionable silence for a while, the kind built over years of quiet companionship rather than words. Shoto then told her that his father wanted him to take the UA recommendation exam. When she noted that it would be soon, he confirmed that it was in 8 months. She gently teased that he would do well because he stayed calm under pressure, and he returned the question by asking about her own plans. YN revealed that Nizu and Aizawa had encouraged her to take the exam as well, which made Shoto raise an eyebrow in mild surprise. He pointed out that she stood out in ways that went beyond combat. She seemed to understand people and feelings, as if she could perceive what others kept hidden. She asked whether he believed that to be a strength, and he affirmed that it was. She confessed that sometimes it felt like a reminder she did not quite belong. Shoto observed that living somewhere was not the same as belonging, and suggested that maybe UA would be where she found that sense of belonging. When she asked if he truly thought so, he said he did and added that if she became nervous during the test, she should look for him. She promised to do the same for him, and they both smiled at the quiet reassurance. Shoto noted that Mr. Aizawa would scold him for doubting himself and then tell him to get more rest, which made her laugh light, clear, and genuine. They watched the afternoon fade into soft gold as the breeze scattered petals between them. Shoto leaned back against the trunk and, with a rare flicker of warmth in his usually composed tone, reiterated that if she felt nervous during the exam she should look for him. Her heart fluttered at the small comfort of that promise. She told him she would, and added that if he felt nervous, he should listen to the wind as a reminder to keep going. Shoto looked at her, puzzled but faintly amused, and the moment passed into the easy quiet of old friends. Shoto observed that she still said strange things, and she smirked, noting that he still listened. The sun dipped lower, painting the sky in soft orange hues. They sat in a comfortable silence that felt peaceful rather than empty. YN tilted her head and watched the petals drift. She mentioned a saying from her hometown that when two paths cross beneath falling petals, their fates are meant to intertwine again. Shoto glanced at the blossoms and then back at her, agreeing that their paths must be meant to meet. She smiled and said that, for her, it already had. That evening, YN walked home under the fading light to find Aizawa waiting near the gate, his scarf draped loosely and his tired eyes softening when he saw her. He asked about her conversation with Todoroki, and she blinked in surprise at how he always knew. Aizawa reflected that after living together for almost 11 years, she was not exactly unpredictable. She explained that they had talked about the UA recommendation exam. Aizawa noted that Principal Nizu had already submitted her name and reminded her that she had trained long enough and would not take this step alone. Grateful, she thanked him. Aizawa told her quietly but firmly that she had grown a lot and did not have to carry everything by herself. She promised to try. As they walked, city lights began to glow and the first stars appeared, faint but steady. YN tilted her head and her eyes glimmered with a soft green light she could not fully explain. Beyond the sky she felt, faintly, a warmth she associated with Nahida, distant but familiar, like a whisper of home. The cool evening breeze brushed her skin as the sun set. She closed her eyes and reached inward, past the hum of the city and the faint pulse of her power, into a quiet space between worlds. She spoke Nahida's name into that stillness and felt a soft warmth bloom in her chest, faint and real. She believed her sister could feel it across time and space, and she promised herself she would find her soon. Below, Shoto looked up from the street as he passed and caught her silhouette against the balcony light. For a moment his heart skipped, though he could not say why, and he smiled faintly before heading home. In that quiet moment under the stars, their paths continued to grow side by side like roots from different worlds intertwined by fate. The roots she had planted here had grown deep, and though her heart still reached for what she had lost, she knew she could keep moving forward. 8 months remained until UA, until the next beginning, and for the first time in years YN did not feel like she was standing still. She was growing like unseen roots beneath the soil, and Shoto, standing beside her in this strange, beautiful world, was part of that growth. The future was waiting and she was ready to meet it. Later, in the classroom as the warm afternoon sun filtered through the windows, talk buzzed louder than the end of the school day usually warranted because of one person. Several girls whispered that Todoroki was so cool and that he was calm and handsome and from a hero family. They mentioned that he actually talked to YN and that they were always together at lunch. YN, seated by the window beside Shoto, pretended not to hear and focused on the small sketchbook in her hands, a habit to pass the time. She had long ago learned that whispers always found their way through walls. Shoto leaned toward her and remarked that she was ignoring the murmurs again. She explained that she was not ignoring them so much as listening selectively. He acknowledged that she was good at that. She smiled faintly and attributed it to practice. A few students continued to steal glances, some curious, some resentful, and it was easy to see why. Shoto had become the kind of student people noticed, tall, quiet, composed. YN's calm grace and distant eyes did not fit the usual high school mold, and together they made a strange but steady pair. When the bell rang to end classes, YN gathered her things and asked if he was walking home. He agreed and noted that Aizawa was on patrol that night, so they could walk together. Nearby students exchanged looks of surprise or envy, but YN said nothing and simply followed Shoto out with the same calm expression. Outside, the late afternoon breeze carried the scent of cherry blossoms. They walked side by side down the quiet path from the school to the park, petals scattering from the branches above. Shoto observed that she did not seem to care what others said. She shrugged and reflected that people always talked, and if she let every whisper weigh her down, she would never move forward. He agreed that they should not glare at her for no reason. She teased that she thought it was because they liked him. He blinked in confusion at the idea and said he thought of them only as friends. She smiled and explained that she had told them the same thing, though the idea lingered between them, warm and uncertain. YN tilted her head thoughtfully. Shoto thought it was probably because they were always together. He noted that they had been together since preschool. YN returned his thought with a teasing grin and said that was why it confused people. He frowned slightly and glanced at her, asking if it bothered her. Her laughter softened into a smile as she replied that it did not. It was harmless, and there were worse things people could say. He did not reply right away, his eyes trailing over her calm, kind face that still carried a quiet weight. At last he admitted that he did not mind it. YN blinked and asked what he meant. Shoto clarified that he meant people thinking that they were more than friends. A faint blush touched her cheeks and she hid it with another sip of her drink, remarking that he said things so casually. He shrugged and acknowledged that it was the truth. For a long moment neither of them spoke. The wind carried the scent of blossoms, scattering pale petals around them like drifting snow. YN leaned back against the tree trunk, eyes half-lidded, and reflected that sometimes she forgot how much time had passed since they had been kids sitting under trees like this. Shoto observed that some things did not change, and when she asked if he meant them, he nodded once. Her smile deepened, soft and full of unspoken warmth. As the sun dipped low, their shadows stretched across the grass, side by side. Though the world around them whispered some voices envious, others curious, neither of them seemed to care. In that quiet corner beneath falling petals, YN and Shoto existed in their own kind of peace, grounded in understanding. Their bond had weathered years, whispers, and distance, and neither fame, rumors, nor time could break it. Perhaps that was what made people look at them and see something more. The wind brushed through YN's hair, and Shoto found himself noting how sunlight caught the green strands and the quiet peace in her expression. She was different from anyone he knew. She did not chase attention or try to impress anyone. She simply existed calm and steady, like roots that refused to sway in a storm. He looked away before she could notice. YN asked if he ever grew tired of being looked at. He considered for a moment and admitted that sometimes it felt like others were seeing something he was not. YN nodded, saying that people often saw what they wanted to see rather than what was real. He asked what she saw, and she answered gently that she saw someone still learning how to heal. They sat in silence for a while, the sounds of the park birds, rustling leaves, distant laughter filling the space between them. Eventually Shoto rose and brushed off his uniform pants, offering to walk her home before it got dark. YN smiled and closed her sketchbook, noting that he was still the same as always. He asked what she meant, and she said he spoke little but cared a lot. He blushed faintly and looked away, teasing that she still said strange things. She countered that he still listened. They walked home together under the setting sun, petals swirling around their steps. From a distance their classmates watched with a mix of admiration, envy, and quiet awe. Some whispered about how close they looked, others smiled knowingly. For YN and Shoto it was never about appearances. It was about the quiet moments. Only they understood the unspoken bond that had grown between them over the years, steady as the wind and deep as the roots beneath their feet. The morning sun later filtered through soft clouds, painting the school courtyard in shades of gold and rose. Students gathered in clusters, chatting and laughing, an ordinary day in every way except that it did not feel ordinary to YN. She sat beneath the old cherry blossom tree at the campus edge, a sketchbook balanced on her knees. The pages fluttered as she stared at a half-finished drawing of a flower, its petals traced with delicate, curling lines that shimmered faintly green. It was a Sumeru lily, a bloom that did not exist in this world, and her pencil hovered above the page because she could not bring herself to finish it. The longer she stared, the more distant her memories grew. Teyvat, the world she had once known, felt farther with every sunrise, a place of gods, elements, and endless wisdom, where dreams could take root and bloom. It was also the place where she had lost everything through one scientist's mistake. The name Dator tightened her chest. She recalled the cold precision of his experiments and the moment when everything went wrong, when she and Nahida had been ripped from their world and scattered across time and space. Shoto approached and greeted her, sunlight glinting against his dual-colored hair. He had the steady, unreadable presence that grounded her when her thoughts drifted, and he sat beside her. He noted that she was early. She teased that he was simply late. His gaze flicked to her sketchbook and he observed that she was drawing again. She admitted that she was trying, but that sometimes it was hard to remember the colors. When he tilted his head and asked what she meant, she dismissed it as artist talk with a careful smile. Shoto took in the little details, the hesitation in her voice, the way her smile did not always reach her eyes, but he did not pry. YN trusted him because he waited for truths to come on their own. The morning bell soon rang, and they rose to walk toward the school building together, their steps quiet among the rush of students. The day unfolded with classes and the familiar chatter of the halls, but beneath it all YN carried a restlessness she could not shake. When the final bell rang, she and Shoto stayed behind for cleaning duty. The classroom was empty, sunlight spilling through the wide windows and dust motes drifting in the golden beams. YN wiped the chalkboard clean and caught her faint reflection in the glass. For a second she saw not her uniform but white robes trimmed in green and gold, an image that flickered and vanished. YN asked if she ever felt out of place here, her voice breaking the silence. Shoto paused halfway through stacking chairs and repeated the question back, asking what she meant by out of place. She nodded and tightened her grip on the cloth, explaining that sometimes she felt like she was living in a world that did not fit her, as if she had been meant to belong somewhere else. Shoto admitted that he sometimes felt that way too because of his family and the expectations placed on him to be strong and perfect. YN listened, her chest aching faintly, and told him she understood. He asked how she could understand, and she met his gaze with something soft yet shadowed, suggesting that she might understand more than he thought. For a moment Shoto saw something vast and distant in her eyes, like ancient stars reflected in night. It was gone as quickly as it had come. Shoto observed that she often said things that sounded like they meant more than she let on. YN smiled faintly and tucked her hair behind her ear, saying she perhaps enjoyed mysteries. He studied her and called her a mystery. Her heart fluttered, and she laughed softly to mask it, saying that being a mystery was not always a bad thing. Shoto looked away and agreed that it was not. By the time they left school, the sun had dipped toward the horizon. The path home was quiet, lined with trees whose branches swayed in the spring breeze. For a while they walked without speaking. The air between them was light and easy. Then Shoto remarked that sometimes it seemed like she was carrying something heavy. YN faltered and asked what made him say that. He said it was the way she looked at the sky, as if waiting for something or someone. YN's throat tightened when he mentioned the sky, its soft gold and pink colors reminding her of the horizons in summer. She admitted that. Maybe she was waiting. Shoto expressed a hope that she would find it someday, and she offered a faint smile in agreement. The wind scattered petals across the path. Shoto slowed and told her that if it was something he could help with, she could tell him. YN blinked in surprise and asked if he would want to help even without understanding. He nodded without hesitation and said that if it was her, he would. Her heart skipped at the quiet sincerity in his words. She smiled with a trace of sadness and thanked him. Shoto hummed in acknowledgement and observed that she said thank you a lot. She replied that she had much to be thankful for. They reached the point where their paths split, his road toward the Todoroki estate, hers toward the small apartment she shared with Aizawa. Shoto asked if she wanted to walk together again tomorrow. YN tilted her head and agreed. He nodded and turned to leave. YN watched him go, feeling warmth and a gentle ache at once. After he disappeared around the corner, she lifted her gaze to the sky, now violet and blue with the first stars appearing. Somewhere beyond those stars she imagined the silhouette of Irminsul, the great tree of wisdom whose branches wove between heaven and earth. She whispered that she would find her way back someday, and until then she would keep moving forward here. She turned in the direction Shoto had gone, quieter and more resolved than before. A whisper of Nahida's voice reached her in memory, faint and dreamlike, asking where she was and saying that she was missed. YN closed her eyes and let warmth settle in her chest. The two worlds inside her Teyvat and earth felt like roots intertwining beneath unseen soil. Even without knowing her true past, Shoto Todoroki had become part of her story, a bridge between the life she had lost and the one she was building now. Her destiny remained hidden among the stars, but her heart had found something real on the world below. As cherry blossom petals danced on the wind, YN walked home, quiet, content, and no longer alone. The following afternoon unfolded in a lazy peace. Sunlight poured through the classroom windows in soft stripes, dancing on desks and notebooks. The chatter of students echoed faintly through the halls, a wash of laughter and shuffling feet. It was one of those days when time seemed to slow. YN sat by the window with her chin propped on her hand, staring at drifting clouds. Her notebook lay open, half filled with tiny doodles, flowers, constellations, fragments of a world she alone remembered. She was not really listening to the lesson, her mind was elsewhere. Nahida's voice had haunted her dreams the night before, and she remembered reaching out to her sister only for everything to dissolve before she could grasp it. Shoto's calm presence beside her brought her back. He noted that she had been spacing out again, and she offered a sheepish smile, admitting that she had been quiet since morning and felt tired. Shoto watched her for a moment without prying, his steady gaze offering comfort like a silent understanding. When the bell rang, the soft stillness broke and students filed out, chatting about plans and gossip. But YN and Shoto lingered behind as they often did. Neither of them were fond of crowds. The classroom grew quieter by the minute until only the hum of the air conditioner and distant birdsong remained. Shoto leaned back slightly in his chair with his hands tucked in his pockets, his eyes on the soft light spilling through the windows. YN resumed drawing, her pencil gliding lightly across the paper, the faint sound of graphite blending with the calm air between them. After a few minutes, Shoto asked what she was drawing this time. YN smiled faintly without looking up and said she was drawing something that felt peaceful. He tilted his head, watching, and asked if he could see. She hesitated, then turned the notebook toward him. The sketch showed two trees, one larger and one smaller, standing side by side beneath a glowing sky. Their roots intertwined beneath the soil as if holding hands underground. Shoto looked at the drawing for a long moment, something soft flickering in his expression, and observed that the trees looked connected. YN nodded and explained that even if they were far apart above ground, their roots still found each other. He met her gaze and, thoughtful, said that it was nice. She paused her pencil and suggested quietly that the drawing might be a way of saying distance did not always mean separation. Shoto did not reply, but the look he gave her made it clear he understood even without knowing the whole truth. The wind outside picked up slightly, making the curtains sway and the light ripple across their faces. YN's pencil slowed as her eyelids grew heavy. The gentle rhythm of the classroom would creaking, wind whispering wrapped around her like a lullaby. She did not notice when her hand slipped from her notebook or when her head tilted until it came to rest against Shoto's shoulder. Shoto froze, rigid for a moment as surprise and something unnamed flickered across his face. Her hair brushed lightly against his neck, soft and warm with a faint floral scent. He murmured that she really was tired, then stayed still, not wanting to wake her. Slowly his shoulders relaxed as the warmth of her presence settled over him, steady and soothing. From the doorway, two students peered in and whispered in disbelief at the sight of YN sleeping on Shoto's shoulder and quickly scurried away when he turned his head. He sighed and brushed a strand of her hair gently out of her face so it would not tickle her cheek. She shifted slightly but continued sleeping, murmuring a name that caught him off guard. He narrowed his eyes at the unfamiliar word but, hearing the soft, aching tone, chose to remain silent and let her sleep. Minutes stretched into nearly half an hour. The sunlight dimmed to golden orange, painting the classroom in warm hues. Shoto watched the shifting light on the floor and felt an unexpected peace. He had never sought comfort in others, but with YN it felt natural and easy, like breathing. When the bell rang, YN stirred and blinked drowsily, asking what time it was. Shoto said that break was over. She lifted her head, realized she had been sleeping on his shoulder, and flushed with embarrassment, apologizing profusely. He observed calmly that she had fallen asleep. She buried her face in her hands and called it embarrassing, but he dismissed it and told her it was fine. She looked up in surprise at his calm but slightly amused tone. He explained that she had looked peaceful. Her cheeks warmed and her heartbeat quickened for reasons she could not explain. She began to say she should not have fallen asleep, and he interrupted with a simple suggestion that she should rest more because she did not take care of herself enough. She blinked, surprised by the quiet care behind his words, and teased that he had been observing her closely. He shrugged and admitted she was not hard to read. Her lips curved into a soft smile when she said he sounded like he had been trying, and he confessed that perhaps he had. The admission hung between them unspoken and heavy, but also strangely light. They lingered in silence for a few seconds while the hum of the school filled the room and the world beyond the window felt distant. YN broke the quiet with a soft laugh and remarked that he said the most unexpected things. He wondered if he really did. She closed her notebook and said that his words were always honest. He glanced at her and asked if she would rather he lie. She replied quietly that she would not and asked him not to. The final bell signaled the end of classes. Students' voices echoed faintly from the hall as they packed their things. As the two of them walked out together, some of the earlier students passed by whispering about the scene they had seen and teasing that Shoto's stillness was practically a confession. YN flushed again and told Shoto that people were still talking about it. He shrugged and said to let them talk, explaining that people would always say what they wanted and that he cared only about what was true. YN asked what was true, and he looked at her with steady eyes and answered that she had needed rest and that he had not minded. Her heart fluttered, making her look away quickly. She muttered that he did not make things easy, and he asked what she meant. She brushed it off with a faint smile. They walked home beneath the fading sky, the air cool and sweet with the scent of blossoms. The light painted everything gold and pink, creating a quiet, perfect ending to an ordinary day that somehow did not feel ordinary at all. When they reached the corner where their paths split, YN thanked him for letting her sleep and for not teasing her. He responded with a small hum and asked why he would tease her. She said lightly that most people would and called him different. He returned the sentiment by saying she was different too. For a moment neither of them moved as the breeze scattered petals through the air. YN asked if he would see her tomorrow, and he nodded. YN answered softly as she turned to go. Shoto watched her for a moment longer, eyes thoughtful. He did not know what secrets she carried or why her smile sometimes seemed to hold back tears, but somehow he wanted to protect that smile. Though YN's heart still ached for Tevet, for Nahida, for the home she had lost, she felt something new growing beside that ache. Something gentle, something human, something real, a kind of peace she had not known she was searching for. Beneath the falling petals, as two worlds quietly intertwined, the space between YN and Shoto grew smaller not through words but through calm, quiet moments where silence spoke louder than anything else. Where the sun meets the sky. Third-person perspective. The park lay bathed in a warm golden light as the sun began its slow descent. Spring's warmth lingered in the air, mingled with the scent of grass and faint traces of flowers. Far from the city noise and student chatter, only the rustling trees and the constant chirping of birds filled the quiet. YN sat on a bench near the pond with a sketchbook balanced on her lap. She moved the pencil tip slowly, tracing the shape of a leaf floating across the water while sunlight scattered ripples of gold with every breeze. Shoto sat beside her, elbows on his knees, eyes fixed on the distance. His face was calm in that unreadable way she had come to know, but his gaze held thought, a quiet storm beneath the stillness. For a long while neither spoke, and the peacefulness between them felt rare and comforting. Eventually Shoto broke the silence, noting that there were 5 months left until the recommendation exam for UAYN blinked and lifted her gaze from the page, asking for clarification. He explained that he had been training every morning and night because his father insisted he not waste time. He admitted he felt tired and bitter at times and that his father said this was what he had been born for. YN paused mid-sketch and softened as she looked at him, asking what he believed. Shoto turned to her and confessed honestly that he did not yet know. She chuckled and suggested that perhaps discovering that before the exam was worthwhile. When Shoto asked about her, noting she had not spoken much of training, YN's fingers froze on the pencil and a small, unreadable smile crossed her face. She said she had not started training, and when he asked why, she closed her sketchbook and explained that she did not think she needed to. Shoto, confused but calm, asked if she was confident she was ready. YN hesitated and answered that something like that was true. Her words carried more meaning than she said outright. He did not press but let his thoughts wander. He had noticed odd, unexplainable moments before, how her presence could calm storms of emotion, how broken things seemed to mend with her touch, how the air shifted when she grew serious. Hearing her speak with quiet certainty deepened the mystery. He told her gently that she was different, a simple observation rather than an accusation. YN blinked and offered a slow, wistful smile, acknowledging that she supposed she was. When Shoto asked what she meant by different, she looked up at the drifting clouds and admitted she had seen more than most people should, more than she should have. She spoke quietly of living through things and places no one around them could imagine. He listened without understanding every detail, but he felt the weight in her voice, loneliness tempered by wisdom. Sensing his concern, she smiled and reassured him that she was fine where she was now. Shoto watched the sunlight turn her hair into threads of green and gold and saw depths in her eyes he could not name. He told her that whatever she had been through did not make her any less who she was now. The honesty in his tones stopped YN for a moment. There was something genuine in his acceptance rather than curiosity disguised as pity. She murmured that he always said things like that, tears the brow, and asked what she meant. She teased that his words sounded like they came from someone older. He laughed softly and reminded her that she was hardly in a place to criticize. She smiled, and the sound of her laughter mixed easily with the rustle of leaves. They remained on the bench as late afternoon slipped toward evening, the silence between them grown comfortable instead of heavy. Children ran across the grass nearby and their laughter drifted faintly through the air. The pond shimmered as a breeze passed, scattering reflections of the fading sun. YN asked quietly whether Shoto ever wondered about what lay beyond exams, hero work, and constant training. He thought a moment and replied that sometimes he wondered, but he believed what mattered most was who a person became before reaching whatever awaited. YN softened at the answer and said it was beautiful, admitting he reminded her of someone who used to speak the same way a long time ago. When Shoto asked whether she meant someone from before, she confirmed with a small sadness. He did not press further, simply watching as light turned the sky to hues of violet, rose, and indigo. YN leaned back on the bench and closed her eyes briefly. A faint, restrained glow pulsed around her, a presence that hinted at something greater yet peaceful. Shoto noticed but said nothing, giving her the space for that quiet moment. When she opened her eyes again, she murmured that in 5 months everything would begin to change. Shoto asked what she meant, and she replied that she was only thinking aloud. He did not push, instead he stood and offered her his hand, inviting her to walk with him. They rose together and moved slowly away from the pond, letting the evening light follow them as they stepped forward into whatever came next. Shoto noted that it was getting late and offered his hand. YN looked at his outstretched hand for a moment before taking it. His grip was steady and warm, grounding her in a world that still felt like borrowed air. As they walked back toward the main path, YN glanced once more at the horizon, where the last light of the sun kissed the sky goodbye. There was something sacred about that moment where one world met another, and she quietly wondered if maybe this world wasn't so different after all. The gentle hum of cicadas filled the air as the afternoon sun hung low. The wind was cool, carrying the faint scent of wisteria and cedar. YN stood at the gates of the Todoroki estate, gazing up at the wide expanse of the traditional home, its tall wooden walls, neat gravel paths, and a koi pond glimmering near the entrance. It was calm here in a way that reminded her of the serenity of Sumeru's gardens. Beside her, Shoto adjusted his bag and apologized for the quiet, explaining that his family did not talk much. YN chuckled softly and replied that quiet was nice sometimes. The front gate slid open with a soft clack to reveal a young woman with long, snowy white hair tied loosely behind her shoulders and soft gray eyes that shimmered like frost. Fuyumi greeted them warmly, surprised that Shoto had not mentioned he was bringing a friend. Shoto introduced YN as the person he had been studying with. Fuyumi smiled kindly and invited them in, explaining she had just made tea and some snacks. YN bowed slightly and thanked her for the hospitality. Fuyumi assured them that any friend of Shoto's was welcome and teased that YN was the first person he had brought home. Inside, YN took in the quiet beauty of the house, the smooth wooden floors, the faint aroma of tea, and the sliding shoji doors casting soft squares of sunlight across the hallways. It was traditional and peaceful, but beneath it she sensed a lingering heaviness, the quiet echoes of tension that had never fully left. Shoto led her to his study. Tatami mats lined the floor, books were stacked neatly along one wall next to a low table, and they sat across from each other with notebooks open and pencils tapping softly. For a while the silence was comfortable and focused, the kind they both enjoyed. After a time, Shoto remarked that YN was better at math than he had expected. YN laughed and accepted the compliment. When she leaned forward to correct something on his paper, their hands brushed and both froze. Their foreheads bumped softly in an unthinking movement, and a stunned, intimate silence followed. Both were startled and flushed with embarrassment. YN apologized profusely and Shoto quickly reassured her that it had been an accident. They sat in awkward silence, the ticking clock suddenly very audible. YN fidgeted with her pencil and stammered that she would check the equation again. Shoto cleared his throat and agreed. Even as they tried to resume their work, neither could focus. Shoto found his gaze drifting to the way YN's face colored when she was embarrassed and to the faint smile that tugged at her lips when she tried to act normal. YN could still feel the ghost of that close moment lingering, the shock and the flutter in her chest that refused to fade. A gentle knock on the door provided a welcome interruption. Fuyumi announced that she had made tea and encouraged them to take a short break. She set a tray on the low table and teased them about their hard work, remarking that she did not recall Shoto ever blushing while doing homework before. YN covered her face with her hands in mortification, murmuring that it was embarrassing. Fuyumi returned briefly to offer her warm approval to YN and then left, which only intensified the two of their blushing. Shoto rubbed the back of his neck and sighed, predicting that Fuyumi would tease him for weeks. Their eyes met again, awkward and flustered, but warm. YN let her hands fall and a soft, genuine laugh escaped her. Shoto blinked in surprise and then allowed a faint smile to form. The moment felt calmer now, no longer charged with tension. They did not speak of what had happened again that day. But the silence between them had changed, gentler, softer, almost shy. Outside, the wind stirred the leaves in the courtyard, scattering cherry blossom petals across the pond. And though neither of them spoke of it, both of them knew that something subtle and unspoken had shifted between them. A step closer, a little braver, a little warmer. The air inside the Todoroki estate was calm, too calm. The faint hum of cicadas drifted through the paper-thin walls, mixing with the soft rustle of wind passing through the bamboo garden outside. YN sat at the low table in Shoto's study room, her hands clasped tightly. Together in her lap. She could still feel the fleeting warmth of his lips against hers. It had not been planned, it had lasted barely a heartbeat. But her heart had not stopped racing since. Shoto sat across from her with an unreadable expression. He was not one to show emotion easily, but even he seemed quieter than usual, a silence that carried 1,000 thoughts. His mismatched eyes flicked to her once, then quickly away. Late afternoon sunlight spilled in through the paper sliding doors, painting the floor with gold. Dust motes floated lazily between them, as if time itself had slowed. YN let out a quiet breath and admitted that the moment had been unexpected. Shoto blinked and agreed softly. YN offered an awkward laugh and observed that Shoto was not exactly talkative after something like that. He tilted his head and confessed that he was still processing it. YN's cheeks warmed and she told him that she was too. Silence returned, but it was fragile rather than heavy. YN looked down at the open notebook between them. Study materials were still scattered, formulas half-solved and practice pages left untouched. She traced the edge of a page with her fingertip, pretending to focus. Shoto remained watching her, unsure what to say. Words had never been his strength, but he knew the air between them had changed. He addressed YN quietly, asking whether this changed anything between them. YN blinked, repeating the question in surprise. He met her gaze and clarified that he meant between them. For a moment she did not know how to answer. Her heart twisted, part of her wanted to smile, another part wanted to run. She reminded herself that gods were not meant to fall for mortals. With soft sadness in her eyes, she admitted that she did not know if it would change things, but she did not want it to ruin what they already had, and she told him that he was important to her. Shoto felt the sincerity of her words more strongly than he expected and confessed that he felt the same. The words lingered between them, heavy with meaning neither could fully name. From the hall, Fuyumi called that dinner was ready. They froze for a second. YN stood quickly, pretending to brush dust from her skirt and agreeing to go to dinner. Shoto rose as well, his calmness returning. He slid open the door for her, his movements smooth and respectful. As they crossed the hallway, sunset light spilled over them and, for a moment, their shadows touched and then parted. YN walked a few steps ahead, heart still racing. She did not look back, but she knew he was there, steady and near. Neither spoke of the accidental kiss again, but its memory followed them like a faint echo that refused to fade. Dinner passed gently. Fuyumi chatted lightly with warmth in her gray eyes, while Shoto's father remained unseen, a distant presence in another wing of the house. The smell of soup and rice filled the room, a comforting homely scent. YN sat beside Fuyumi and tried to focus on the conversation, though her thoughts wandered. She still felt the pulse in her fingertips and the quick flutter of her heart whenever she met Shoto's gaze across the table. Shoto ate quietly as always, though his calm expression faltered now and then as his eyes lingered a fraction longer than usual. When dinner ended, Fuyumi smiled and helped YN gather the dishes. Fuyumi told YN that she was always welcome and that it was nice to see someone Shoto spend time with outside school. YN laughed softly, blushing as she said she was happy to be there and complimented the home. Fuyumi suggested she come by more often for something less study-related. Shoto's quiet hum of agreement made YN's heart skip. By the time YN and Shoto stepped outside, the sky had turned a deep indigo. The night breeze carried the scent of wet grass and cherry blossom petals, fluttering gently in the air. YN thanked Shoto for having her and apologized again for earlier. Shoto told her she did not need to apologize and then, with quiet honesty, said that he had been the one who had leaned too close. YN blinked, surprised, and smiled in forgiveness. Shoto's lips curved slightly in a rare, fleeting expression that made her chest warm. As she turned to leave, Shoto asked to walk her home because it was getting late. Her first instinct was to refuse, but when she saw the quiet concern in his eyes, she nodded and accepted. They walked side by side down the dimly lit street, their steps echoing softly on the pavement. The night wrapped around them in calm, neither spoke for a while, and it did not feel awkward. YN glanced at the stars. They looked different here, smaller, dimmer but still beautiful. After a time, she asked Shoto whether he believed in fate. He told her he was not sure and asked why. She explained that she had been thinking how strange it was that two people from such different worlds could end up side by side. He admitted after a pause that maybe it was not fate. Shoto nodded and said that maybe it was a matter of choice. He told her she could have stayed away, chosen not to speak, or chosen not to come that day. YN asked if that meant it was her fault. He exhaled faintly and suggested it might be both of theirs. YN laughed softly, the sound mixing with the rustle of leaves above. For a while they walked in companionable silence, their shoulders brushing once or twice until neither bothered to step apart again. When they reached the familiar crossroad where their paths split, YN stopped and told him this was her stop, thanking him for walking her home. Shoto reminded her to get inside safely, and she promised that she would. She lingered a moment longer, feeling a quiet pull in her chest that made her hesitate. He noticed and asked if she was all right. YN shook her head lightly and dismissed it as nothing before offering him a good night. He returned the good night. She walked toward her apartment with the impression of his gaze on her until she disappeared from view. Only then did he turn and head back into the night. Later, standing by her window with the stars faintly reflected in her eyes, YN pressed her hand against the cold glass. For so long she had waited for something, a sign or a connection to anchor her in this world that was not truly hers. In the quiet echo of a single accidental moment, she realized she had found that anchor, Shoto, the boy with fire and ice who carried his pain with quiet strength, unaware that he had touched her heart. She smiled softly and told the night that maybe the world was not so lonely after all. The wind stirred and scattered the nearby cherry tree petals. For the first time in centuries, the divine quiet within her heart felt less lonely, and she allowed herself to hope. The morning arrived gently, wrapped in sunlight and birdsong. The sky over Mizutofu was painted in gold and cream, the air was cool and calm, but inside YN there was a quiet storm. Standing before the mirror and brushing her hair, she studied her reflection with a mix of calm and unease. No matter how often she told herself it had been an accident, the memory lingered, the brief, startling accidental contact that had taken her by surprise. Her cheeks warmed at the remembrance. She scolded herself to get a grip, reminding herself she had faced gods and monsters and could handle a boy. Still, there was something about him that unsettled her in a way nothing else had, perhaps because he saw her not as a deity or a mystery, but just as herself. She pulled on her jacket, grabbed her bag, and stepped outside. The morning air greeted her with a cool breeze and cherry blossoms drifting across the path. At the school gates she spotted Shoto standing near the entrance, looking as calm and collected as ever with his uniform neat and his bag slung over one shoulder. When their eyes met they froze for a heartbeat longer than usual. YN offered a soft good morning. Shoto returned the greeting quietly, a tone slightly softer than usual. Neither knew quite what to do. Students passed by chatting and laughing, but the air between them felt different, aware, not uncomfortable. After a pause Shoto asked if she had slept well, speaking with careful awkwardness. YN said she had tried and returned the question. He admitted the same. They walked side by side toward their classroom, saying little, though both noticed every small detail, the brush of sleeves when their steps aligned, the way her hair fluttered when the wind passed between them. Inside the classroom, a few students whispered among themselves and then teased loudly when they saw YN and Shoto enter together. One girl leaned forward and suggested they had come to school together again. YN hurried to explain that they had merely met on the way. A blonde classmate mocked the coincidence, and Shoto, unbothered as ever, said they lived near each other. The faint redness on his ears, however, betrayed him. Another student pointed out that he was blushing. YN ducked her head and laughed, telling the others to stop teasing him. The teasing continued until the homeroom teacher entered, and the class scrambled to their seats. Throughout the day YN found it difficult to focus. Her gaze drifted toward Shoto more often than she wanted to admit, and sometimes he caught her looking. When their eyes met, neither looked away immediately. The quiet understanding between them made her chest flutter, subtle, not dramatic, but undeniably real. At lunch they settled beneath the familiar cherry blossom tree where she had once drawn a sumuru lily. YN sat cross-legged on the grass and picked absent-mindedly at her food while Shoto ate beside her, the air between them carrying an unspoken tension. She brought up the previous evening, asking about it carefully. He confirmed it had been an accident. Then he added quietly that the accident did not mean it had been meaningless. YN's heart stuttered at his words. He met her gaze with calm honesty and clarified that he did not regret what had happened, though he was not insisting it must change anything. For a moment the world seemed to slow around them. The breeze grew softer, the rustle of the leaves fading into quiet. She looked at him and truly took him in, the warmth in his mismatched eyes, the quiet conviction in his tone. He was not teasing or confused, he meant what he had said, and that realization frightened her more than anything. She whispered his name, and he blinked, confusion flickering across his face as he asked what she meant. She quickly shook her head and told him to forget she had said anything, but he did not seem convinced. He had wanted to ask more, but the look in her eyes stopped him. There was something ancient and fragile there, and he could not bring himself to press further. He said that he would not ask, and that when she was ready he would listen. Her chest tightened as she reflected that he always said things like that. He asked what she meant by such words, and she smiled faintly, admitting that such things made it hard to keep secrets. A petal drifted down and landed in her hair. He reached instinctively to brush it away, his hand lingering briefly longer than necessary. YN watched him, her heart skipping. For the first time since that night, she did not feel like a god pretending to be human. She simply felt alive. The rest of the day blurred by in laughter, lessons, and stolen glances neither of them dared to name. When the final bell rang, YN gathered her things and Shoto called after her, asking if she would train with him tomorrow. He explained that he had heard she had not yet started preparing for the recommendation exams. She allowed a faint smile and said she had not needed to, then declined to explain why, promising another time instead. He did not push and said he would wait. The warmth in her chest grew, dangerously close to overflowing. With every passing day he drew closer to the truth, to the divine light buried inside her, and she did not know if he would still look at her the same way when he saw it. Still, she smiled and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and when he asked if she would want him to change, she shook her head and told him not to. That night, as YN lay in bed, she stared at the faint glow of the stars through her window. He still echoed in her mind, calm, steady, sincere. Maybe this was what it felt like to be human, to have someone who cared enough to see her not as divine or perfect, but simply as herself. For the first time in a long while, she did not dream of Irminsul, or Teyvat, or the endless green skies of her home. She dreamed of cherry blossoms, quiet laughter, and a boy with mismatched eyes who had come to hold an important place in her heart. The afternoon sunlight spilled softly through the windows of the Todoroki estate, painting long golden lines across the tatami floors. The air smelled faintly of tea and cedar wood. Shoto stood in the courtyard in his training clothes, a faint edge of ice around his feet as he practiced short bursts of control. Each exhale formed a thin fog in the crisp air. NG was away on a hero mission, leaving the house. Almost entirely still except for the two figures facing one another in the open yard. YN stood across from him, dressed lightly and calm, almost serene. She did not adopt a battle stance or show visible tension. She simply was, quiet and still, as if the whole world had paused to listen to her breathing. He thanked her for coming and said he wanted to see how she fought and perhaps learn something. She smiled and warned him he might regret that, and he replied that they would see. He reminded her that she had said she had not started training yet and suggested this be a warm-up. She teased him and told him not to say she had not warned him. He launched forward, ice spreading rapidly beneath his feet. The sharp chill swept across the ground and froze the earth into a crystal-white sheen as he aimed a quick, controlled strike toward her. They took a few steps apart, the gravel crunching lightly beneath their feet. Shoto adjusted his stance as ice formed a thin mist to his right and warmth rippled faintly on his left. YN remained relaxed, hands resting loosely at her sides. The wind swayed her hair and caught the faint shimmer of green light that began to gather around her. When Shoto moved first with a swift rush of frost toward her feet, YN did not dodge. She raised her hand slowly and a circle of luminous Dendro energy bloomed at her feet. From that sigil, delicate vines surged upward, curling through the ice and dissolving it into glittering mist. The air filled with drifting petals of green light. Shoto stepped back slightly, surprised, and muttered a question as he watched. YN's eyes glowed faintly as she explained that the earth listens even here. She extended her fingers and thin strands of energy shot outward, connecting to the trees, the stones, and even to Shoto. The world seemed to hum as she established invisible links, forming a web of awareness that pulsed with her heartbeat. She could sense every movement he made through the flow of life beneath her feet. When Shoto unleashed a quick flame strike, YN responded not with brute force but with a thoughtful gesture. The vines redirected, absorbed the heat, and bloomed into radiant flowers that released shimmering particles into the air. Each glowing fragment lingered, soft and weightless, before bursting into tiny sparks of light that wove together like a constellation around her. The exchange felt less like a battle and more like a shared piece of art. He lowered his hand and observed her control, commenting that it was unlike any quirk he had seen. YN lowered her gaze and smiled faintly, saying that it was because it was not a quirk. He blinked as he processed that, intrigued and thoughtful. Shoto began to speak, but before he could finish, she twirled her hand once more and a lattice of glowing roots spiraled across the ground, outlining her every step. She moved like she was dancing, light, fluid, and deliberate, each motion sending ripples of energy through the air. Shoto tried again, sending both ice and fire toward her in a controlled burst of opposite elements, but YN responded differently. She spoke an ancient, melodic phrase that called for the forces to return to balance. Instantly, the energy around her expanded into a dome of pale green light. The ice melted into water and the fire softened into warmth as nature itself neutralized his attack. She touched the ground gently and the vines erupted, glowing and alive, rushing toward him like a wave. For a split second Shoto prepared to defend himself, but the vines stopped inches from him. They did not attack, they only surrounded him, forming a circle of softly glowing flowers that pulsed with calm energy. Shoto noted quietly that she had not hit him. She explained that she did not need to, that nature did not fight to destroy but instead reminded one to grow. Her glow dimmed as the Dendro energy dissipated, leaving only the faint scent of grass and blossoms. They stood breathing softly in the quiet air. YN smiled and complimented him on his control, telling him he was better than most at managing his power. Shoto exhaled and offered a faint smile, observing that she was holding back. When she acknowledged that possibility, he asked why. She looked toward the garden, the trees swaying, sunlight shifting through the branches, and said that the power she held was not meant for this world. Shoto, watching her closely, remarked that she said things like that a lot. She met his gaze and promised that one day she would tell him why. A quiet breeze passed between them. Later, they sat beneath the old cherry tree in the courtyard, the same tree that had witnessed many Todoroki winters. YN leaned back against the trunk, eyes half closed, the air around her still faintly shimmering with remnants of Dendro energy from their training. Shoto sat beside her in calm silence, not pressing, simply present. It had always been this way with him. He never demanded answers, only waited for them to be given. Tonight she felt tired of running from her own truth. She remarked softly that he was staring again. Shoto blinked with a trace of amusement and acknowledged that she had noticed. She told him she always noticed. He hummed and then asked gently if she was all right, noting that she had seemed somewhere else in her head since earlier. Looking up at the darkening sky, she said she had been thinking about everything. When she paused, he told her she did not have to tell him, and she replied that she did want to. The wind scattered a few petals into her hair and she let them rest there. She began quietly to share something she had not told him, something about where she had come from. She explained that she had not been born in this world but had come from a place called Tevet. Shoto repeated the unfamiliar word, and she described it as a world ruled by elements and ideals, with nations tied to a Nemo, Geo, Electro, Dendro, Hydro, Pyro, and Cryo. The gods there, called Archons, watched over their people and guided them with their own truths. She clarified that those elements were more than powers. They represented deeper concepts: freedom, trust, eternity, wisdom, justice, passion, and sacrifice, and that everything in that world seemed alive with the will of the world. She explained that in Tevat, certain people were chosen by the gods and given visions crystals that allowed them to control an element, a way for mortals to connect to the divine and keep balance. When Shoto asked if she had been one of them, she trembled and affirmed that she had been chosen. For the first time he noticed an old grief flicker in her eyes. She spoke about a scientist named Tor who believed gods and mortals could be perfected through science. He had taken her and her sister, Nahida, to separate and study their connection. What had been presented as an experiment went wrong in a sudden, chaotic way. She remembered light and noise, and waking up to find herself here, alone. The memory hung between them like a broken melody. Shoto asked about her sister. YN smiled faintly, but her eyes shone with longing. She said that Nahida was still in Teyvat somewhere and that she could feel her like a quiet voice in dreams. Shoto brushed the grass between them and observed that she had been carrying that weight for a long time. She laughed softly with no humor, explaining that it was easier to hide behind smiles and excuse herself. People here saw her as a quiet, strange girl, maybe too curious, and she let them because the truth would change how they looked at her. Shoto turned to her fully and assured her that he would not look at her differently. She asked if he truly would not, and he confirmed that he would not. He reminded her that her powers being tied to nature and dreams did not make her less human, it simply made her herself. He spoke with calm acceptance, without hesitation or fear. She called him strange, and he offered a faint half-smile, pointing out that she said it as if it were a bad thing. She laughed quietly, a soft, trembling sound that carried relief and gratitude. For a while neither spoke. Night deepened and the garden was bathed in moonlight. The world seemed to hold its breath as if even nature wished to listen. Then she admitted, in a voice edged with fear, that she was scared. When he asked what she feared, she revealed her worry about forgetting who she was and of losing her sister. They stayed under the cherry tree, the quiet between them full of unspoken promises and the weight of a past that had yet to be fully explained. Of belonging to two worlds, but never fitting in either. He hesitated for only a moment before he reached out, not forcefully but enough for his fingers to brush hers. He told her not to carry it alone. She looked at their hands, then at him, and told him he made it sound easy. He admitted that it was not easy, but that it was worth it. A tear slipped silently down her cheek, glowing faintly in the moonlight. She wiped it away before it could fall and thanked him. He nodded, expression gentle, and asked what she was thanking him for. She answered that she was grateful he had not asked her to be anything else. The night carried on in peace. As they sat beneath the blooming cherry tree, YN finally felt something she had not felt in a very long time, not safety, not even peace, but understanding. For centuries she had been the watcher, the guide, the one who knew all things but was known by none. Tonight, under the stars of another world, someone finally saw her not as a goddess, an archon, or a fragment of divinity, but simply as YN. And somehow, that was enough. Morning sunlight shimmered across Mizudafu as if the whole city was holding its breath. Today was the day, the UA recommendation entrance exam. The air felt different, sharper, expectant, like a page turning before a new chapter. YN stood outside her dorm building with her bag slung over her shoulder and Kuni, her small black-furred cat with sharp purple eyes, curled firmly in her arms. Kuni flicked his tail, already annoyed at the world. She murmured to Kuni to be nice today and stroked the top of his head. Kuni responded with a hiss aimed at a boy walking toward them. Shoto slowed his steps when he reached her side, expression calm as always except for a faint twitch of discomfort as Kuni arched up like a tiny demon. Shoto greeted her with a simple good morning. YN replied warmly. Kuni pressed his face deeper into her arm, glaring at Shoto like a demon guarding treasure. YN asked Kuni to stop. The cat hissed again and fluffed up dramatically. Shoto observed that Kuni really disliked him and asked if the cat hated him. YN explained that Kuni disliked anyone who walked within 1 meter of her. Kuni clung to her sleeve, glaring at Shoto. When Shoto wondered if that meant him in particular, the cat hissed louder. YN covered Kuni's face with a hand and asked him to stop threatening the boy, reassuring Shoto that Kuni was not dangerous. The cat turned his head away dramatically, tail flicking with exaggerated offense. Shoto concluded that Kuni definitely hated him. YN told Shoto not to take it personally and explained that Kuni was simply extremely protective and territorial. The cat hissed again as if to say, "Stay away from my mom." Despite the hostility, YN could not hide a smile as they walked together. They moved toward UA's towering front gates. Others were gathering outside, teenagers from all over Japan wearing their best uniforms, each with a hopeful spark in their eyes. Some walked confidently, some looked terrified, some were already scanning their competition. Whispers rippled through the crowd when they recognized Shoto as Endeavor's son. When people saw YN holding a cat and walking calmly at his side, the whispers shifted to questions and curiosity about her. YN pretended not to hear. Shoto asked if she was nervous. She admitted that she was not. When he asked if he was nervous, he replied that he was not for the exam but confessed that he was nervous for her. YN blinked, cheeks warming at the sincerity in his tone. Kuni hissed louder, and they kept walking. The recommendation examinees, only about 50 of them, gathered beneath UA's massive glass dome ceiling. It felt brighter and more open than the regular entrance exam staging area. Students mingled, introducing themselves and asking questions. Shoto stood near YN, calm and observant, drawing attention as Endeavor's son. More whispers spread about him and about the girl beside him. People speculated who had recommended her until someone flatly announced that Aizawa had. The revelation turned heads. Many were stunned, as if the idea of Aizawa recommending anyone was a myth. Shoto watched YN from the corner of his eye, a quiet, proud warmth in his expression. Kuni glared at everyone equally and yawned with pure disdain when Shoto stepped closer. YN walked quietly with Kuni perched like a king in her arms. People stared not because they knew who recommended her, but because her presence was serene and unervingly graceful, almost otherworldly. Whispers circled, remarking on her composure, the cat, and the mystery of her recommendation. Kuni growled as if agreeing with the attention. Shoto noted the reactions and exhaled through his nose. As YN stepped into the main hall, a loud voice called out across the room. Present Mike shouted his greeting to her, full of energy and theatrics. YN waved softly. Present Mike moved over with a dramatic thumbs up and an animated pep that filled the space. Aizawa, tired and dragging his scarf, reprimanded Present Mike to stop yelling and approached with a coffee in hand. His expression remained tired, but when he looked at YN, something softened a protector's quiet concern. He murmured that she had made it, and she replied that she had. Aizawa glanced at the cat in her arms. YN noted that he had been brought, and Kuni meowed proudly. Shoto approached, but Kuni hissed again, fur puffing. Aizawa stared at the cat and observed that Kuni hated Todoroki. Shoto replied dryly that he had noticed. Mike grinned widely and teased that Kuni sensed rivalry and joked about a love triangle between Todoroki, the girl, and the cat. Aizawa kicked Mick's ankle, and Mike yelped and hopped in pain. Shoto ordered him to be quiet, his ears pink. YN hid her face in Kuni's fur. The recommendation exam had 3 parts. A written exam, a practical exam consisting of a full-speed, 3-kilometer obstacle race where quirks were allowed, and an interview. For the written exam, the recommendation students were guided into the testing rooms. YN sat beside Shoto with Kuni curled asleep on her lap. Mike had noticed her expression and quietly allowed Kuni to stay. The written test went smoothly. Shoto finished early, quietly confident. YN finished early as well, though she had not seemed particularly focused. The questions were simple to her. She doodled small Dendro leaves in the margins. Kuni pawed at her pencil and she gently booped his nose. Before the practical exam, students ran in groups of 6 while Present Mike called each name with booming enthusiasm, recording every time with his custom timers. When group assignments hit the screens, YN exhaled softly. Shoto was in Group 3 and she was in Group 5. Shoto glanced at her with a hint of disappointment and asked if they were not running together. YN shook her head and told him he would be fine. Kuni hissed again, glaring as if personally offended. As YN waited in line with the other Group 5 students, people around her whispered about her quirk and her calmness. She ignored them. When the countdown began, she let her awareness expand. Her quirk worked like delicate, nature-tuned energy currents. Her fighting style relied on graceful, precise manifestations of energy bursts, binding threads, and floating constructs she launched like seeds of light. It was elegant, controlled, and strategic, more like spirit pressure precision than physical aggression. Present Mike announced that Group 5 should get ready. YN rolled her shoulders and breathed steadily. Kuni, placed safely with Aizawa, clawed at his scarf and hissed at anyone who got too close to YN. Aizawa held him deadpan and muttered that he regretted letting her adopt the cat. Kuni seemed unrepentant. At the start, the explosion of movement was instant. Other students sprinted with brute strength, raw speed, or elemental bursts, but YN glowed faintly as she tapped her quirk. She summoned small floating constructs around her like pale green lights, pushing them forward in rotating bursts and using them like stepping stones or anchors to redirect her motion. When the terrain became unstable, she released small bindings of energy to stabilize her footing. Her movements were calm, light, and dancer-like. When a sharp metal barrier flew out too quickly for her constructs to form, she reacted physically. Planting her foot, she flipped sideways, sliding low and popping back to her feet without losing momentum. The examinees behind her stared in shock at her versatility. She did not look back. She faced the next obstacle with focused calm as the energy lights spun around her like protective spirits. Present Mike called out enthusiastically that she had taken first place, praising her performance. Aizawa crossed his arms but could not completely hide a proud smile. Kuni wiggled aggressively in Aizawa's arms until dropped and immediately sprinted to YN, leaping into her chest dramatically. Shoto approached, but Kuni hissed like a demon. YN laughed softly and asked Kuni to calm down, insisting that Shoto had done nothing wrong. Shoto sighed but smiled faintly and remarked that the cat really hated him. YN told him he would grow on Kuni, offering a hopeful smile. Kuni continued to stare at Shoto with narrowed eyes. During the interviews they were called separately. Shoto waited for YN afterward, leaning against the wall with Kuni at his feet, still glaring. When YN exited the room, Shoto straightened and asked how it had gone. YN said quietly that she thought it had gone well. Kuni leapt into her arms as if she had been gone a very long time. Shoto watched her cradle the small cat, a small warmth flickering in his chest. He told her that her performance had been incredible. YN lowered her gaze shyly and told him that his had been impressive as well. He added that he was glad to have seen her that day, closer to who she really was, and not just the face she presented. Her heart skipped. Kuni hissed at him like a jealous guardian. YN smiled softly and thanked him. For the first time in this world, the path forward did not feel lonely. The sun hung low over UA's courtyard, painting the campus gold as the last examinees trickled out of the testing building. Conversations buzzed softly, exhausted laughter, shaky breaths, excited predictions, and whispered doubts that clung to the fading warmth of the day. YN stepped out with Kuni in her arms, the little black cat curled tight against her chest like an overprotective guardian. Shoto walked beside her, posture straight but shoulders tense. Kuni glared daggers at Shoto. Shoto ignored him with a practiced calm. YN let out a breath that wavered at the end and admitted that the exam had been something. Shoto nodded slowly and agreed. He spoke as if the exam had been nothing more than a routine task, but YN saw the stiffness in his jaw and the quiet storm behind his mismatched eyes. He was replaying everything, feeling more than he showed. YN told him he had done great and gently nudged his arm. YN said it, and Shoto gave a small nod. There was still no smile, still that heaviness clinging to him. They had only walked a few steps from the outer gate when a sudden breeze circled them, gentle at first, then playful enough to stir their hair. Kuni's fur puffed out instantly, as if sensing an enemy. A tall boy appeared before them with a bright, earnest smile and a posture as straight as a flagpole. He bowed and introduced himself as Inasa Yorashi, greeting them cheerfully. YN blinked in surprise and returned a polite smile. Kuni hissed loudly, direct and unapologetic. YN quickly apologized, explaining that the cat was protective. Shoto muttered dryly that he was very protective. Inasa tried again with genuine warmth, praising Todoroki's performance and the speed of his quirk. Shoto walked past without acknowledgement, no glance, no nod, only a cold, quiet dismissal that tightened YN's chest. That was the kind of cold meant to keep people away. Inasa hurried after them but kept his voice soft to avoid drawing attention, apologizing and saying he did not mean to bother them and had only wanted to talk. Kuni hissed again and swiped at the air as if to scare him off. YN urged Inasa not to take it personally. Inasa, though his smile faltered, insisted it was fine and that he had only wanted to talk. Shoto still did not look back. The moment everything cracked, the wind around Inasa fell still and his bright eyes dimmed. He spoke quietly, revealing a truth he had kept buried for too long. When he was younger he had met Shoto's father and had admired him, expecting passion and fiery purpose, but had been pushed aside without so much as a look. Seeing the same closed, cold eyes that day hurt more than he could say. Shoto froze. Wyan stiffened. Kuni growled low. Inasa, tired and bowed, said he should not have expected anything different and then thanked them for the day before turning and walking away, the breeze trailing him like a quiet sigh of disappointment. Shoto did not move. Yn stepped closer and brushed his sleeve gently. Shoto said that Inasa hated him because he reminded him of his father. Yn felt her heart break and reassured him that he was not his father, not even close. Shoto closed his eyes in exhaustion, weighed down by years of pain. Kuni, unexpectedly gentle, placed a paw on Shoto's forearm and tapped twice as a small, grumpy reassurance. Shoto exhaled and suggested they go home. Yn nodded and walked beside him toward Aizawa's apartment as the sky deepened into warm lavender, their shadows stretching long, one tall, one smaller, and one tiny creature whose tail swished with dramatic irritation every few seconds. When they reached the door, Shoto paused, still thinking about Inasa, about his father, about everything. North stepped close and softly called his name. He looked at her tired, guarded, quietly hurting. She wrapped her arms around him in a warm, firm hug, and his breath hitched, a rare, vulnerable reaction only she ever drew from him. Kuni wedged himself between their legs protectively but did not interrupt. Yn pulled back enough to look at him and leaned up to press a gentle kiss to his cheek. Shoto blinked, stunned, a faint pink coloring his cheeks. A small, softer sigh escaped him, almost relieved. He murmured good night, and Yn echoed it as she slipped inside the apartment. Kuni shot Shoto a glaring look that seemed to demand both care and boundaries. Shoto stood for a long moment, fingers brushing the spot on his cheek where she had kissed him, and for the first time that day the cold inside him loosened just a little. The soft click of the apartment door echoed through the hallway as Yn stepped inside. The familiar sense of fresh laundry, clean tatame, and Aizawa's ever-present black coffee wrapped around her, grounding her after the heavy day. Before she could even take off her shoes, Kuni launched himself from her arms onto the couch with theatrical flair, whipping his tail as if the world had committed an unforgivable offense. Aizawa, hunched over a mountain of paperwork at the kitchen table, lifted his gaze. His expression remained flat, but Yn could sense the faint flicker of concern beneath it. Aizawa noted that she was late. Yn murmured an apology and said the exam had taken longer than expected. Aizawa studied her, aware from years as a teacher that an entrance exam, recommendation or not, typically did not take that long. He noticed her flushed cheeks, the tension in her shoulders, the way she clutched her bag too tightly, and the subtle tremble in her breath. His gaze softened, barely noticeable but unmistakable. Yn said she thought she had done fine, that the written part had been manageable and the obstacle course had been fun. Aizawa hummed and nodded his approval. Kuni strutted over with all the importance of a small furry dictator and demanded attention with a loud, dramatic meow before throwing himself onto the floor and rolling onto his back as if he had just suffered a great injustice. Yn bit her lip to keep from laughing. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose and asked whether the cat had caused trouble. Yn froze as memories flickered through her mind, Kuni hissing at Shoto, biting at Shoto's sleeve, acting aggressively toward Inasa, and nearly leaping onto Present Mix's head. She cleared her throat and said that it had not really been trouble. Kuni paused his rolling and squinted up at her as if impressed with her attempt at a lie. Aizawa stared at her for a long moment. His sharp eyes flicked from her face to her trembling fingers and back to her flushed cheeks. Aizawa noted that she looked stressed. Yn flinched and insisted she was fine, but he immediately accused her of lying. Kuni sat up and nodded as if agreeing. Yn pressed her lips together and admitted that something had happened but reassured him she would be okay. Aizawa did not pry. He leaned back, stretched, stood, and then walked over to rest a hand gently on her head, fingers threading softly into her hair. The gesture was tender, quiet, protective, and impossibly comforting. He told her to rest and that they could talk tomorrow. YN nodded, cheeks warm. Aizawa gave her one last searching look filled with silent understanding before shuffling toward his bedroom. YN watched him go and felt her heart loosen slightly, but the moment the bedroom door shut her thoughts snapped back to Shoto. His trembling breath, frozen posture, eyes full of hurt, and the whispered request to go home as if admitting weakness. She remembered pressing a brief, comforting kiss to his cheek. Her face heated at the memory. She had not planned to do it. Her body had moved before her mind could catch up. Pure instinct, pure emotion, pure protectiveness. She buried her face in her hands and realized what she had done. Outside, Shoto stood still long after YN and Kuni disappeared inside. The night breeze brushed against his half-cold, half-warm skin, but he did not feel the cold side, only her warmth. He thought of her arms around him, her soft voice pulling him from the storm inside his head, and the gentle press of her lips to his cheek. When he touched the spot, it was still warm, calming and soft, and the memory both frightened and soothed him. He tried to breathe deeply, but his chest tightened again. He remembered her telling him that he was not his father, something no one had ever said to him before. People always saw him as a mixture of his parents' balance and destruction, ice and fire, hope and fear, but no one had ever truly seen him until she did. She had looked at him like he was worth saving and worth warming. He thought to himself that she was different from his siblings, classmates, and the adults who treated him like a tragedy. She cared. He did not want to walk home to an empty house filled with silence and ghosts, so he took one last look at the apartment door and walked away, his hands still resting where her warmth lingered. Back inside, YN sank onto the couch and Kuni promptly flopped into her lap, curling into a warm ball of judgmental fur. She stroked him absent-mindedly and asked if he thought Shoto was okay. Kuni gave a soft, chirpy trill that seemed to promise he would be because she would make sure of it. YN hugged him to her chest and admitted she hated seeing Shoto hurt. Kuni blinked slowly and headbutted her chin, offering comfort and affirmation. YN leaned back against the couch and looked to the window where the night breeze pressed against the glass. The sky felt heavier that night, quiet and thoughtful. Something about the way Shoto had looked at her before the kiss had changed something inside both of them. The kiss had not been meant as romance but as a salve, to soothe him, to remind him he was not alone, to pull him away from the version of himself he feared becoming. Yet now her own heart would not stop fluttering. She murmured that tomorrow would be different, unsure if better or worse, but certain that change was coming, soft and inevitable like leaves warming beneath the first sunlight of spring. Kuni purred louder in agreement. Somewhere in the night, Shoto pressed his fingers to his cheek again. Morning sunlight filtered weakly through the apartment curtains, painting soft gold across the floor. Kuni was already awake, sitting like a judgmental loaf on YN's stomach with his tail flicking. YN croaked that she could barely breathe, but Kuni ignored her. Aizawa walked past with a mug of coffee and commented that someone had been waiting on the exact same spot since 6 in the morning. YN's eyes widened and she asked why. Aizawa sipped his coffee and said it was probably because her exam results were coming that day. The realization hit her and she sat up so quickly that Kuni slid off her lap. YN demanded why he had not told her sooner. Aizawa gave her a flat stare and reminded her that he had mentioned it the night before, but she had been distracted. YN felt her soul leave her body at the reminder. Aizawa moved to the couch and began to organize his capture scarf. He already knew she had passed. Of course he knew. He was a UA teacher, but he had not said it. He wanted her to feel the moment herself. For someone like her thrown into another world, fighting through trauma, learning a new fighting style, and surviving chaos, this acceptance was not just a letter. It was proof that she belonged here, that she could build a future in this world, and that she was not alone. A knock at the door broke the silence, 3 taps, firm and official. YN froze and Aizawa gestured for her to open it. A small silver envelope lay on the floor with her name printed clearly across the front. Her heartbeat quickened as she picked it up and realized it was a hologram letter. Kuni jumped up beside her, eyes wide with curiosity, while Aizawa leaned against the table watching quietly. She tore the seal and a metal disc dropped into her hand. A blue hologram erupted into the living room. YN gasped as Principal Nizu appeared, standing atop a little desk and smiling with bright enthusiasm. The principal greeted her and congratulated her on her performance in the UA recommendation exam, telling her that although she might be nervous, her performance had been impressive. The hologram projected images in the air, YN floating with delicate control, vines spiraling around her fingers as her green glow marked opponents, and she neutralized threats from a distance like an ethereal chain reaction, and saving injured examinees with gentle, plant-like tendrils. Principal Nizu praised the uniqueness of her quirk, noting her creativity, strategy, and exceptional control. YN covered her mouth as Aizawa watched with a hint of impressed approval, and Kuni offered a judgmental chirp. Nizu concluded by announcing that he would not keep her waiting any longer and welcomed her to UA. YN gasped at the words high school, eyes filling instantly. Kuni let out a cheerful meow of celebration and hopped excitedly around her. Aizawa allowed himself the smallest, softest smile, and told her she had earned it. YN threw herself into a hug before she could stop herself. Aizawa stiffened and said her name. She apologized and explained that she was just so happy, then pulled back quickly. Aizawa cleared his throat and told her she deserved to hear it from the letter and not from him. Her chest warmed. She felt she really belonged here. Somewhere else she wondered if Shoto had received his results too and whether he was happy. Her cheeks warmed at the thought. Before she could dwell on it, the hologram shifted again and Nizu added warmly that they looked forward to seeing her in Class 1A. Aizawa snorted softly and affirmed the sentiment. The hologram faded, leaving a bright, hopeful silence. YN hugged Kuni tightly and whispered that she had done it. Aizawa placed a hand on her head and announced that she was officially a UA student. Her heart fluttered as everything began to change and move forward. Far away, in another world, a very different dawn was breaking. Meanwhile in Sumru Teva, pure white petals fell like snow inside the repeating Sabzura's festival dream. The same stalls, the same dancers, the same laughter repeated on. Loop forever. At the center of it all, Nahida stood in Bermanston Hospital, hands clasped tightly and face pale with exhaustion. She had been trapped for years, a week after YN disappeared. Ever since Dator's experiment opened a spatial fracture and YN vanished into the unknown, the sages panicked. If a perfect vessel could vanish, then knowledge itself was not safe. Their solution had been to trap the entire nation in an eternal samsara to harvest dreams and build their artificial god faster. Nahida felt the loop stutter as the dream glitched, flickering like a broken screen. Lumen appeared beside her, breathing hard. The traveler had been fighting the loop non-stop, retaining memories the way only a descender could. Lumen gripped Nahida's hand and reported that the loop had reset again, but something felt different. Nahida blinked slowly and agreed that she had sensed a faint ripple, a distortion in the dream, a missing presence. Nahida whispered that she thought of YN. Lumen asked if YN's disappearance was still affecting the Akasha. Nahida explained that Dator's experiment was never meant to pull her away. When the portal consumed her, the Akasha detected a critical anomaly and the sages had acted out of fear. Lumen promised they would break the loop. Nahida admitted a fear that YN was no longer in Tevat but added that she felt a faint echo, like a seed that had sprouted far beyond their reach. Lumen's breath caught at the possibility. Nahida smiled gently and said that wherever YN was, she was growing. The dream shuddered violently and for the first time, the loop cracked as if reality itself were reacting to YN's new path. Nahida whispered a hope that her sister would bloom safely. Back in the present, YN stared at her acceptance letter again, trying not to cry. Kuni curled beside her while Aizawa watched quietly from the doorway and reminded her to rest before school started. YN held the letter to her chest and felt a sudden warmth, as if someone very far away had whispered her name and missed her. She did not know that Nahida's voice could cross worlds or that Lumen was fighting for her return, but she felt a faint tug and a distant echo, as if part of her heart still bloomed in another world. That other world was waiting. A new beginning. The morning before Yue began felt strangely calm in a way that made YN's stomach twist with nerves. She dressed in her new uniform and smoothed the blazer for the 10th time while staring at herself in the mirror. Kuni lay sprawled on her pillow, offering a silent, judgmental presence that made her more nervous. Aizawa leaned in the doorway and told her to stop fussing or she would make it worse. She admitted she was nervous. Aizawa stretched and warned her not to cause trouble. YN grabbed her bag and inhaled slowly, then prepared to leave. Aizawa opened the door and gestured for her to step out first, noting that Todoroki was waiting outside. Her heart skipped and she tried to hide how her fingers tightened around the bag strap. They had not discussed what had happened during the exam since then. A quiet, unspoken thing hung between them. When YN stepped into the sunlight, Shoto stood beside a tree with his hands in his pockets, his expression softening when he saw her. He looked calmer than usual and the faint pink along the tips of his ears made her heart flutter. YN greeted him and he observed that she was early, then complimented how the uniform suited her. YN thanked him and returned the compliment. Shoto regarded her with quiet sincerity and admitted he was nervous too because it would be the first time he would be in a classroom surrounded by students who truly wanted to be heroes. His honesty eased her nerves and they walked together in comfortable silence. Kuni slipped between them and gave Shoto a pointed stare that seemed to pass judgment. Shoto sighed and offered a brief greeting to Kuni. The cat trotted up to him, sniffed his shoe, and flicked his tail in approval. Aizawa stepped around them with his hands in his pockets and said that the two of them could walk together while he headed ahead to prepare. He disappeared down the street before YN could ask more, leaving her, Shoto, and a very attentive Kuni. They walked toward the train station as the morning air carried a light breeze and students hurried to their own schools. YN noticed how Shoto stepped slightly closer whenever someone walked too near her. He commented that she looked tense and told her that he felt nervous as well. The warmth between them remained steady and gentle as they approached the towering gates of UA, where YN felt both small and overwhelmed by the size of the campus. Shoto noticed her reaction and stayed near her as they joined the flow of students moving into the school. Shoto told her to stay close. She did, and somehow that made everything easier. The door to Class 1A towered over them, too large, intimidating. YN stared at it as if it were a final boss. She asked why it was so big, voice barely a whisper. Shoto shrugged and suggested it was probably for students with large quirks. Kuni, tucked discreetly in her bag, let out a tiny grumble of agreement. She opened the door slowly. The room was already half full. A short brunette girl waved at a green-haired boy who was arranging notebooks neatly on his desk. A tall boy with spiky blonde hair leaned back in his chair, scowling at everything. A lanky boy stretched his arms like they were made of rubber. A student with an unusual tail adjusted his seat with perfect posture. For a moment the green-haired boy froze mid-sentence when he saw her, eyes widening with recognition as if trying to place her face. She had appeared in his memory during training on the beach with All Might. He blinked once and returned to his conversation, still clearly puzzled. YN found an empty seat near the back. Shoto took the desk beside hers without hesitation, sitting with a calm confidence that drew a few glances. She felt curious stares and lowered her head. Shoto noticed and leaned slightly closer to reassure her that she should not mind them. She murmured that she was trying, and he told her she would get used to it, voice softening. She let herself breathe again. She had chosen a seat by the window, and to her surprise Shoto silently took the desk diagonally near hers, not speaking or staring but close enough. Kuni curled in the bag, eyes fixed on Shoto the entire time. A loud thud on the floor made the class jolt as a sleeping bag appeared suddenly in the doorway. Aizawa stepped out of it looking exhausted. He emerged from the yellow sleeping bag with a tired, imposing presence. YN pinched the bridge of her nose, unsurprised by his theatrics. Aizawa announced that he was their homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuda, and ordered them to get to work. Scanning the room, his expression remained stoic, but his eye twitched slightly when he spotted her and Shoto, as if suppressing a reprimand. He instructed everyone to change into their P uniforms and head to the training grounds for a quirk assessment test. Ida protested about orientation and introductions, But Aizawa refused each suggestion. He looked directly at YN, then at Shoto, and addressed the class with the clipped tone of someone who disliked wasted energy, warning that whoever scored the lowest would be expelled. Silence fell. Kuni's tail bristled inside the bag. A chill went down YN's spine, but Shoto remained calm, giving her a look that conveyed they would be fine. She nodded, and they stood to follow Aizawa. Walking beside Shoto through the halls toward the locker rooms, YN felt a warm sense of anticipation settle in her chest. Her heart pounded with excitement at the thought of her first real training, her first real step as a UA student. She glanced left to see Midoriya shaking, and right at Shoto, who looked composed but determined. Somewhere in her heart she felt that Nahida would be proud. She rose with the class, aware that this was UA, a new start, and that she was not alone anymore. The class filed out behind Aizawa, tension settling over them like fog. Y North walked close to Shoto, steps steady despite her racing heartbeat. The halls echoed with nervous chatter from students trying to process their teacher's threat of expulsion. Shoto remained silent, but his quiet presence kept her anchored. They reached the changing rooms and split into boys and girls. YN hesitated before entering the girls' side. She had never changed in a crowded space before. Inside, the girls buzzed with nervous energy. The short brunette girl was the first to notice YN and approached with a warm smile, complimenting her earlier appearance in uniform. YN blinked and thanked her. A girl with vine-like hair introduced herself gently and asked if YN was nervous. YN admitted she was, explaining that it felt like a lot. The tall girl with dark green hair leaned in, studying her with a calm intensity and judging that YN seemed capable and would do fine. A blue-haired girl tying her shoes gave YN a brief, competitive nod before falling back into the group. The brunette suggested they all introduce themselves, and the girls formed a loose circle, each sharing her name, quirk, and a bit about herself. Their personalities blended into a bright, chaotic swirl, bubbly, calm, analytical, blunt, and enthusiastic. When all eyes turned to YN, she felt nervous and introduced herself as YN, saying that her quirk was nature and that she hoped they could all get along. The girls reacted warmly and told her she would fit right in. A warmth bloomed in YN's chest she had not expected. Their welcome felt genuine and comforting. Outside at the training grounds, the class gathered where Aizawa stood waiting, expression unreadable. He ordered them to line up and the students shuffled into place. YN stood near Shoto again, Kuni peeking through a crack in the gym bag with narrowed eyes. Aizawa lifted a small device and announced that they would be running a full quirk evaluation test. Every event would show what each student could actually do. A murmur rose through the class as Aizawa aimed his capture weapon toward the boy with explosive palms and instructed the highest scorer in the practical exam to step into the throwing circle. The boy grinned sharply, cracking his knuckles like he lived for the moment. He strode into the circle, grabbed the softball, and looked ready to ignite the planet. YN watched, taking in every detail. Aizawa told them to use their quirks however they wanted. The boy launched the ball, blasting it with a violent explosion that echoed across the field. Dust burst around him as he laughed, confident and wild. The device beeped and the class gasped when the measurement registered a distance far beyond human reach. YN swallowed. Shoto remained composed. He glanced at the screen and then back at her, quietly telling her she could do better than she thought. Her heart fluttered. Aizawa explained the rest of the assessments while the students began stretching and preparing. Tension remained high after all, someone would be expelled. Shoto cracked his neck lightly, focused. YN inhaled slowly, steadying herself with the soft breathing technique Nahida had taught her. The 50-meter dash went first. Pairs lined up at the starting track. Sparks flew, ice formed, elbows stretched, and tails whipped through the air as the students watched one another with growing awe and rivalry. Shoto stepped forward and planted his right foot into the ground. A burst of ice propelled him in a cold streak that reached the finish line in an instant, prompting murmurs of amazement. YN smiled faintly. He made it look effortless. When her name was called, she stepped up. She did not reveal everything, but she used enough of her power to surge forward and cover the distance in an impressive time. Shoto's eyes followed her subtly, but noticeably enough for her to feel the attention. After hours of running, jumping, and quirk usage, the class returned to 1A to wait for the results. Students collapsed into chairs, sweating and exhausted. YN sat by the window again. Shoto took the seat beside her without hesitation, folding his arms in quiet confidence. The green-haired boy sat nearby, still trembling faintly from earlier events and flipping nervously through a notebook. Aizawa entered and dropped a stack of papers onto the front desk, announcing that the results were up. The screens shifted and everyone leaned forward as names and rankings appeared. YN scanned for hers and released a breath she did not know she had been holding. She was not last, not even close. Shoto exhaled calmly with a placement near the top. A girl squeaked in relief, the explosive boy smirked, and the green-haired boy nearly fainted. Aizawa grumbled that he had not actually been going to expel anyone and that the threat had been intended only to push them. Half the class erupted in disbelief. YN rubbed her temple. Aizawa's version of teaching was something else. With the fear of expulsion lifted, students began chatting freely and forming small groups as they gathered their bags. Laughter replaced anxiety. YN felt someone bump gently beside her as Shoto adjusted his bag. He told her she had done well. She thanked him and returned the compliment. He paused, reminded her that he had meant what he said earlier, and added that she underestimated herself. Her pulse quickened slightly. Before she could answer, Kuni stuck his head out of her bag and glared directly at Shoto, a clear message to stay on his side. Shoto observed that if the pet kept doing that he would assume it disliked him. YN explained that Kuni was protective of her. The short, brunette girl from earlier waved at YN from near the lockers and invited her to walk with them. Shoto stepped back politely and told her to go. They were her classmates. YN nodded, gave him a small smile, and jogged over to join the group. From across the room, Shoto watched her leave with soft eyes and an unreadable expression, no longer cold or distant, but quietly warmed by her presence. YN's fingers tightened around the strap of her bag as she left Shoto's side, the echo of his quiet praise lingering like warmth beneath her ribs. The classroom buzzed with leftover energy from the tests, but in the hallway with the girls everything softened into something easier and lighter. Their cheerful voices rose around her small questions, gentle laughs, and repeated introductions now that the anxiety had passed. YN listened quietly and let their energy wash over her without feeling overwhelmed. The hallway lights hummed overhead and the late afternoon sun pressed through the windows, casting long, warm shadows across the floor. A glance over her shoulder caught Shoto still at his desk, looking toward the doorway where she had disappeared. His expression remained unreadable, but something in his eyes softened when he saw her walking with others, no longer alone. YN turned forward, her steps steady as the girls cheerfully waved her closer and urged her to walk with them. For the first time since arriving at UA, she did not hesitate. The hallway opened to the front courtyard and a city breeze greeted them. The campus glowed under the gold-tinted sky, quiet, warm, and full of the first-day memories YN had yet to process. She did not need to process them immediately. She had the company of classmates laughing beside her, nudging each other and chattering about the tests, quirks, and the excitement of becoming real hero students. YN exhaled, a breath she had not realized she had been holding. The day had started tense, overwhelming, and uncertain, but it was ending differently. The late afternoon light settled gently over the campus as the school day drew to a close, painting soft gold over the glass walls of UA High's main building. The new Class 1A students drifted out in clusters, still shaking off the unfamiliarity of their first real day as hero trainees. For most of them, this was their first time meeting peers with quirks so different from their own, and every conversation held a small echo of nervousness and excitement as the world they had imagined began to take shape. YN stood slightly apart from the crowd at first, her expression calm and observant, as though she were taking everything in without rushing. There was something about the way she held herself, light feet, relaxed shoulders, steady eyes that made her seem both present and distant at the same time. She did not force small talk or seek attention. She simply existed in her own quiet rhythm, kind, mysterious, and unbothered. That very stillness drew attention, especially from the group of girls who had noticed her earlier in class, the ones who had recognized her calm aura, polite tone, and the way she rarely reacted unless it truly mattered. They noticed something else too. She was one of the few people who seemed comfortable speaking to Shoto Todoroki, the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. It was not that they were visibly close, but whenever Todoroki's mismatched eyes flicked toward Wyan, there was a subtle awareness. That alone made the girls curious. When the school day ended and students began walking to the train station, someone invited Wyan to join them. Mina Ishido called out and asked if Wyan was heading to the station and wanted to walk with them. Wyan lifted her gaze, then nodded and agreed to join. The quiet, mysterious girl ended up walking through the warming sunset beside Uraraka, Azui, Jiro, Yaoyorozu, Mina, and Hagakure, girls who had been strangers just hours earlier but were already trying to piece each other's personalities together. They walked in an uneven cluster down the wide sidewalk, the city noise humming around them, while the conversation stayed simple and calm. Uraraka suggested they introduce themselves properly since they were all new. Yaoyorozu Momo introduced herself politely. Azuitiu gave her name and asked to be called Tsu in a croaky tone. Mina introduced herself enthusiastically. Jiro Kyoka identified herself in a measured voice. Hagakure Toru introduced herself energetically even though she was invisible. Uraraka Achiko smiled and said her name as well. Mina encouraged YN to take her turn. YN slowed slightly and gave her name simply, saying it was nice to walk with them, nothing more, nothing less. Simple, direct, and sincere. They continued toward the station. Jiro mentioned that YN had talked to Todoroki earlier, and Hagakure chimed in that they had all noticed. Uraraka hastened to explain that they had not been spying, only that everyone knew he was Endeavor's son, so when someone actually talked to him it stood out. Mina observed that he was quiet and intense-looking, hard to approach. Yaoyorozu added that he had spoken to YN as if they had known each other before. YN blinked slowly and revealed that they had met before attending UA. The others leaned in, astonished. YN downplayed it, saying it had been nothing extraordinary, just a brief moment. That made them even more curious. Then Yaoyorozu added that YN had called him by his first name. YN confirmed calmly that she called him Shoto. The girls exchanged wide, disbelieving looks. Mina asked in astonishment whether she had really used his given name and whether he had allowed it. YN answered each question with a quiet affirmation. Uraraka wondered if he had corrected her, and YN said he had not. Tsuyu observed that this meant he was comfortable with YN. YN offered no further explanation and let the others interpret things as they wished. The girls realized that YN was not cold, shy, or distant on purpose. She simply did not waste words on things that did not matter and did not overthink the things that did. As they descended the steps toward the wide train station entrance, the evening breeze brushing against them, the group fell into an easy rhythm. YN did not lead the conversation, but her steady presence grounded it. She listened when they spoke, offered small comments, and carried a calm that made the crowded station feel less overwhelming. By the time they reached the ticket gates, the awkwardness of being new students had faded. They were not quite friends yet, but they were something close, something beginning. The walk to the train station felt like the start of something important. The station lights flickered gently as Class 1A scattered toward different platforms. YN stood near the ticket gates with the girls, their small circle still full of warm chatter and leftover excitement. Mina and Hagakure were still whispering about how YN called him Shoto. YN listened quietly, eyes drifting toward the far end of the station as Shoto Todoroki moved through the crowd. He moved like a quiet current, efficient and calm, with no unnecessary movement. His gaze swept the platform once and then settled on YN alone. YN felt a small, private lift of feeling that no one else could see. Yaoyorozu noted that Todoroki was heading this way, following YN's line of sight. Mina leaned in, excited that he seemed to be coming straight for Y. Uraraka tried to suggest it might be coincidence, but Tsuyu bluntly said it was not. Shoto stepped up beside YN with the ease of someone for whom this was normal. He looked at her first and nodded gently, asking if she was ready to go. YN nodded in reply. The girls watched with quiet astonishment, jaws dropping at how natural their interaction seemed. YN turned back to them, composed and calm, and the moment passed as they prepared to leave the station together. Someone told the group they would see everyone tomorrow. Mina stammered that she would see them. Momo smiled warmly and told them to have a good evening. Azui waved and told YN to take care, and to extend the same to Shoto. Shoto nodded politely and said goodnight. Then, as they always had since childhood, they walked away together, side by side, matching each other's pace. The evening train was not packed, but busy enough that tired office workers and students clustered along the seats. YN and Shoto found a pair of empty seats near the back and slid into place. For a few moments they sat in a comfortable silence, the kind that only exists between people who do not need to fill space with words, as the train hummed beneath them. Shoto glanced her way and remarked that she had seemed comfortable today with her classmates. YN lowered her gaze and said they were kind. He observed that they liked her, and she blinked, pointing out that they had only just met. He answered that it did not matter, people notice things quickly. When she asked what he meant, he told her she had a calming presence. She tried to dismiss it as a result of not talking much, but he said it was more than that and that she made people feel at ease. The train rattled over a bridge, golden light splashing through the windows. YN's hair shifted in the breeze and Shoto watched the movement. He said he was glad they had treated her well when she asked why. He explained that she deserved to be around people who respected her. She thanked him. He did not reply aloud, but his hand, resting on his lap, shifted slightly closer to hers. When the train turned a corner, their fingers brushed. Neither of them pulled away. By the time they stepped off the train, the sun had nearly set and the sky was a deep violet streaked with lingering warmth. Street lamps were beginning to glow. Shoto adjusted his bag and observed that she looked tired. YN admitted a little, and when he said she had not shown it, she reminded him that he did the same. He insisted it was different, and she gently disagreed. He looked down at her and met her eyes. The lamp beside them flickered and a soft breeze brushed her hair. Shoto reached out to tuck a stray strand behind her ear but froze halfway. She did not move away, and he continued, fingers grazing her cheek as he adjusted the hair. The simple, brief gesture settled between them and felt weighty in its quietness. YN's heart fluttered, hidden beneath her calm exterior. Shoto lowered his hand slowly and apologized, and she whispered that he did not need to apologize. He swallowed and acknowledged her. They resumed walking, shoulders occasionally brushing not by accident but because neither made an effort to pull away. Night deepened around them and childhood memories hung between them like soft echoes. Times they had walked the same route, smaller, quieter, unsure of the world but sure of each other. At the corner where their paths split, Shoto stopped and asked if she would walk to school with him tomorrow like always. She smiled faintly and agreed. He said goodnight and she responded in kind. He lingered a moment longer than necessary before turning down his street. YN watched his back until he disappeared behind the row of houses. The breeze brushed her skin and her heart felt warm. For the first time in a long time she did not feel alone. She whispered into the night that they would do it again tomorrow and continued walking home. The next morning brought a chilly breeze that brushed YN's cheeks as she walked through the school gates. As always, Shoto walked beside her, quiet, steady, unfazed by the students whispering as they passed. Students recognized them and wondered if they were close, but YN did not glance their way. She moved with her composed grace, shouldering her bag while scanning the courtyard. Shoto noticed the way her hair shifted in the wind and slowed his pace as if trying to match her breathing. He asked if she had slept, and she said a bit. He did not push further, they had known each other too long for that. To anyone watching they looked unusual. Shoto, the aloof son of a top hero, and YN, the mysterious girl who walked beside him as if they had spent their entire lives side by side. They reached Class 1A and slid the doors open just as the chatter died. Some eyes widened and a few exchanged looks. Shoto and YN took their seats, he by the window, she beside him, she leaning slightly against the glass with the morning sun brushing her face. She felt the attention but did not care. He quietly adjusted his bag and shifted his seat a little closer, a subtle gesture that the rest of the class noticed. The classroom door slammed open and Present Mike burst in, waving a microphone-shaped staff and announcing loudly that he hoped everyone was ready. Several students jumped. One covered his ears and another braced his desk. YN blinked once and that was her only reaction. Shoto covered one ear with his hand and checked whether she was bothered. She was not. Present Mike pointed dramatically at the class and declared that they were welcome to English and that it was an important subject for becoming a hero. Present Mike asked the class what they needed to do in the field. Half the students fell silent. YN rested her chin on her hand, her expression unreadable. Present Mike grinned broadly and told them that they had to speak, to communicate, to announce, to guide, to intimidate if necessary, and to project their voices. He demonstrated a loud projection that made half the class flinch. YN's hair fluttered slightly from the force. YN murmured that it was loud. Shoto opened his mouth as if to say something, hesitated, and then leaned slightly toward her to ask quietly whether she wanted earplugs. YN allowed a subtle but real curve of her lips and answered that maybe. A few students noticed and exchanged shocked looks, astonished that they talked casually, that she smiled at him, that Todoroki had initiated a conversation. Present Mike continued teaching with dramatic pacing and poses while the rest of the class adjusted at their own pace, some enthusiastic, some exhausted, some covering their ears. YN remained composed throughout, answering questions only when called on and then with short, precise sentences. Present Mike gave her an impressed thumbs up each time and commented that she was a girl of few words but good words. Shoto allowed a faint smug look, just noticeable to those who knew him. The other students wondered why she was so calm and whether she was afraid of the loud demonstrations. They sensed that Todoroki looked comfortable with her. By the end of the lesson, many of them looked like they had survived a minor ordeal. When the bell rang, YN gathered her notes neatly and observed that the PRD had gone by quickly. Shoto stood and slung his bag over his shoulder, telling her that she had not seemed bothered. YN replied that it was just sound. He scanned her expression and remarked that she must be used to worse. She offered no confirmation or denial and simply walked beside him as the hallway began to fill with students. A few girls from the previous day, Achiko Uraraka, Mina Ishido, Kyoka Jiro, and Tsu Azui, approached and greeted them. Achiko waved energetically and asked if they were heading to the cafeteria. YN answered softly that they were. Mina suggested they go together, and YN accepted without objection. Shoto glanced at her, waiting for any sign she wanted to avoid the crowd, but she tightened her bag strap and walked with the girls. They entered the large cafeteria together, surrounded by the smells of varied foods. Mina scanned the menu board and admitted she did not know what to pick. Achiko complained that everything looked good but her wallet was suffering. Shoto stepped forward and offered to pay. The four girls blinked in surprise at his straightforwardness. Achiko tried to insist it was unnecessary, but Shoto said that it was fine because they were with YN. YN gave him a sideways glance and he added that it was just lunch and he did not mind. The girls relaxed, grateful and a little awkward. Mina whispered to Jiro that he was nicer than she had expected. Jiro noted that he simply did not talk much. Tsuyu observed that he might only speak to certain people. At the food counter, each student chose their meal. Achiko took a pork cutlet bowl, Mina picked spicy curry, Jiro selected something simple, and Tsuyu chose thick noodle soup. YN surveyed the options quietly. Shoto told the lunch staff that she did not eat seafood. The staff prepared a tray of chicken teriyaki and rice and slid it toward YN, and Shoto handed the tray to her. He took his own meal of cold buckwheat noodles. They found a table by the windows, sunlight pooling across the floor. YN sat with composed posture and Shoto took the seat beside her. The girls settled opposite them and conversation flowed easily about the morning's classes, present mixed dramatic style, and speculation about upcoming training. Achiko asked what kinds of food YN usually liked. YN replied that she preferred anything simple and did not eat seafood because she did not like the smell. Mina leaned in curiously but did not press. Jiro agreed that fish dishes could be strong. Shoto ate quietly but looked toward YN whenever she spoke, a small habit he did not try to hide. Tsuyu commented that the two of them clearly had a close connection. Shoto explained that their families knew each other, and YN added softly that they had grown up together. The girls exchanged understanding smiles and accepted the explanation without further speculation. YN said that growing up in the same environment made certain things automatic. Shoto paused at that, and an unfamiliar softness eased the usual coolness in his expression. The girls noticed but reacted with quiet smiles rather than gossip. Lunch continued peacefully, and for once YN was not being stared at with suspicion. The girls asked simple questions, shared light stories, and let YN respond at her own pace. When she spoke, they listened. When she stayed silent, they did not rush her. Through it all, Shoto sat beside her calm, steady, protective without being obvious. As lunch ended, Mina stretched and suggested they all walk back together, asking YN if she agreed. YN hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Achiko beamed. They stood and grabbed their trays. Shoto picked up YN's before she could. YN offered to carry it softly, and he insisted that he wanted to. The girls smiled quietly to themselves, no longer surprised but feeling warm. As they left the cafeteria together, one thing became clear. YN was not merely blending into UA, she was fitting into it naturally and effortlessly while staying herself. The people around her were beginning to see it. The start of All Might's training. When Present Mike dismissed class, students poured into the hallway buzzing with energy. That liveliness doubled when heavy footsteps thundered from the corridor and the door slid open as All Might strode in, declaring his dramatic entrance. Gasps, murmurs, and sparks of excitement rippled through the room. YN did not jump or flinch, she blinked once, steady, and watched All Might stride forward with an enormous smile. Beside her, Shoto stood composed, his mismatched eyes following the symbol of peace with quiet curiosity observation rather than admiration. YN noted quietly that he was loud, and Shoto agreed. All Might set a silver case on the podium and announced that they would be doing hero training today. The class erupted. Kirishima shouted about manliness, Kaminari practically vibrated with excitement, and Ashido threw her fists in the air. YN tightened her grip on her gloves and prepared in silence. She did not need noise or hype, her mind had already shifted into training mode. The silver case opened to reveal rows of suitcases containing each student's hero costume. All Might instructed everyone to get their costumes and report to ground beta. The class hurried out, and YN followed more steadily, walking beside Shoto in a rhythm that felt familiar, almost mirrored. Inside her designated case, she found a suit that matched her personality, muted colors, sleek lines, and light fabric built for fast, precise movement, no unnecessary attachments or flashy design. It resembled the simple style she had worn with Nahida, quietly reflecting her longing. When Class 1A stepped into ground beta, astonishment filled the air as students regarded each other's hero outfits like they were seeing classmates for the first time. The doors opened and the costumed students filed out. Shoto stepped forward in a sleek suit of navy, white, and silver with a high collar and an armored sleeve only on one side. YN's eyes sharpened when she noticed his fireside was completely covered. She pointed out that he had covered his left side, and he explained that it was practical because he did not use it. She told him that it was still part of him and that it mattered even if he pretended it did not. He listened without argument and accepted her words quietly, as he always had, revealing a small hint of something he did not show anyone else. Under the artificial city's towering structures, the wind moved faintly through empty streets. Todoroki stood beside YN, who still wore a distant expression with crossed arms and straight posture. Only Shoto seemed to know that she was upset with him. He murmured an apology that only she could hear, and she replied that it was okay while asking him not to hide his other half because it did not suit him. Nearby, Uraraka, Mina, Jiro, and Tsuyu whispered excitedly about their costumes. All Might stood proudly in his yellow rescue suit and praised the outfits, and the students cheered or reacted in their own ways. YN remained still, adjusting her sleeve as her gaze swept over the mock city, its layout, the shadows between buildings, the higher vantage points, already analyzing the environment. Shoto noticed and observed that she was planning something. She confirmed that she was observing and thinking, and he allowed a softening in his eyes, telling her that was good. All Might raised a large poster board and explained that they would be conducting hero versus villain battle training with realistic scenarios, close-quarters combat, and indoor challenges. The class reacted in typical fashion. Uraraka worried about the danger, Kirishima called it awesome, and Tenya asked about the rules. All Might explained the mock bomb scenario and how villains would defend while heroes attacked. YN stayed quiet, absorbing every detail. Pairings were decided by random draw when All Might passed around a box of slips. Shoto drew first and glanced at his paper before stepping aside. When YN drew, her slip matched his, and she immediately understood they had been paired together as Team B heroes. It was not fate, only probability, but when their eyes met there was an unspoken understanding between them. Shoto returned to her side calmly and said they would work well together. She nodded. The teams were as follows. Team A heroes were Midoriya and Uraraka. Team D villains were Bakugo and Ida. Team B heroes were Shoto, Todoroki, and YN. Team I villains were Ojiro and Toru Hagakure. Team H heroes were Tokoyami and Tsuyu. Team J villains were Kirishima and Shiro. Team G heroes were Kaminari and Jiro. Team C villains were Yaoyorozu and Mineta. Team E heroes were Aoyama and Mina. Team F villains were Sato, Koda, and Shoji, a three-person villain team because of the uneven number of students. All Might clapped and announced the first battle, Team A versus Team D. Midoriya and Bakugo began their showdown while the rest of the class watched on monitors. Shoto and YN stood to the side, preparing quietly for their match. Ojiro approached respectfully, and Toru, cheerful and unseen, indicated that they would be the villains for this round. They said they would guard the bomb, and YN acknowledged this. Shoto crossed his arms and stated that they would take the bomb quickly. Toru gave a nervous giggle and Ojiro nodded seriously. YN allowed her expression to soften and said it would be a fair fight. Midoriya and Bakugo's clash echoed through the building in stylized, explosive bursts typical of training exercises. Shoto leaned closer to YN and suggested they decide their strategy now. She agreed, and together they began to plan. They both affirmed that they would. The calm between them was quiet but powerful, two steady minds working in sync while chaos erupted on the monitors. Even All Might noticed their composure and glanced at them with faint approval. As Bakugo and Midoriya's fight neared its climax on the screen, All Might raised his hand and called for the next match. Team B versus Team I, ordering them to prepare. Shoto and YN stepped away from the crowd with unhurried steps. They did not carry the same nervousness the others had. No trembling. No shaky breathing. Their calm was almost unnerving. Shoto adjusted his glove, eyes cold with focus. YN tied her hair sideways slowly, expression unreadable, her elf-like ears more visible. Two childhood friends formed a perfect balance of fire, ice, and nature-quiet precision facing opponents who would not underestimate them. The next match approached. YN and Shoto against Ojiro and Toru. The building that awaited them was dark, silent, and filled with corners where anything could happen. The monitors finally fell silent as Midoriya and Bakugo's battle ended. All Might's announcement still echoed as the doors to the artificial city slid open. Cold air greeted them first. Dust danced in thin S of light and every footstep echoed faintly against cracked concrete floors. Shoto took his place beside YN, hands already lifting in preparation, and said they would sweep from the center outward. YN hummed lightly, neither full agreement nor disagreement, and let her fingers brush the wall, where a thin layer of moss clung between the bricks. She paused, exhaled softly, and placed her palm over the moss. Her eyes went distant and glowed faintly as she rose slowly off the floor, weightless and controlled, her hair and ribbons lifting as if touched by a breeze only she could feel. Even Shoto paused, not in shock but in a quiet recognition that suggested he had seen this many times when they were younger. YN murmured, wondering where the intruders were. The moss pulsed gently under her touch and she reported that Ojiro was on the 4th floor, west wing, and Toru was guarding the bomb room entrance on the same floor. Shoto approved. A cold wave of air swept outward from Shoto. He touched the ground and frost crawled like living veins across the interior of the building, racing through corridors, climbing walls, and freezing staircases and ceilings in a white sheen. It spread in seconds, merciless, elegant, precise. The spectators jolted, a few gasped under their breath, but none spoke too loud. Even All Might blinked, impressed at the efficiency. YN lifted her foot a little higher and floated above the ice as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She cautioned him not to freeze too deeply, noting that Ojiro might slip while Toru would avoid it because she was light on her feet. Shoto told her he knew and that he was not aiming for the opponents themselves, only for the paths. He told her to lead. YN floated forward, serene and weightless, cutting through the icy air like a quiet guide. Shoto walked just behind her, every step crisp against the frozen floor. Two childhood friends, two different kinds of power, moving as if they had trained this way their whole lives. Ojiro tensed the moment Frost crept under the door and noted that the intruders were close. Toru, shifting nervously beside him, asked whether they meant close enough to freeze them to death. Ojiro clarified that close meant they should be ready. They reached the staircase, ice glittering on every step. YN ascended without touching the ground at all, hovering beside Shoto. She murmured that they were waiting and Shoto said they had expected that. YN placed her hand against an icy railing and felt leftover vibrations whispering through the building. She predicted Ojiro would strike first. Shoto asked about Toru and YN observed that Toru was holding her breath, trying not to make sound. Shoto decided they would go together, and YN agreed, as always. The fourth-floor corridor opened long and dimly lit, shadows pooling in uneven corners. The smell of old concrete mixed with a faint tang of electricity from the emergency lights. YN hovered just inside, eyes scanning and fingers brushing the peeling paint along the walls. A subtle vibration ran through the floor so faint that anyone without her attunement would have missed it. She tilted her head, closing her eyes as if listening to a melody only she could hear. The moss and creeping ivy along the corridor responded, curling upwards subtly as if alerting her to movement ahead. YN whispered that Ojiro was to their right, guarding the hallway. Shoto's boots crunched lightly as he stepped forward, careful to maintain the ice paths he had laid. Ojiro's first strike came silently, his tail whipping with impeccable precision to sweep the floor where Shoto might step. Shoto froze mid-step and extended Frost just ahead of him to create a slick that would catch any overzealous attack, and the tail slid harmlessly across the ice. YN floated higher, barely above head height, tracing the movements with almost ethereal patience. She extended a hand and the moss along the wall pulsed in response, tiny threads of green climbing into the air like whispers and nudging faint sensory cues toward her. YN murmured that Ojiro respected the rhythm, predictable but disciplined, and that they could use that. She warned that Toru would try to disrupt patterns and told them to look for irregularities in the vibrations. Shoto acknowledged her analysis with a subtle nod as they moved deeper into the dim corridor, every sense tuned to the quiet hunt ahead. She moved in small bursts, almost floating light enough to avoid most traps, but reactive to sound. A distraction would make her hesitate. Shoto pressed his hand against the floor and sent a thin sheet of frost forward in a quiet wave, coating the hallway edges with a translucent layer. The frost did not aim to harm, it was meant to direct, contain, and guide. YN drifted along its edge, weightless and serene, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Ojiro shifted, his tail swinging with measured control. He had sensed them, but neither panic nor hesitation marred his stance. His eyes followed the faint ripple of frost along the tiles. He could read Shoto's style well enough, predictable in its elegance, yet dangerous if underestimated. The first contact was soft and almost choreographed. Shoto's frost brushed Ojiro's tail mid-swing, diverting the force harmlessly, while YN let a faint pulse of energy ripple from her palm into the hallway. The moss along the walls lifted in delicate tendrils and brushed Ojiro's legs subtly, slowing him fractionally enough to make a difference. Ojiro's tail struck again, but YN's eyes glimmered as she rose higher and sent a subtle current across his ankles. His footing shifted and the tail missed its mark. Shoto murmured a warning that they were disciplined and must make no mistakes. YN allowed a faint smile and said that she was not trying to beat them, only to guide the flow. The corridor pulsed with YN's control. The moss stretched and bent like a living map, revealing paths and openings, and showing subtle weaknesses in Ojiro's stance and Toru's positioning. Toru moved from shadow to shadow, trying to flank from above. Her steps were light and almost weightless, but her rhythm betrayed her. YN's gaze flicked upward and she noted that Toru was coming from the vent. She reached toward the vent, tracing a slow, deliberate circle in the air. Tiny leaves and green threads of energy spiraled toward the vent opening and caught Toru's attention. A split second of doubt appeared in Toru's posture, and that gave Shoto the opening he needed. Shoto extended his hand with a quiet inhale, letting frost crawl along the vent frame and create thin ice lines that applied subtle pressure. Toru's foot caught, and she paused for an imperceptible beat. YN hovered closer, eyes glowing faintly as she whispered to the plants and moss again. The green threads formed a gentle net that brushed Toru's leg, nudging her balance without harm. YN indicated where to act, guiding Shoto with quiet precision. Shoto moved fluidly. Frost flowed down from the vent, forming a gentle cage to slow Toru's fall and redirect her safely to the floor, controlled, efficient, without unnecessary force. The rhythm was quiet and almost serene. YN floated while Shoto glided behind. Ojiro and Toru were skilled, yet neither could fully predict the soft, guiding force of YN's subtle manipulations, like wind shaping a river's course, unseen but undeniable. Ojiro shifted again, tail extended, but YN's energy pulse nudged him aside. Shoto reacted instantly, frost curling around him like a silent guard. YN's hair and ribbons floated in the corridor's faint drafts. She cautioned them not to overreach and warned that the opponents would respond if an attempt was made to end it too quickly. Shoto acknowledged the warning. The encounter became a quiet dance, Ojiro striking in disciplined arcs, Toru flitting between positions, Shoto's frost guiding and containing, YN hovering as her energy whispered into the environment. Every pulse, every thread of moss and leaf, every icy line was a silent conversation. They did not speak aloud, but the flow was unbroken and understood without words. YN drifted toward the hallway's midpoint and let a subtle current trace patterns across the walls and floor. The moss pulsed faintly and revealed Toru's path before she fully moved. Shoto extended a hand and frost shot along the corridor in anticipation, gently hurting Ojiro's next strike toward a harmless path. It was not flashy. There were no loud explosions or desperate cries, just the soft, meticulous cadence of strategy and the calm certainty of two people who had known each other far longer than any other teammate. Every movement remained precise and could become dangerous if miscalculated, yet it held an elegance like snowfall in a silent forest. YN instructed them to end it when the opponents hesitated together and then guide them down the central stairwell. Frost extended like a quiet bridge across the hallway as Shoto and YN subtly guided Ojiro and Toru along the pattern she had woven. There was no panic, only contained, disciplined movement. YN hovered above with faintly glowing eyes, her fingers brushing the walls as life and ice intertwined perfectly around Shoto's steps. The two of them moved as one, silent, serene, and steady in their quiet synergy. For a heartbeat, the corridor fell still. Ice glittered across the floor like a pale river while the moss pulsed in time with YN's breath. The faint smell of cold earth and frost mingled in the air, and even the flickering lights overhead seemed to hold their breath. Ojiro and Toru hesitated just a second, but enough. Shoto felt it, YN had felt it earlier. Their timing aligned perfectly and YN announced that they would end it now. Her hair floated gently and the pale glow in her eyes deepened, forming a quiet power. Ojiro exhaled slowly, tail steady and ready for the first move. Toru shifted her stance, small scuffs of her feet brushing the frozen floor. YN felt the tremor through the moss and lifted her hand. A small circle of pale green light bloomed under her palm, delicate, precise, and silent. It expanded outward in soft patterns and surged upward toward the hallway where Toru waited. Toru gasped softly, and YN's energy found her outline. YN whispered that she had found Toru, and gentle sigils snapped lightly around Toru's wrists and ankles, firm but not painful, like invisible vines tightening with patient certainty. Toru froze mid-step, outlined in soft green light, surprised rather than fearful, and she reacted by calling YN's name and remarking on how pretty it looked. YN floated forward, her presence calm and serene, and she apologized briefly before securing Toru and preparing to move them as planned. The corridor remained calm as the four of them moved together under YN and Shoto's careful control, their progress steady and purposeful toward the central stairwell. Toru insisted that they needed to win. A soft tap on her shoulder followed, and the special hero HFFS clicked quietly into place. One villain down. Ojiro adjusted immediately, tail sweeping the ground in a defensive arc. Calm, measured, calculating, he was not rattled, only momentarily unbalanced by Toru's sudden capture. Ojiro praised the move and noted that he was not done yet. Shoto took a single step, ice cracking faintly beneath his boot in the silent corridor, and acknowledged that he knew. There was no arrogance in his tone, only quiet certainty. Ojiro lunged, tail whipping upward. Shoto exhaled and released a short, controlled burst of frost from his palm that altered the tail's momentum. The ice redirected the strike and Ojiro's stance shifted off-center. He narrowed his eyes and reassessed. YN raised her hand and felt the moss whisper faintly under her fingers. She predicted that he would pivot left. Shoto moved before the thought finished, graceful and precise. He swept his arm right and ice bloomed in a gentle arc. Ojiro's foot met the slippery sheen and his balance finally broke. He dropped to one knee, breathing steady. Shoto approached quietly with the cuffs in hand. Ojiro looked up and observed that the pair moved like they had trained together for years. Shoto confirmed that they had. The cuffs locked around Ojiro's wrists, cold metal meeting skin in a controlled, unhurried motion. Second villain down. Without Toru or Ojiro guarding the hallway, the path to the bomb room lay clear. The large mock device glowed in the center of the room, sensors flickering faintly. Taped markers and lines crisscrossed the floor, warning anyone who dared touch them. The rules were simple: heroes won by touching the bomb. Shoto released Ojiro and turned toward the room. He instructed YN to go. She hovered beside him already, a subtle aura of green light lingering around her, and nodded once. The bomb room was cold, the chill settling into her bones despite her hovering. Frost coated every surface, drifting in pale swirls that danced lazily in the corners. The walls seemed to breathe, ivy curling through cracks as if curious about the intruders. YN extended her fingers and held her hand inches above the glowing bomb, its light reflected in her eyes like two pools of quiet light. The sensors flickered and tension thrummed beneath her skin. When the sensors registered her touch, All Might's voice thundered through the speakers to announce that Team B had won. After the victory, YN slowly descended and felt her feet touch the icy floor for the first time in minutes. The cold bit softly at her skin, yet the moss responded warmly under her touch. Tiny leaves unfurled in a slow greeting, curling gently around her fingers. Shoto approached as the frost dissolved from his boots and offered simple praise for a job well done. YN blinked and returned the sentiment, acknowledging that he had done well too. Their breathing aligned and their calm matched. The victory felt natural and inevitable. Behind them, Ojiro sighed and a small smile ghosted across his face. Toru, still outlined faintly by YN's dissipating glow, wiggled invisible arms and stretched while laughing softly, admitting that it had been both exciting and a little terrifying. YN lowered her hand and the green sigils dissolved into soft sparks that drifted toward the ceiling like pale fireflies. Toru stretched fully and complained about numb legs. YN apologized, and Toru quickly reassured her that it had been awesome. Shoto turned toward the exit, Frost retreating from his path as he walked, and suggested they go. YN followed with soft, nearly inaudible steps, gliding past the glowing moss that seemed almost alive. From above, the Class 1A students watched through the monitors, stunned not by spectacle but by quiet efficiency. They saw rhythm and subtle power that resembled a synchronized dance more than a fight. As they left the building, YN brushed her fingers against the moss near the exit and felt it curl in a slow farewell. The corridors felt lighter and the frost less biting, as if the world itself had exhaled. Shoto watched her and the corner of his mouth softened into something tender and restrained. He noted that she had not frozen. YN glanced down in surprise and admitted that she had floated the entire time, explaining that it had been easier. Shoto offered quiet approval with a simple tilt of his head. The wind moved between them, cold, weightless, and soft like the bond they had carried since childhood. Quiet, constant, unbroken. Faint green sparks from YN's sigils lingered in the air for a heartbeat before fading, leaving only the calm trace of victory. In that silence, they walked forward together. The late afternoon light softened as Class 1A filed back into homeroom, uniforms restored and hair slightly tousled from training. The air carried the familiar blend of exhaustion and quiet pride. Chairs scraped and conversations rose in gentle murmurs, but in the corner of the classroom 2 students moved in silence. Shoto packed away his training gloves first, slipping them neatly into his bag without wasting emotion. He looked calm and collected just as he always did. YN moved beside him, fingers brushing textbooks and notebooks with the same steady rhythm she carried through every task. Her face was still and distant, unreadable to everyone except him. Her calm was not serenity but restraint, and Shoto felt it like frost forming beneath warm air. He kept his gaze lowered, his body angled slightly toward her by habit, a reflex born of shared streets and shared silence from childhood. Shoto noted that her moss had responded faster today. YN acknowledged that it had in muted tones, her voice dimmed as if she had deliberately turned the brightness down. Shoto's fingers tightened at the strap of his bag. She did not usually answer like that. Around them, classroom noise continued, Kirishima laughing with Siro, Yairozu tidying her notebook, Ida reminding others about handouts, but their corner remained quiet. YN kept her eyes on her desk as she closed her pencil case, lashes lowered to hide the faint shadow of emotion Shoto could sense even when she refused to show it. He felt a quiet hurt behind her composure and remarked that she was avoiding looking at him. YN paused, her hand stilling completely, and then denied it softly without lifting her eyes. Shoto's chest tightened in a way he did not show. He glanced again at the way her fingers lingered over a single leaf of moss curled around the edge of her notebook. It clung to her touch as if trying to soothe her, and she did not react. That small, telling detail hung between them as the classroom carried on. Shoto reached for his last textbook, sliding it into his bag with quiet restraint. YN said that it was because of the costume. It was not posed as a question, only a simple truth. YN's fingers curled around the strap of her bag. She lifted it slowly, moss retreating from her touch as if sensing the shift in her mood. She whispered that he had covered it again. The words were bare and fragile. Her voice did not crack, but the tiny pause that followed carried more weight than silence. Shoto lowered his gaze. He remembered the image of his hero costume, the cold, rigid armor over his left side, hiding the flame he refused to acknowledge. He had never feared showing it, he simply refused to use it. That self-imposed wall was his rejection of everything his father represented. He thought of how YN had always hated seeing him hide, even when they were children, before he fully understood why she cared so much. He looked at her now, waiting for her to meet his eyes. She did not. Shoto said quietly that he had not been trying to do anything. YN interrupted softly to say that she knew and that it was his choice, as it always had been. She finally looked up, expression calm but distant, quiet, her soft green eyes holding an ache that tightened his chest. She added gently that he did not have to explain. She simply did not like seeing him hide parts of himself. Her fingers loosened around her bag strap, her posture easing in a way that spoke more than words. She said that she did not like seeing him hurt himself. Shoto felt his throat tighten. He used to let the ice be his boundary and safety. The fire was a burden, not a weapon to acknowledge. But YN's words settled into the quiet spaces of him, into parts he kept locked away like the armor over his left side. He exhaled slowly. The classroom had emptied, the fading sunlight spilling across the desks and casting soft shadows. He adjusted his bag strap and took a small step closer. Shoto asked if she was still upset with him. YN blinked and admitted that she was a little upset, honest, quiet, and only for him. Shoto nodded once, accepting it without deflecting or turning away. and promised that he would stay with her until she was not upset anymore. Yn's breath hitched in a way the moss at her feet acknowledged, curling faintly in surprise. She looked up fully and said his name. Shoto held her gaze, pale and unwavering, and asked if they were going home together. She confirmed that they were, and he suggested they go. He turned slightly, waiting patient, not demanding. Slowly, Yn moved. Her hand reached for his sleeve, not gripping but lightly brushing the fabric as if grounding herself, an old gesture from nights they had walked home from the training grounds beneath flickering street lamps. He let her. They left the classroom side by side, their footsteps soft and naturally matching. Their quiet bond stitched the silence together steady, familiar, unbroken. As they walked down the empty hallway, Yn said that his ice was strong but that his fire was part of him too. Shoto slowed, the air cooled around him automatically. He answered that he knew and that he needed time. Yn nodded, accepting without judgment, and told him she would wait. A faint, gentle warmth uncoiled in his chest. They reached the doors that led outside, the fading sunset washing them in pale gold. The route to the train station was familiar and almost comforting. Yn stepped outside first, moss brushing her heel as if bidding her a safe journey. Shoto walked beside her, shoulders finally relaxing. Evening settled over the city like a soft veil, and despite the lingering heaviness between them, their footsteps aligned as they always had. Together, quietly and steadily, they walked toward the train station, letting the dusk swallow the space between them and leaving only what mattered: unspoken understanding, unwavering loyalty, and a bond older than any hero costume, one he no longer wanted to hide from. The weekend came with soft sunlight and slow-moving clouds, a gentle quiet the city rarely offered. In the middle of a small neighborhood park where children's laughter drifted like soft wind chimes, an old tree stood near the edge of a pond. Its branches stretched wide and familiar, leaves rustling in a way that felt almost sentient. It was their spot, their tree, their quiet space from long before UA and before anyone else knew their names. Yn sat beneath the shade first, her back resting against the bark. Moss curled lazily around her fingers, climbing up the rough trunk like a soft greeting. The breeze tugged at her hair, lifting strands gently across her face. Her expression calm, still, unreadable to strangers, held a faint softness in the corners of her eyes. Not quite happiness, not quite sadness. Just peace. Shoto approached the tree moments later with a small paper bag in hand. He set the bag down beside her knee and said that he had bought snacks. Yn glanced at the bag and then up at him, asking if it was cold soba. Shoto looked away, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his features, and added that he had also brought melon bread. The corner of her lips lifted barely, but real. Shoto sat beside her, his shoulder close enough to feel a faint warmth he unconsciously emitted on cold mornings. Today he kept both sides of himself steady, no frost, no flicker of flame. Balanced. Yn made no comment, but she noticed. She always noticed. For a few minutes they did not speak. The wind threaded through the leaves above them, sunlight dappling the ground in shifting shapes. A duck quacked from across the pond and a group of children ran past, laughing, toward the swings. Yn watched the ripples on the water while Shoto watched her. She observed that he had come early, and he replied that he had known she would, which led her to murmur that he always seemed to know. The moss curled against her palm in small spirals as she relaxed. Yn plucked a tiny leaf from the moss near her knee and rolled it between her fingers. She told him that he was thinking about his fireside. Shoto opened his eyes and admitted that he was. She lifted her hand and let the leaf flutter into the breeze. It drifted upward, caught in a faint green shimmer, then dissolved gently into specks of light. She reassured him that he did not have to force anything. After a moment he confessed that he did not want to keep hurting her. Yn blinked slowly and told him that he was not hurting her. When he said she had been upset, she corrected him to say she had been worried, not angry. He observed that the feelings had felt the same to him because he did not like disappointing people. She pointed out that he always saw too much, and he replied that she always said too little. He looked down at his hands, fire and ice, two halves he had kept separated for so long they barely felt like one body. YN told him that he did not have to use his powers, he only had to stop punishing himself for having them. Shoto did not answer immediately. He shifted slightly and let his shoulder rest against the bark, moving a few centimeters closer to her. YN did not move away. Her hair brushed his sleeve when the wind swayed. He whispered that he was trying. She responded that she knew. The gentle certainty in her voice was warmer than fire and calmer than ice. He let out a slow breath. After a few minutes he reached into the bag and handed her the melon bread. She accepted it without a word, tore off a small piece, and ate in silence. Shoto ate his cold soba, the faint steam mixing with the breeze while he somehow managed to keep it cold the entire time. YN watched him and commented that he was quieter than usual. He replied that she was quieter too, and she observed that they matched too much. Shoto gave a faint hum of agreement. YN leaned her head gently against the tree trunk and let the light flicker over her closed eyes. She told him that he did not have to hide from her, and he answered that he knew. A longer, comfortable silence followed, steady and without tension. Shoto glanced sideways and watched the way the light danced along her lashes. The moss at her feet glowed faintly, as if the tree itself recognized her presence. He knew this peace was not something she shared with everyone, and that this quiet was not something she gave easily. He also knew she had given it to him. He lowered his voice and said that he would try to accept all of himself. YN opened her eyes and promised that she would stay until he did. The warmth that bloomed in his chest was not from his fire, it was from her. The breeze grew cooler as the sun shifted. YN slid her hand onto the grass, palm open, and moss curled delicately around her. Fingers again. Shoto wordlessly reached into the bag and offered her another small piece of bread. She took it, their fingertips brushing by accident or perhaps not, and neither of them pulled away. Around them, the park continued its slow, gentle rhythm. Children laughed, birds chirped, and leaves whispered above. Under the tree that had known their footsteps for years, YN and Shoto sat shoulder to shoulder, quiet, balanced, without ice or fire, sharing the steady warmth of two people who understood each other too deeply to need anything but silence. In that silence something unspoken settled between them, soft, growing, and entirely theirs. Morning sunlight washed over UA's main gate but did nothing to soften the chaos outside. Reporters, dozens of them, crowded the fence like a tidal wave, their cameras, microphones, and flashing lights creating a wall of noise. They called out questions about whether All Might was teaching there, why now and why UA, and whether students had met him. Class 1A froze at the gates, most unable to take a step forward. Ida stiffened and said that the situation was highly improper, insisting that a school entrance should not be blocked. Uraraka clutched her bag and said they could not get through. Midoriya tried to squeeze past a reporter and immediately apologized when a microphone brushed his cheek. Someone among the students muttered that losing to a villain had not been enough and now there were cameras as well. Amid the noise and panic, two students walked forward calmly, YN and Shoto. The reporters noticed instantly, calling out Shoto's name and referencing him as Endeavor's son while asking whether he was training under his father and whether All Might was involved. The crowd tightened, but YN and Shoto moved with effortless control, their steps steady and unflinching. YN did not flinch. Shoto did not spare a glance. When a reporter's microphone swung too close to YN's shoulder, a faint ripple of green moss brushed her heel in a subtle, protective motion, though she did not need to use it. Shoto stepped closer, positioning himself just enough to block the path and signal not to touch her. One reporter tried to step directly in front of them, but YN spoke in a quiet, firm voice and told him to move. The man felt the pressure of her gaze and stepped aside without further protest. They passed through the gate together as if the chaos outside did not exist. The others followed, scrambling into the safety of UA grounds. Inside, calm returned. The building swallowed the noise and left only the echo of hurried footsteps. Midoriya, breathless, stared at YN and Shoto and asked how they had walked through that like it was nothing. YN replied that they were just people, and Shoto nodded in agreement. Ida adjusted his glasses, still shaken, and remarked on their impressive composure. The two childhood friends simply continued forward. Present Mick's voice kept everyone animated for the next hour, But once class ended, the room emptied as stomachs made their priorities clear. It was lunchtime and half the class practically sprinted out the door. YN stood to gather her books and Shoto matched her pace automatically. Their movements were synchronized without the need for words. Uraraka appeared at their side with a bright smile and invited them to eat together. Tsuyu raised a hand and suggested it would be more fun in a group. YN agreed quietly and Shoto indicated he would go along. Ida and Midoriya joined, forming an unexpected little group on the walk to the cafeteria. The hallway chatter felt distant as the girls stayed close to YN, slipping into conversation. Uraraka complimented YN's quirk, calling it pretty and noting how it seemed gentle until it was not. YN thanked her, and Tsuyu observed that having Todoroki nearby often explained their natural teamwork. The cafeteria was a sea of voices and clattering trays with sunlight across the tables. As they entered, Shoto offered to get the food and asked what everyone wanted, which surprised his classmates by its politeness. Ida reacted with a flustered remark about generosity, and Uraraka checked again whether he was sure, since there were 6 of them. Shoto said he did not mind, and YN confirmed that he meant it. They listed their orders awkwardly at first, and YN quietly added that she did not want seafood. Shoto already knew. When he produced a sleek black card to pay, YN recognized it as Endeavor's card and only she noticed how briefly her fingers tightened around her tray. Shoto paid without hesitation. The cashier bowed slightly, clearly recognizing the card, and handed back the receipt with trembling hands. He returned with the tray balanced effortlessly and handed out the meals, placing YN's plate last and sliding it closer with a small, thoughtful motion. They settled at a table near the windows where the light was soft. YN sat beside Shoto as she always did. Uraraka leaned forward with a conspiratorial smile and teased that they were childhood friends. Ida jolted at the confirmation while Midoriya's eyes lit up imagining their shared history of growing up and training together. Tsuyu sipped her drink calmly and noted that their familiarity explained a lot. YN confirmed that they had known each other since they were little, and Shoto added that they had grown up together. Uraraka teased them further, suggesting that they acted more like a couple than mere friends. Midoriya and Ida reacted with embarrassed energy. YN calmly explained that they were close and that was all, and Shoto set down his chopsticks and clarified that their familiarity was normal. Uraraka and Tsuyu exchanged amused smiles, but the moment remained gentle and light. The lunch break passed with soft conversation, easy laughter, and occasional glances between 2 students who never needed words to understand one another. When they stood to leave, Uraraka whispered to Tsuyu that she did not buy the insistence that they were merely friends, and Tsuyu agreed. Behind them, YN and Shoto walked quietly side by side, perfectly in sync as always. They had barely stepped out of the cafeteria and were adjusting their bags when Shoto stopped YN and took her bag from her, offering to carry it. YN protested that she could manage on her own, but Shoto insisted he would carry it and she sighed in resignation. The others were still in mid-conversation when a sharp emergency alarm tore through the building. The sound bounced off the walls and the floor trembled. Every conversation died instantly and all heads turned toward the blinking red lights in the ceiling. For a single breath the hallway was silent, and then panic erupted. Shouts spread through the crowd, voices speculating about villains and questioning why this was happening, now followed by urgent calls to run. Students surged toward the exits in a frantic wave, bodies pressing and shoes sliding as everyone pushed for safety. The scene became chaotic in the way of an action sequence. People moved fast, teachers and upperclassmen began to take control, and the evacuation took on the brisk, precise rhythm of training put to sudden use. The air felt tight, compressed by fear. YN did not react with fear. She simply stood still, calm, steady, unreadable. Shoto saw what she did not say. He saw the crowd crash forward like a living tide, and he moved before anyone else could, wrapping an arm around her waist from behind and pulling her firmly back against his chest. The motion was quick and instinctive. Shoto's body locked protectively around her, shielding her from the force of people shoving, tripping, and stumbling in their panic. YN froze for a second, not from fear, but from the sudden closeness. Her back pressed to his chest, and his hold kept her arms gently but securely at her sides. He leaned close enough that she could feel his steady presence anchoring her amid the chaos. Her expression stayed calm, though a small, warm flush rose along her neck, quiet but unmistakable. Shoto murmured for her to stay with him. She replied that she was. The hallway grew chaotic. Someone's elbow hit Shoto's shoulder hard. Another student stumbled into his back. More shoved blindly, desperate for space. Shoto did not let go. His grip tightened, pulling YN even closer as he shifted his stance to take impacts meant for her. She barely moved an inch. He made sure of it. Uraraka yelped as she was pushed forward, clinging to Tiyu's sleeve. Midoriya struggled to keep his footing. Ida tried to shout, but his orders were swallowed by the panic. Uraraka cried that they were getting crushed. Midoriya winced as another student bumped him and warned that they had to move with the crowd or they would fall. The hallway narrowed, the pressure increased, and bodies pressed closer. Breath mixed, and panic spread like wildfire. YN felt the tight crush of the crowd around her, but Shoto's arms formed a barrier, a circle of calm in a storm of chaos. He leaned his head slightly toward her ear and whispered for her not to fall. She said she would not. Even then, Shoto tightened his hold a little more. When a student tripped nearby and another was shoved hard into his back, he turned his body and twisted enough that YN stayed completely sheltered in the protective cage of his arms. He did not let even a brush of impact reach her. The panic only grew worse. Students shouted, some cried, and others pushed harder, convinced villains were in the building. YN remained composed, eyes clear, breath controlled, but her cheeks stayed slightly pink, hidden partly by her hair. Neither of them seemed to be listening to what others were saying. Then Ida's voice boomed above the chaos, piercing through the noise as he shouted for everyone to listen. Somehow shockingly, he was standing on the exit sign above the cafeteria doors, wobbling but upright, one arm holding the pipe above him as he tried to get everyone's attention. He announced that it was a false alarm and declared that there were no villains in the building. The pushing slowed and the noise softened. The wave of bodies stilled enough to breathe. Students stared up at him, blinking. Relief hit instantly. Some sagged against the wall, others groaned or nearly collapsed. Uraraka let out a shaky laugh. Tsuyu exhaled and said it had been scary. Midoriya placed a hand over his chest and admitted that he had thought they were under attack. Shoto loosened his hold, but only slightly. His hands slid from around YN's waist to her arms, steadying her gently before finally letting her step away at her own pace. Her blush softened but did not fade completely. Ida climbed down from his makeshift perch, nearly slipping but catching himself with dramatic flair, and he begged for everyone to return to their classes in an orderly fashion. Students began to disperse, murmuring in tired relief. Shoto turned to YN and checked that she was all right. She answered simply that she was. Their heartbeats were still a little faster than normal, but both steadied. Shoto responded with a quiet, warm acknowledgement as they started walking out. As they turned the corner, their footsteps echoing in sync, Uraraka leaned toward Tsuyu and suggested that she still did not buy the idea that they were just friends. Tsuyu agreed. Neither YN nor Shoto overheard. They were already walking ahead, quiet, composed, and perfectly in step with each other, as always. Behind them, Uraraka loudly declared that they were totally a couple. Tsuyu affirmed it, pointing to the way he had grabbed her. Midoriya turned red, and Ida sputtered while Uraraka giggled. YN did not look back, and Shoto did not comment. They simply continued forward, close, steady, in sync, their steps falling into the same rhythm. Later, the next morning, sunlight filtered through the classroom windows, cutting soft golden lines across desks and notebooks. Class 1A buzzed with its usual mix of quiet chatter and half-awake energy, some students reviewing notes, others stretching or adjusting their uniforms, a few still yawning. YN sat calmly at her desk, fingers lightly drumming once against the wood before going still. Her eyes were steady, her presence grounded as always. Beside her, Shoto sat with composed posture, though his gaze drifted toward her every few moments, subtle, quiet checks that only she seemed to notice. When the door slid open, Aizawa stepped in looking worse than usual. His capture cloth dragged lightly behind him, and his eyes carried the unmistakable exhaustion of someone who had not slept much. He muttered a terse good morning in a tone so flat it nearly blended into the walls. Silence fell across the class. Even Bakugo stopped glaring at whoever he had been glaring at. Aizawa straightened a stack of papers on the podium and announced that they would be doing rescue training that day. He instructed them to change into their costumes and meet at the bus, from where they would head to a disaster simulation facility. He added that it would be their first time focusing on rescue operations and advised them to come prepared. He turned without ceremony and left the As soon as the door clicked shut, the classroom filled with a low, excited hum as students shifted in their seats and exchanged eager remarks about rescue training, internships, and the kinds of zones they might encounter. YN reached for her bag, but Shoto picked it up first, again. She raised an eyebrow and addressed him by name. He said he would carry it in a tone that allowed no argument, soft but absolute. She told him she was capable. He replied that he knew, but still showed no intention of letting go. YN sighed and accepted defeat as Shoto shifted her bag to his shoulder without effort. Uraraka leaned in and, barely containing a giggle, commented that they were cute, or rather, cooperative. Tsuyu noted in her quiet way that he was attentive. Ida, overhearing, stammered that they should not make assumptions about classmates' personal relationships. Midoriya simply stared, a flush rising in his cheeks. YN walked ahead, ignoring the chatter. Shoto fell into step beside her. The two moved toward the locker rooms with the same quiet synchronicity they always had, their steps matching without discussion. Outside, as the class regrouped in their hero costumes, Ida took his role as class president seriously and attempted to organize everyone into neat lines by height and gender. He insisted on orderly rows and precise boarding of the transport, only to step onto the bus and discover the seating was completely open. He muttered that the layout was utterly impractical, adjusting his glasses in dismay while the others boarded freely. YN slipped into a window seat where a cool breeze brushed her cheek. Shoto sat beside her as if it were the most obvious choice in the world, placing her bag neatly between his feet. Across the aisle, Kirishima grinned and teased that they looked like a power couple for sitting together. Denki joked that they always sat side by side and even seemed to sync their breathing, which prompted Ida to scold him to refrain from baseless remarks. No one else paid much attention. Uraraka leaned over the seat behind YN and asked if the two really got along well. YN explained that they had grown up together as children, and that was all there was to it. Shoto kept his gaze on the window and stated that she was important to him. Uraraka nearly choked at the bluntness, and Tsuyu quietly observed how straightforward his remark had been. Midoriya looked stunned, and a faint warmth touched YN's ears, though she otherwise remained calm. Shoto remained composed. The bus engine rumbled to life and pulled away from Yua, warm air gusting through the open windows and rustling hair and costumes. Conversations layered over one another as Midoriya launched into analysis of rescue techniques. Tsuyu explained aspects of her biology related to rescue work, and Denki and Siro joked about wanting a water rescue scenario so they could swim. Ida continued to lecture about safety protocols, despite a lack of listeners. Shoto leaned slightly toward YN until their shoulders nearly brushed. He asked if she was prepared. She affirmed she was, and he acknowledged that as good. There was no dramatic emotion, just a quiet trust. The bus curved down a long road and revealed an enormous silver dome gleaming under the morning sun, the unforeseen simulation joint. Anticipation threaded through the students as the bus hissed to a stop. Class 1A stepped out into the open, adjusting gloves, tightening belts, and stretching limbs as the facility loomed larger than it had from afar. YN and Shoto stood side by side as naturally as breathing. Aizawa waited ahead, arms crossed and his scarf hanging loosely. He explained that the facility was for rescue training and listed floods, fires, earthquakes, landslides, and other dangerous scenarios they might encounter. The massive sliding doors opened, and 13, the space hero, stood inside with a glossy black visor reflecting the students as she bowed politely and welcomed them. She explained that the facility was designed so heroes could experience dangerous environments safely and asked them to take the lesson seriously. The students nodded in eager agreement. Inside, the dome mimicked an entire disaster-stricken area, A mountain zone, a ship graveyard, a twisted landscape of ruined buildings, a lake shimmering under artificial light, wind tunnels, and collapsed zones. 13 raised a gloved hand and spoke about what it truly meant to save lives in all kinds of situations. The class listened in awe. Shoto glanced at YN and noticed a quiet spark in her eyes, curiosity and anticipation. Aizawa stepped forward and warned them not to wander off, not to cause problems, and to be ready for instruction. He leveled his tired gaze across the class, and everyone understood he was watching Bakugo in particular. Bakugo scoffed in response. Aizawa inhaled to continue, then froze. YN felt the same sudden stillness. A faint shift whispered through the air, a distortion that made the fountain in the center of the plaza shiver. The water stilled and then spiraled upward, a thick purple mist curling into existence above it. The atmosphere seemed to warp and twist as the air cracked like breaking glass. From the swirling void, dozens of figures emerged, villains appearing across the plaza. The air split and the awe that had filled the facility snapped into cold, crushing chaos. One moment Class 1A had been listening to 13th's lesson on rescue. The next, a dangerous threat had spilled onto the central plaza in the form of dark silhouettes advancing with hostile intent. Aizawa reacted instantly and snapped his goggles down over his eyes as the students braced for what came next. Aizawa's capture scarf began to coil around him like a living predator. Aizawa ordered 13 to protect the students. The purple mist shifted and gathered into a human-like form. Kurogiri apologized for the intrusion and identified himself as a member of the League of Villains. The class froze. Izuku's breath caught. Uraraka shook. Ida stepped back in alarm. YN's gaze sharpened and she lowered her stance instinctively. Beside her, Shoto moved into a guarding position, half a step closer and his arms subtly in front of her. A tall, unsettling figure stepped forward behind Kurogiri, massive and difficult to focus on, his body draped with many shadowy hands. Tamura Shigaraki scraped his fingers along the nearest railing, producing a grating sound. Shigaraki stated that they had come to kill All Might. The accusation landed like thunder. Students gasped. Kaminari staggered. Ida's hands trembled at the thought of killing All Might. Shigaraki explained that they had heard All Might would be present and that they had brought a careful, multi-stage plan to end the symbol of peace. The class reeled with fear and disbelief. Shoto's eyes narrowed as he assessed the threat. YN felt no rush of panic. She stepped closer to Shoto, not out of fear but calculation. This was no training accident. This was an attack. Aizawa moved in front of the class and warned that they would not let this go the villain's way. Kurogiri bowed with mocking politeness and said their plan would still succeed. He dissolved into expanding purple vapor and began to surge toward them. Aizawa ordered everyone to fall back, but it was already too late. The warp gate burst across the floor like a tidal wave of shadows and swept students away. Shoto reached for YN and their fingertips brushed as the ground disappeared beneath her. Darkness swallowed the world, and then freezing water crashed around her. The cold slam of the lake shocked every nerve in YN's body. Her limbs kicked instinctively and she fought to the surface, breaking it with a gasp. Izuku called to her from nearby. He was thrashing to stay afloat while Tsu had him by the collar with her long tongue. Mineta clung to a floating barrel as if his life depended on it. The flood zone extended in all directions, a vast artificial lake with metallic walls rising high above the water. The shadow of a massive ship loomed behind them. Tsu croaked to check if he was okay. YN wiped water from her eyes and confirmed she was all right. They were not alone. Shapes moved beneath the dark surface, circling and closing in. Izuku paled and warned that enemies were approaching. Villains burst upward from below, spraying water everywhere. One lunged toward Izuku, but Tsu twisted midair and kicked the attacker squarely, sending him splashing back under. Mineta panicked and screamed that they were going to die. YN responded calmly that they would not. Her steady voice cut through the panic and grounded the others. Izuku inhaled and urged a strategy, observing that the villains had dropped them here on purpose and expected they would lose in the water. YN countered that they should not play by the villains' rules and instead make the water work in their favor. Tsu asked how to do that. YN pointed at the rippling surface and explained that the villains expected straight combat. They could be trapped using their own environment. Izuku realized they could create a vortex. He decided that if he channeled one for all to flick the water at an angle, he could form a whirlpool strong enough to pull their attackers in. Mineta suggested using his sticky spheres to entangle everyone and keep them trapped together. YN confirmed the plan. They moved at once. Izuku climbed onto the ship's railing while villains noticed and called out to him. YN steadied his balance by planting her foot on the metal plank beside him. Izuku gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful smash that detonated the water. A roaring whirlpool spiraled into existence, pulling everything nearby into its center. The current seized the villains instantly. Izuku shouted Mineta's name as Mineta desperately hurled dozens of sticky spheres into the churning water. The spheres latched onto attackers, debris, and each other until the whirlpool became a glue trap of struggling, helpless enemies. Tsuyu wrapped her tongue around Izuku and Mineta and leapt backward to get them clear. YN kicked off the ship's hull and propelled herself upward, landing beside them in a smooth roll. They collapsed onto the deck, breathless and shaking. Izuku exhaled and realized that they had succeeded. Mineta burst into relieved tears at having survived. Tsuyu patted him and praised the group, croaking in her usual tone. YN stood, steady despite her wet clothes clinging to her. Izuku pushed himself up and credited YN's idea for saving them. She deflected the praise and insisted that his execution was what mattered. A thunderous explosion echoed from a distant zone as fire arced into the artificial sky. Izuku stiffened and said the others were fighting too and that they needed to regroup. Tsuyu agreed that they should move. Mineta trembled and worried about more villains arriving. YN jumped from the deck and landed on the ship's lower platform with practiced balance. They moved out together, knowing they were not safe but no longer helpless. The flood zone had been cleared, and Class 1A was not done fighting. The moment the last whirlpool settled into ripples, the sharp echo of a distant explosion cut through their brief victory. Tsuyu noticed that the sound had come from the central plaza. YN was already standing at the ship's rail, eyes narrowed toward the broken skyline inside the USJ dome. Smoke rose from the center and familiar violent flashes lit the sky, images YN had seen many times before during late-night patrols and secret training sessions. Izuku swallowed and identified that Aizawa was fighting. Mineta clung to Tsuyu's shoulder and argued that they should stay where the water was safe and that no villains were coming anymore. YN answered quietly and firmly that they had to move. She began down the metal ladder before anyone could argue. Tsuyu followed immediately with Mineta in tow. Izuku hesitated only for a moment and then leapt down after them, determination pulling him forward. Water dripped from their uniforms as they crossed the metal shoreline of the flood zone. The artificial lake behind them churned gently, but the air ahead was thick with tension. The ground trembled intermittently and distant screams echoed, brief and then cut off. YN felt each sound in her chest, thoughts of the others, of Shoto, of her class, and of Aizawa tightening her fists as they ran up the sloping platform leading out of the flood zone. The damp stone gave way to cracked cement, then to the wide, shattered walkway that overlooked the main plaza. Izuku halted first and urged the others to look. Tsuyu blinked in alarm. Mineta stood with his jaw dropped. YN stepped up beside them and froze. Below, in the center of the circular plaza, Aizawa stood alone against a mob of villains, more than a dozen, maybe 20, perhaps more. Their quirks were unfamiliar, unpredictable, and dangerous. Claws, blades, extended limbs, strange energy pulses. They surrounded him like predators. Aizawa moved through them with terrifying efficiency. His scarf snapped like a living whip, binding a villain's arm. Before slamming him into the ground. His eyes glowed red beneath his hair as his quirk activated, and 3 attackers dropped instantly as their powers were neutralized. He ducked a punch, swept a leg, flipped another attacker by the collar, and struck another in the throat, all in one fluid sequence. He barely breathed between movements. Izuku gasped in awe at how incredible Aizawa was. YN, however, saw what the others did not. She noticed every strain, every heavy step, every split second longer he took to analyze, readjust, and keep going. She saw the bruises that were beginning to form along his jaw and the slight hitch in his posture when a hit had landed too late to avoid. He was powerful, but he was alone, and the villains were not slowing down. Izuku clenched his fists and insisted they should help. YN immediately refused the suggestion, reasoning that a direct rush would only get them caught and that Aizawa had told them to regroup, not to charge in blindly. Tsuyu nodded, worried but in agreement. Mineta sank to the ground and covered his head, muttering about how insane the situation was. Izuku shivered and recalled that the attackers had come to kill All Might, words that still echoed from when the villains first appeared. YN's eyes narrowed at that reminder. The declaration the villains had made that they came to kill All Might had not been a bluff. They were prepared, and now Aizawa, the man who had raised and guided her more than anyone else, stood at the center of their ambush, fighting without hesitation, without backup, without time to breathe. A villain lunged from behind Aizawa with a jagged blade for an arm. YN reacted with alarm, but Aizawa twisted at the last second and the scarf snapped up to block the strike. The blade grazed his arm and tore his sleeve, leaving a dark stain on the fabric. The sound of the scrape and Aizawa's quick recovery cut through the plaza. Izuku flinched. Tsuyu gasped softly. Mineta whimpered. YN went utterly still. For a moment the world around her muted. Even the echo of the villain's shouts seemed far away. Only Aizawa remained in her vision, surrounded, relentless, injured, fighting with everything he had. YN feared he would burn himself out. He would keep fighting until he broke, as he always did. A small breath escaped her, and she announced that she was going ahead. Izuku snapped his head up in alarm and began to protest. Tsuyu reached out, warning that it was dangerous. YN shook her head and clarified that she would not interfere with his fight recklessly, but she would not leave him alone. Without waiting for further argument, she moved, not toward the main staircase but along the narrow ledge beside the wall. She walked quietly and balanced carefully in the shadows, making as little sound as possible while keeping an eye on the battle below. Izuku watched her with breath caught in his throat, noting that she was not acting out of fear but with a calm focus. Tsuyu observed that YN was watching for an opening and watching over Aizawa. Mineta peered around and muttered that she seemed like a calm, intimidating guardian. Izuku decided she was simply trying to protect someone important to her. They followed her down the safer, sloped side instead of the direct stairs, curving around to the plaza's edge hidden behind debris. From this distance their view was closer but all the more painful. Aizawa's breathing was heavier. Cuts and dust marked his uniform and hair, and his scarf had been torn in one section. He did not stop. Villains screamed each time their quirks were shut off, and Aizawa struck them with the precision of years of training rather than overwhelming power. Skill had limits, and those limits were approaching. Izuku whispered that Aizawa was fighting too many. Tsuyu clenched her hands and warned that if he kept going like that he would be in real danger. YN answered softly that Aizawa knew what he was doing, but he would keep fighting anyway because that was who he was. Another villain rushed Aizawa with a jagged spike protruding from his palm. Aizawa dodged but was hit in the shoulder before binding the attacker with his scarf and slamming him down. Izuku cried out for his sensei. YN stopped him with a calm but firm refusal, signaling that it was not yet time to intervene. They crouched behind a fractured section of the plaza wall and watched helplessly as the battle intensified. Dust clouded the air and villains piled in from every angle. A new sound sliced through the chaos. A slow, dragging scrape of fingers and a distorted laugh that announced someone approaching like a predator savoring each step. Tsuyu stiffened and warned that someone else was coming. Izuku's blood ran cold. Then Shigaraki Tamura appeared at the edge of the plaza, twitching hands and a wild, empty gaze. He was the leader of the attack. Izuku identified him as the one directing the others. Shigaraki inspected Aizawa with a detached irritation, and Aizawa looked up with his eyes glowing red. YN inhaled quietly and stood straighter. Her eyes hardened and she called to Aizawa, no longer calm but ready. The others braced themselves as the next moment of the confrontation approached, creaking down the edge. For a single breath, everything around the flood zone felt frozen. The water still rippled faintly, the cold breeze brushed their soaked sleeves, and the metallic scent of battle clung to their skin. Beyond the railing, the world burned alive. Aizawa fought alone. YN could barely breathe. Izuku watched Aizawa move through the waves of villains with precision that bordered on desperation and murmured that Aizawa was taking on everyone and would get exhausted. Tsuyu nodded and croaked that Aizawa could erase quirks but could not erase bullets or blades. Mineta trembled and insisted they needed to stay away, that Aizawa had told them to run and that they should head for the exit. Izuku shook his head hard and argued that they could not just leave him and should go help, but YN spoke first, quietly and painfully afraid, saying no. She explained that if they ran straight to the center they would only die. The words tightened guilt in Izuku's throat. YN stepped past him toward the shadowy wall where she could observe the plaza without being seen and decided they would circle around and get close without becoming targets. Izuku tightened his fists and agreed. Tsuyu followed. Mineta had to be dragged. They moved toward the sloped exit path, the only way out that would not put them in immediate danger, while every thud of battle below pulled at YN's ribs. Shoto could be anywhere. She did not know if he had been warped safely, injured, outnumbered, or alone. She had never seen Aizawa fight this recklessly outside the dull glow of surveillance screens and hidden training grounds, not for years. Her steps quickened. Shoto exhaled a thin fog of cold as the warped darkness spat him into the landslide zone. Irritation washed over him before fear. He scanned the crumbling terrain, the artificial mountains, and the villains rushing him with shouts of excitement and dismissed their confidence as pathetic. A massive wave of ice burst from his left, freezing attackers instantly and forming a sweeping glacier that immobilized them without killing them. He advanced with sharp eyes, observing that they had attacked as if they had confidence and calling them either stupid or small-time thugs. When two more villains tried to ambush him from behind, he did not turn. The ground froze beneath their feet and his ice shot upward, catching them mid-jump and trapping them in crystalline pillars. He crouched beside one trapped attacker and demanded to know why they were here and what their plan was, mentioning that All Might had been targeted. The villain trembled and stammered that they had been hired and had been told All Might would be there. Beneath the crackling of ice and the trembling breath of the villain, a memory hit Shoto. YN's hand slipping from his grip as mist swallowed her and her last expression, wide eyes blurred by purple fog. He stood abruptly, ice creaking around his boots, and called out YN's name to the steel dome as if he could burn a hole through it with his worry. He clenched his fists and vowed that she should be safe and that he was coming. Kyoka kicked Denki into a cluster of villains. He panicked until his electricity blasted outward in a wide burst, zapping every villain within range. Denki shouted thanks, half-fried and laughing, while Kyoka rolled her eyes. Momo was already creating a thick insulated sheet to catch the remaining charge. Class 1A fought back again and again. Momo paused mid-creation and asked if anyone had seen YN or Midoriya and the others who had been warped away. Kyoka's heartbeat tightened. Denki blinked and wondered if they were okay. Kyoka reassured herself and the others that YN was not the type to panic, but the worry lingered. YN, Izuku, Tsuyu, and Mineta slid close to the plaza edge, safely behind a broken wall. Aizawa moved like a shadow, efficient and deadly. Even in his precision, his exhaustion began to show. His eyes flickered, his quirk turned on and off like a dying bulb. A villain grabbed his arm, but Aizawa managed to flip him. Another lunged and he countered with a chokehold. 3 more rushed at once. Aizawa kicked off the ground and whipped his capture scarf outward, but he was one step too slow. A large villain collided with him, sending him crashing to the concrete. YN screamed his name, her voice cracking. Her throat burned and she took a step forward. Tsuyu grabbed her wrist and urged her to fall back, reminding everyone they were supposed to regroup and that Aizawa had told them to retreat. YN tore a shout from her chest and declared that she did not care. Her eyes stung with tears that were instantly replaced by crackling Dendro energy like green lightning. Aizawa shoved a villain aside and landed another blow, but he was clearly slowing. His capture scarf was frayed and one arm hung uselessly. Shigaraki hovered nearby like a vulture, tilting his head and taunting that heroes always broke and then were finished. Aizawa lunged at Shigaraki. Shigaraki dodged easily, grinning like a child at a cruel game and mocking how slow Aizawa had become. He raised his hand toward Aizawa. Aizawa's eyes widened, and something inside YN snapped. Her vision drowned in green light. She would not let anyone lay a hand on him. The scent of burning leaves swept through the plaza. Tuyu's eyes widened as she recognized the change. This felt like something beyond a quirk. YN ran with no hesitation, letting instinct carry her. The plaza wind screamed as she crossed the battlefield, her feet barely touching the ground. Aizawa barked for her to stay back, but she did not hear him. Shigaraki's hand reached for Aizawa's head, and a wall of brilliant green crystalline energy erupted between them. The force hurled Shigaraki backward. Root-like patterns crawled across the shield, ancient runes flickering as a Dendro barrier enclosed Aizawa protectively. Shigaraki hissed that this was not a normal quirk. Aizawa stared through cracks in the shield, breathing hard, and told her that she should have run. YN stood before him, shoulders shaking and eyes glowing with something older than memory. She declared that he was her guardian and that no one could touch him. Shigaraki's grin widened as he wondered if she was like All Might or something worse. Vines of pure energy erupted from the ground and bound approaching villains in place. Shigaraki dodged with irritation and mocked how humans always broke when they were angry. YN answered that she was not human, and for a moment even Shigaraki froze. Aizawa's breath caught. Then Nomu blurred forward. Its fist smashed into Aizawa's body, breaking through the barrier and knocking him across the plaza. YN's scream tore from her as she lunged and caught him mid-fall. Her power surged violently and then she forced it down, reminding herself that they were still human and she must not kill. She cradled Aizawa's wounded form, shaking with restrained fury and standing between him and the world. Shigaraki laughed softly and demanded to know what she was. YN did not answer. A voice then split the air and ordered everyone not to fear. The doors exploded open and All Might entered. YN exhaled. Even from another zone, Shoto felt the shift in the air. Izuku fell to his knees. Aizawa finally went still, safe in YN's arms. YN whispered that she had him now and told him not to worry, addressing him as Dad Aizawa.